Testing her out.
Voilà. C'est une définition de. Je ne sais pas, vous l'avez lu là-bas?
Bonjour. Bonjour. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. Est-ce que la réunion a démarré?
Hello?
Les relations là. Hein?
Attends, pour moi, j'ai relevé ici, je dis que lorsqu'on examine de plus près, on constate que
Wow.
son grand frère là. Mais moi,
to look for concrete actions to address those issues. So on that note, thank you for coming and welcome, but there will be an official welcome. And this first session, opening session, will be moderated by a lady who herself has been on different sides of this conversation, from the political level to ECOWAS level to now civil society. We consider her to be one of us in civil society. She's the former Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security from the ECOWAS Commission, and now the Vice Chair of the WANEP Board. May I humbly invite Hajia Salamatu to take over and moderate this first opening session. Thank you very much, Hajia.
Thank you very much, Lavinia, and Your Excellency, Mohammed Ibn Chambers, our multi-talented, multidisciplinary participant in all the peace and security activities of the entire continent. I can't put just one title to you, but it's a great pleasure to be with you again today to discuss issues affecting our ECOWAS sub-region. I want to recognize all the other distinguished participants and the WANEP leadership that are here also this morning. So allow me to express my personal congratulations to WANEP and to all the other civil society actors and stakeholders for the timely organization of this very important event. I am pleased and honored to be part of it. As Lavinia said, I was part of the discussion at one point in time. The issue of review of our protocols on peace and security has been a very, very important topic. And I think there is no other time than now that it has become very, very important and relevant. And I feel privileged to be part of these deliberations in line with the renewed commitment of our authority of heads of states and government and their call to the ECOWAS Commission to take necessary steps for the completion of what we had started earlier. It's gratifying to be here with all the stakeholders in order to actualize this goal. Our collective institutional memory and technical contribution will be invaluable to the Commission in charting a stable political future for our region. So let me not take up a lot of time with discussions. We know why we are here. But permit me to say that there is a need for renewed importance and concern for all the multi-stakeholders and policy makers on how to foster peace and security as it relates to our future right now. The CLOs are critical partners to peace and security at all levels, and therefore they are key to any advocacy and lobbying of governments to implement effective frameworks and protocols for the benefit of communities and societies across our member states. Of particular concern is the increasing interference by the military in political governance. Between 2020 and 2021, West Africa has witnessed 3 military coups in Mali and Guinea that have truncated democratic governance and heightened political uncertainties in the affected countries. This trend threatens not just the progress made in democratic governance, but also the peace and human security of the entire region. It is therefore my hope that at the end of this meeting, we shall all come up with concrete recommendations that will support ECOWAS in addressing these challenges through a strengthened protocol that brings back trust and confidence in our democracies while positioning West Africa as a leading democratic example in the continent. And ladies and gentlemen, having made my official remarks, I also want to say on the personal note, yesterday, as I was coming from Abuja, I was so excited. I met so many of my former colleagues, different stakeholders, all traveling, as we normally do in the ECOWAS Commission. Some were coming for this conference, some were going to the Gambia, some were going to Cote d'Ivoire for meeting of Chiefs of Defense Staff, which was something I was very familiar with while I served. When I came back and I was reflecting, I felt so sad because in 2012, when I came on board, that was exactly the situation I met. Mali was in crisis, Guinea-Bissau was in crisis. There was so much effort and so much activity trying to arrest the situations. And now, 6 years after I have left office, the problem is probably even worse. So it really gave me a lot of concern. I was so sad the entire evening. The only thing that brightened my evening was when I saw a clip somebody sent me of somebody in Benin, the Benin Republic, that has produced a telephone, an iPhone, an iPad, and has even innovated glasses that you can wear and answer calls while you are driving. So I said, Africa has this kind of talent, if it is true, because sometimes it's not everything you see on the social media that is completely true. But if it is indeed true, it means somebody here on the African continent has done something that is ahead of even the Western world, which means we have the potential to do good. So why is it that we are achieving our potential and I pray that as we discuss and because we have been holding these discussions. So in addition to the official thinking about it, because the thinking is straight, it is always like that. Everybody opposes it. The heads of states and governments sit down and say zero tolerance to takeover of power by non-democratic means. Nobody should change the constitution. Nobody should do this, but we end up not implementing it. And we end up spending so much time in ECOWAS traveling, just traveling to arrest different situations. What can we do? How do we put on our thinking caps to now think these heads of state, these military men, they are all our brothers and sisters. They are all people we do. They are all, the whole entire scenario is part of our responsibilities as stakeholders. So what can we do to make things better, apart from following the official zero tolerance, no change of constitution? We absolutely support nobody should do this. What else can we do to develop our continent and have more like Richard in Benin and in other parts of ECOWAS? So thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And with these few remarks, it is my honor and privilege to call on the erudite Executive Director of WANEP, Dr. Chukwuemeka Eze, to give us the welcome statement. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, our keynote speaker and former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General to West Africa and the Sahel, Ambassador Babagana Wakil, Resident Representative of ECOWAS in Ghana, Mr. Mohammed Nuruddin Ismaila, Director, Regional Integration Bureau, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ambassador Tom Noring, Ambassador, Embassy of Denmark in Ghana, Ambassador Ingrid, Ambassador, Royal Norwegian Embassy in Ghana, Mr. Mojid, Director of Political Affairs, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, joining us virtually. Dr. Aderemi Ajibewa, Director of Political Affairs, ECOWAS Commission. The Acting Director, Governance and Conflict Prevention Directorate of African Union, also joining us virtually. Honorable Dr. Salamatu Suleiman, Vice Board Chair of WANEP and Chair of this opening ceremony, distinguished partners of WANEP, senior staff of ECOWAS Commission, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the civil society community, colleagues in WANEP, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to this civil society consultative meeting to deliberate on pertinent issues concerning the current state of democracy and governance in the ECOWAS region. As you are aware, as an institution, our vision of a peaceful and democratic West Africa is hinged on our ability to bring a platform like this to share ideas and consolidate on the thinking of civil society actors on how to make our democracy more profitable and more deepened for the benefit of our citizens. As policymakers and practitioners in governance and security in West Africa, you would have noticed that a reflection of the current dynamics of the democracy and governance ecosystem of the region depicts a worrying trend that has become cause of concern to stakeholders across the national, regional, and international levels. Admittedly, West Africa has made a sturdy progress in democratic governance over the last 3 decades. At the beginning of the 90s, the governance landscape of the region was a scene of transition from consolidated authoritarian military regimes and one-party dictatorship to multi-party democratic governance. Following this, West Africa has long been a driver of democratic gains reflected in the entrenched periodic multi-party elections that have provided opportunities for inclusive participation of citizens and civil society groups in the governance processes, free media, and a modern rule of law that protects civil liberties and human rights. Additionally, elections have delivered relatively peaceful power transfers in countries including Benin, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Nigeria, Niger, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Another significant outcome of West Africa's democratization process was the presidential term limits in national constitutions, which effectively abolish prolongation of regimes that led to the preponderance of military forays in the politics. More critically, is the relative governance stability that has provided the impetus for economic development in some of the countries in West Africa. The important role ECOWAS, African Union, the United Nations, and other international partners and civil societies in democratization process and the dividends attained over the years cannot be underestimated. ECOWAS in particular has played a critical role in the diffusion of democratic norms and values to strengthen governance stability in West Africa through the implementation of regional frameworks such as the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. That notwithstanding, the notable progress made over the years, occurrences in the current political environment reveal a seeming decline in the trend of democratic governance, leading to authoritarianism in the region. Of particular concern is the resurgence of military coups that have toppled the governments in Mali and Guinea between 2020 and 2021. These coups have not only truncated democratic governance in both countries, but also plunged the countries into political uncertainties. And Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just 3 days ago, I had the privilege of meeting with the Vice President of the transition government in Mali. And in the course of our discussion, he made a call to me that I should speak to ECOWAS as ECOWAS partner to ask them for more time for transition. That ECOWAS should understand the peculiarities of Mali because of the insecurity. And I was reflecting with my colleagues that I went into his office with. And my question was, so why did you take over power if the security situation is still what it is? In fact, he made mention that the insurgents are now coming closer to Bamako. So which means we have had a retrogression from when they took over to now. Another cause for concern is the amendment of constitutional term limits in countries such as Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Guinea. These are also deemed as constitutional coup d'etat geared towards regime prolongation, including protracted political tensions, violence, and instability in the affected countries. The nature and quality of recent organized elections in the region are also worrying signs due to challenges including unbalanced playing field, abuse of incumbency, tension and violence, irregularities, lack of consensus and inclusivity in the electoral processes, and in the appointment of electoral officials to the election management bodies. The protests, boycotts, and rejection of results by opposition parties in recent elections in 2019 and 2020 in Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Senegal are vivid examples of worrying trends in the electoral processes. Moreover, there are also concerns about states' weaponization of legislations to suppress freedom of expression, as evident in the promulgation of false information laws in some of the countries to curtail political dissent. This has further been exacerbated by the onset of COVID-19 and its accompanying emergency laws to prevent the spread of the disease among the population. While some of the emergency measures contributed to mitigating the spread of the pandemic, in some contexts, authorities have used the pandemic as pretext to deploy heavy-handed security responses to curtail political dissent, criminalize basic freedoms, silence independent reporting, and limited the activities of civil societies and NGOs. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the emerging pitfalls highlighted above, Afrobarometer Democracy Survey recently conducted in 34 countries showed that nearly 7 out of 10 Africans prefer democracy to all other forms of government. But at the same time, more than half were dissatisfied with the quality of democracy in their countries. This suggests that there is democratic deficit that demands excessive supply, and therefore unmet democratic demands may lead to social unrest and return to authoritarianism. This scenario is reflected in the recent military coup d'etat in Mali and Guinea, and the way people were celebrating the military in the streets, and the creeping democratic authoritarianism in West Africa political landscape, which could potentially have contagion effects and destabilize the governance landscape in West Africa with implications to the African continent. Undoubtedly, the seeming democratic retrogression called for key stakeholders to critically review the current state of democracy and governance in the ECOWAS region and provide pragmatic policy recommendations to address the shortfalls to consolidate the democratic gains. Given the utility of civil society organizations in democratic governance, its role in addressing the current challenges bedeviling democracy in the region is germane. It is in this regard that ONEP, with support of its partners, is organizing this 2-day consultative meeting to provide platform for civil society organizations and policymakers to discuss and review the state of democratic governance in the ECOWAS region, with the overarching goal of providing pertinent recommendations for policymaker intervention and mitigation. According to Hillary Clinton, the former US Secretary of State, democracies are promising because the principles, institutions, and rules associated with the practice seek to give power to the people. It also provides predictable procedures in which collective decisions can be taken. For this reason, many deeply divided societies such as ours since the 90s have turned to democracy as a way to exit intractable conflict, institutionalized marginalization and corruption, as well as inequality in all forms and ramifications. We are delighted to have those with institutional memories and technical capacities to lead us in asking the critical questions and providing the right answers as we go through the murky waters of interrogating where we are headed, and the democracy we desire and indeed deserve. On this note, permit me to pay tribute to the keynote speaker, His Excellency Mohammed Ibn Chambers, for accepting to lead us in this discussion. May I also appreciate the presence of the former board chair of WANEP, Madame Mbro, who also joined us at this meeting. I hope that in this meeting, we will generate concrete recommendations that will further enhance democratic governance and give directions to the technical meeting that ECOWAS is organizing just immediately after this. On that note, as we say in this part of Africa, Akwaba.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, for those very pungent remarks. I now want to invite Ambassador Baba Gana Wakil, the resident representative of ECOWAS in Ghana, for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, former ECOWAS president. Well, let me just say that currently the chairman of the chief mediator, ECOWAS chief mediator to Mali, just to shorten all the, because if I go down the lane, it will be too long. And Your Excellency, Madam Salamatu Suleiman, also former this and that, but currently chairperson of, vice chairperson of WANEP Regional Board, and not too long ago, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security in ECOWAS, and our former Deputy Foreign Minister in Nigeria. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ghana, Malam Muhammad Nuruddin, you are recognized. Your Excellencies, ECOWAS and EU ambassadors in the room, and also the representatives of the UN systems and the AU, I recognize you. Other members of the diplomatic community in Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols, and more particularly the COVID-19 protocol, I hope is observed. I wish to express my profound gratitude, and by extension that of the ECOWAS Commission, to Dr. Chukwumeka Eze, the Executive Director of WANEP, for the hard work involved in summoning all of us here this morning. Shortly before we came into the room, someone mentioned about the fact that some people will never be allowed to enjoy their well-deserved retirement in spite of 30 to 40 years in public service. Well, as they say, the result of hard work is more work. So, yeah, Excellencies should take it in your stride. I take this opportunity to convey the fraternal greetings of His Excellency Jesse Kebro, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, to WANEP and other key partners of the ECOWAS Commission present in the hall today. I believe that your physical presence for this event, despite the numerous inconveniences occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, is a clear demonstration of your commitment and cooperation to WANEP and to us in ECOWAS and to all the other long-standing partners of ECOWAS here today. Someone mentioned that if there were going to be the 16th state of the ECOWAS Commission, it will be the EU. So the EU would be the 16th state of the ECOWAS Commission, and they are ably represented here by the presence of their excellencies from the EU. As indicated in the concept note and agenda for this meeting, a conversation among stakeholders and partners about the state of democracy and governance in the ECOWAS sub-region, particularly focusing on the 2001 ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, is something that has received the blessings of the highest authority of ECOWAS here in Accra about 2 months ago, sometime in September this year, following, of course, the disturbing political trends or developments that have bedevilled the region, which Dr. Eze has so articulately captured in his welcome address. So we will leave it to the experts to guide us in finding the actionable recommendations that we are expecting from a veritable platform such as the one we are having here this morning. It is gratifying to note that certain individuals and groups who are intimately familiar with the issues have offered to share their thoughts and experiences with civil society organizations on the platform of WANEV here today. The outcome of the discussions in this gathering will no doubt go a long way in assisting the ECOWAS Commission in taking a deeper look at the 2001 Protocol on Democracy and Governance as directed by the ECOWAS heads of states and governments in September this year. I remember in Kempinski Hotel, I was there, and some of you were there. Given the closeness of the civil society organizations to local populations and non-state actors in various sectors and segments of countries in the sub-region, an interactive session with a network of civil societies is obviously a critical step in boosting the efforts of all concerned, not just the Commission, in conducting research and gathering the much needed data on the complex issues of democracy and governance in our region. Indeed, a consultative forum with CSOs, such as the one we are having here this morning, may well prove to be a reliable source of new information on matters of democracy and governance for decision makers, both at national and regional levels. We therefore remain encouraged by the daily hard work of civil society organizations in promoting citizens' participation and ownership in consolidating our fragile and growing democracies in this environment. It is expected that during our deliberations, participants and resource persons will focus both on short-term and long-term issues of democracy and governance in the region, such as the stubborn challenges of the youth bulge and unemployment, and the inescapable implications these have on democracy and good governance, and find creative solutions to them. Before I conclude my very brief remarks, I would like to mention that the ECOWAS Regional Early Warning System, which is very, very relevant to the good works of WANEB, is currently gaining traction. Only last Friday, 12th November 2021, the Ghana chapter of the Regional Early Warning and Response Mechanism was launched in the Jubilee House in a well-attended event witnessed by the diplomatic community in Ghana. This brings the number of fully operational early warning centers in the ECOWAS region to 8 as we look forward to launching the Niger Republic chapter before the end of the year, in fact, before the end of this month. These centers will no doubt enhance the level of interaction between CSOs and the Commission, as well as individual member states of ECOWAS in addressing the issues of democracy and governance with good foreknowledge. As we look forward to critical analysis of the issues, I would like to once again take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to WANEP and the governments of Denmark, Sweden, and Austria for the intellectual and technical support in bringing us here today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wakil, for the very insightful remarks. It's now time for goodwill messages, and I think we'll start with the ambassador from the Embassy of Denmark in Ghana. You can take it from here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I believe in the interest of time, I will do as it says, stand on protocols and just recognize that we are indeed have in our midst some of the most important, influential and distinguished personalities when it comes to the hard work that is ongoing on the issue of establishing peace or maintaining peace and security in this region. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet here today, we are ever mindful of the growing instability in various parts of the world, including in Africa, and indeed, as we've just heard, West Africa. There is indeed a need for renewed focus on the key reasons for instability and insecurity, and on developing or further strengthening the instruments available for preventing and resolving crisis and violent conflicts. The Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, 20 years old now, was developed to strengthen democracy, peace, and stability in the region. The protocol was an expression of a new collective political resolve of ECOWAS and ECOWAS member states to take the process of exactly preventing and resolving crisis and violent conflicts, to take that process forward and to achieve peace and security through the development of democracy and good governance. We of course recognize that ECOWAS member states have made progress in their drive to achieve and maintain multi-party democracy and stability. There have been peaceful transfers of power in countries in the region, with Ghana, our host nation for this conference, having successfully managed 3 peaceful transitions of power under the Fourth Republic. However, there are increasing signs of a decline in this progress with democracy, and there are the beginnings of such challenges as military coup, it was just mentioned also, increasing intolerance, use of hate speech, among others. In some states, there are challenges such as changing of presidential term limits and rising authoritarianism, and which do not bode well for nurturing democracy. OneUp is today bringing stakeholders together to consult on ECOWAS's supplementary protocol, to agree on issues for ratification and to raise public awareness of the contents of the protocol. Knowledge is power. And when citizens have knowledge and understanding of the laws and the rules safeguarding democracy, they can dialogue successfully with their governments. That's why this meeting is so important. CSOs will gain in-depth knowledge of the protocol and together develop solutions for effective implementation of the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. As was mentioned, Denmark is very pleased to support WANEP in its work on peace building, early warning systems, and conflict prevention, and has been doing so for many years. The partnership achieved over the years underlies the peace that we in the sub-region have been experiencing after all. Now more than ever, as the world grapples with many challenges, the need to maintain and sustain democracy is even more of an imperative. Together, we need to agree and chart the way forward to sustaining the democratic strides we have made in the sub-region over the past few decades. Denmark's support for democracy is unflinching. All countries in the region must play their part in strengthening democracy and good governance, since without this, development cannot happen. I wish you all fruitful discussions in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you for all the support Denmark has been given to the sub-region in the areas of not only peace and security, but other areas that we work on. Thank you. Can I now call on Ambassador to the Norwegian Embassy in Ghana? Yeah, okay. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this important and august conference. I will say thank you, Chair, Excellencies, Ambassador Bin-Chambas, and ladies and gentlemen, and I also would assume that all protocols have been observed. I am quite new to this region, so I was thinking that in my remarks would like to make them somewhat more general, because I think that the fight for democracy, good governance, and human rights is bearing in itself the same essence wherever we are. And I am going to make some remarks that I think would resonate everywhere, and also in this region, where the challenges, as we heard, are also diverse and has to be taken seriously. We all have work to do to protect and promote democracy, and we should start at home. The level of democracy enjoyed by the global citizen in 2020, according to many studies, is down to levels that we last found in the 1990s. In 2020, only 30% of the world population actually lived in what we could acknowledge as thriving, healthy democracies. Because elections, as we all know, is just the start. Elections are not enough. Elections are not sufficient to create thriving democracies. And it is my belief, and it is my government's belief, that transparent, open, healthy democracies is necessary both for sustainable, lasting, and inclusive development, and for peace and security. Difficult times, I think all generations and all people say we live in difficult times, but we have been through some special moments lately. I'm talking of course, about COVID-19 as one illustration, economic hardship as another. And difficult times show the fragility of democracy. Dilemmas become prominent. One of them, of great concern to my government, is the limitation of freedom of speech and access to information, often motivated by an increased flow of dis and misinformation that we have seen in recent times. Another concern is that, for example, during the pandemic, other health issues like women's health issues are being downplayed. So in a way, by trying to repair an injustice, by trying to address a problem, other problems are created. The holistic view of this is important to have in mind. Let me share 3 observations with you briefly. Firstly, most threats to democracy today come from within, from elected leaders who deliberately act in breach of democratic principles, sometimes in breach of their own constitutions. Secondly, threats also come from leaders that do not take the people's interest at heart, that once elected, the people that did not vote for you are not taken into consideration. They're forgotten. So what I would like to say is that a true democratic leader is a leader that looks at the nation as a whole, at his people or her people as a whole, and addresses all the interests of them in all the affairs. Secondly, and yes, I come to that. Popular decisions. Secondly, popular decisions referring to the majority of a population may be effective and they may be popular in the short term, but they are not always the right decision. They do not always take the minority into consideration, and they're not always the right decision for future generations or for society as a whole. I think it is important to remember that we cannot undermine the prospects of future generations, and this goes for the way we address climate change, the address economic development, the way we actually view the world as a whole where we are today, that we cannot compromise their possibilities to live in inclusive democratic societies based on tolerance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. And thirdly, it matters what we do. It also matters what we say. It matters what we say to each other. It matters what we say about each other. And it matters how we use the media, how we use social media as well. Freedom of expression is one of the principles enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's enshrined in everything we say and we do as a profound statement of how we respect each other. So it is essential that all members of society are able to take part in the free exchange of views, of ideas, and influence social development and the development of democracy. And it is therefore such an important occasion today when civil society sit down together, one up, different partners, ambassadors, and actually address the core issues. To finally conclude this short statement, just to say that I truly believe that development, a healthy democracy, can only thrive in true respect and tolerance for diversity, social diversity, cultural diversity, religious diversity, that we can be who we are and that we can respect each other and develop societies in which we can all thrive. And I wish you the very, very best for these deliberations. I know there's a lot of work to be done. This region is a wonderful one with so much potential. So I really wish you all the best and a very, very successful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Madam Ambassador. You've given us very, very cogent food for thought as we reflect on the issues for discussion during this conference. And I also want to recognize the assistance and support that the Norwegian Embassy or the Norway as a country has been extending to the ECOWAS sub-region. So on this note, can I call on Mr. Mohammed Nuruddin Ismail, the Director, Regional Integration Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, to give us his own remarks. Director, or Chairman, as you are popularly called.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, is so many formats, and I think it suffices to just use the latest. Former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors of Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Austria, Your Excellency Ambassador Baba, Ghana Wakil, ECOWAS Resident Representative to Ghana, Your Excellency Hajia Salamatu, I think we don't need this again. Now that you are the chair suffices. Distinguished Executive Director, WANEP, esteemed representatives from the African Union and United Nations, distinguished representatives of regional civil society organizations, esteemed directors from WANEP and ECOWAS Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege for me to welcome you all to Accra on behalf of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government. Honorable Shirley Ayokobuche, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration and Chair of the Council of Ministers, and the government and people of Ghana. I am equally pleased to join you here this morning for this civil society organization consultation forum to review the state of democracy and governance in the ECOWAS region. The timing of this event could not have been more timeous than now, given the fragile state of democracy and governance in our region. You will recall that over the past 2 years, the ECOWAS region has witnessed what has been described as a dwindling or backsliding of democracy. In an article captioned, ECOWAS risks it, and I quote, ECOWAS risks its hard-won reputation, unquote. Featured in the Africa Center for Strategic Studies edition of March 6, 2020, the paper begins, and I quote, ECOWAS' reputation for upholding democratic norms is facing strain as a growing number of West African leaders alter rules to consolidate power and resist stepping down at the end of their mandated terms, unquote. The 2001 ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance is the main regional normative framework which establishes the parameters for constitutional principles, such as ascension to power through free, fair, and transparent elections. The apolitical nature of the armed forces and the provision that no changes can be made to the electoral laws 6 months prior to elections unless with the consent of majority of political actors. Community citizens at times demonstrated their dissatisfaction with the actions of leaders who have tended to perpetuate their stay through protests, media publications, among others. These protests have resulted in violence in some instances and loss of innocent lives. Mali and Guinea, as we speak today, have military leaders who have various justifications for their ascension to power, albeit unconstitutionally. These two ascensions to power are also in contrast to the provisions of the ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance of 2001. Accordingly, the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, mindful of the trend of democratic decline in the region, authorized the review of the Supplementary Protocol during its 16th September Extraordinary Summit. The democratic foundation, which our member states have been anchored over the past 2 decades, is now under serious and calls for serious introspection. This calls for the engagement of civil society as representatives of a broader section of society in a very constructive manner to solicit inputs for incorporation in the review process. That is why we are gathered here today. This is a task, I have no doubt, will be surmounted given the array of talent gathered here today. Whilst thanking WANEP, its partners, and indeed all stakeholders for their support, I wish to call on all participants to subject this review process to critical examination to ensure an outcome that will be fit for the purpose, in tune with the existing challenges and realities, forward-looking and far-reaching. It is on this note that Ghana, in her current position as chair of ECOWAS, would like to seize this opportunity to thank all stakeholders for honoring the invitation to participate in this all-important exercise and to wish us all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. And it's my honor to now call on AU to present their goodwill message, which I understand is going to be via Zoom. So can I call on the representative of AU to read his statement, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Her Excellency Salamatu Suleiman. The special guest and keynote speaker for today, Dr. Ibn Chambers, ECOWAS Chief Mediator to the Republic of Mali, the representative of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Mohamed Nuruddin Ismailia, Ambassador Baba Gana Wakili, resident representative of ECOWAS in Ghana, Excellency the Ambassador of the Republic of Denmark in Ghana, Excellency the Ambassador of Royal Norwegian Embassy in Republic of Ghana, the Ambassador of Swedish to the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Dr. Chukwuemeka Eze, the Executive Director of WANEP, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. On behalf of Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, I bring greetings from the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye would have loved to be part of this strategic meeting, but he is currently in Morocco attending to another equally important officials meeting. I'm therefore reading these statements on his behalf. My name is John Ikubaje, the officer in charge of governance and conflict prevention at the African Union Commission. Please allow me to first and foremost thank the organizers of this meeting for inviting the African Union Commission and its departments for political affairs, peace and security to this important event. The significance of this meeting is crucial, particularly considering the time we are in, where authoritarian democratic backsliding continue to characterize some of our hard-won democracies in Africa in general and the ECOWAS region in particular. The importance of reviewing the state of democracy and good governance within ECOWAS is therefore imminent. Excellencies and distinguished participants, the global pandemic of COVID-19 has also exposed the democratic and good governance weaknesses globally, coupled with the state of unpreparedness of our world and it has also revealed the vulnerabilities created by extreme inequalities. In addition, the pandemic has become a global distraction, thereby having huge impact on the state of democracy and good governance. The ECOWAS region has also been facing serious challenges related to unconstitutional changes of government, as we have observed in Mali and Guinea-Conakry in recent time. Like some other parts of the continent, the region also experienced the challenge of popular uprising and socio-economic contestation that led to crisis in some of the ECOWAS member states. Another challenge before the region is what some scholars refer to as constitutional coup and the third time agenda, as we have witnessed in these two countries, Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea-Conakry. The constitutional amendment could have been carried out following legal and legitimate processes. However, some of the constitutional review and amendments that we have witnessed remain questionable given their negative impact on political stability in the region. Over the last quarter century, no region in Africa has made more democratic progress in the same manner as it was done by ECOWAS. The ECOWAS community of West African states over the years has developed and adopted progressive normative frameworks and mechanisms to promote democratic values and good governance in the region. With this in mind, today, as we aim to reflect on implementation of supplementary protocol on democracy and good governance, with the aim of promoting peace and political stability in the region, it is therefore crucial that we broadly reflect on the importance and practice of democracy and good governance, not only within the region of ECOWAS, but the continent as a whole. It is indeed very important to also reflect on the ECOWAS early warning and early response mechanism, and to address some of the root causes for political crisis and conflict in the region. I am also seizing this opportunity, therefore, to call on all the representatives of different institutions present in this meeting to raise public awareness on the need to implement the protocol and to also support the ECOWAS citizens to be part of the review and implementation of the democracy and good governance protocol. This is the only way to guarantee the legitimacy of the process and outcome of what we are here for over the next 2 days. Excellencies, distinguished participants, complete recovery of democratic and good governance damages over the past years will be impossible without rebuilding of African democratic institutions, promoting the culture of respect for human and people's rights, strengthening democratic processes and stabilizing governance and the rule of law. In addition, we must not also forget that the civil society space needs to be carefully reviewed and guarantee for a robust democratic and good governance in the region. I therefore call on member states of the ECOWAS and development partners to support the preservation of the civil society space in the region for the promotion of democracy and good governance. Other important considerations which you may wish to consider during this 2 days meeting, including innovation and programs that will enhance the capacity of democratic institutions to perform effectively their primary roles and functions, and reestablish check and balances in governance, the fight against corruption, and strengthening of the civil society organization working on democracy and good governance in West Africa. For us as African Union Commission, we look forward to concrete recommendations from this meeting on how to promote and deepen the culture of democracy and good governance in West Africa. In conclusion, the African we want, as scripted in Agenda 2063, can only be realistic if democratic and good governance are promoted and strictly adhered to in accordance with the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, and the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. On this note, I want to say thank you and wish you a successful meeting over the 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AU, for those excellent remarks and for the leadership and support you continue to give on the continent. While you are still on the line, I would just want to make a slight correction to the title of our keynote speaker for today. I know he has been so many things that it is very difficult to pinpoint and stay on one. But the ECOWAS mediator for Mali is the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. The last or the latest role that has been given to our keynote speaker at the last summit of ECOWAS heads of state and government is special envoy to Guinea-Conakry. So that is the role he's playing right now.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very difficult to put on record all the various titles and all the various assignments our keynote speaker has held, not only in our sub-region, not only on the African continent, but globally. So I think the organizers of the program were very wise and clever. They decided to just stay on one. And they said the former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel. In addition to this, I must recognize him as being a former president of the ECOWAS Commission, a former special representative in a number of countries in the world, and also currently a distinguished special envoy of the ECOWAS heads of states and government to see to the issue in Guinea-Conakry. So it is on this note, there are so many important speeches that have laid the ground that I want to call on His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, to take the floor and give us his keynote address, which I know will set the tone for these discussions. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You can actually take it from here if you so wish.
Thank you very much, my dear sister, Hajiya Salamata, with whom I had the pleasure of working over several years when I was at the ECOWAS Commission, and she served as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria, of course, with the mandate also of working with ECOWAS, African Union. And then, as we have been told subsequently, of course, she became ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Defense and Security parts, in which capacity we continued to work together. And even in our retirement,
yes,
we continue to collaborate to work together, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you for the kind invitation. So I will also stand on the protocol that has been very well established for the sake of time, because there are so many distinguished participants here from civil society, and this forum is about civil society, and I'm very keen to hear what civil society has to bring to this conversation, which is timely. So thank you, WANEP, once again for inviting me. I've always enjoyed working with WANEP. In the past, we have collaborated across the sub-region. So I'm happy that we're able to continue to work together. Yes. And as has been repeated already by previous speakers, West Africa very clearly seemed to have taken the lead and was acknowledged as a pace setter on the continent in enthroning democratic governance. After several decades in the wilderness, we all remember the decades which were referred to as the lost decades in the 70s and the 80s. And then after that, it was really in West Africa that we saw the movement towards democratic governance with the National Conference in Benin, several street demonstrations, very active role by our civil society, which pushed countries to move towards democracy, away from the authoritarian military regimes that were there in West Africa. And I say here in my presentation that when I assumed office as chief executive of ECOWAS in the early 2000s, a majority of the heads of states were military rulers, albeit some of them had camouflaged into civilian rulers, but their origins were military. But by the time I left, barely a decade later, in 2010, all West African leaders were elected presidents. And it is for this reason that the region was much appreciated for these strides that had been made. And that's also because of a number of normative and legal frameworks which have been referred to. The 1991, going back as far back then as 1991, ECOWAS Declaration on Political Principles on Freedoms, People's Rights, and Democratization. The 1993 ECOWAS Revised Treaty itself, the 1999 ECOWAS Protocol relating to the mechanism, which we simply call the mechanism, and of course, the 201 ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. So these gave us groundbreaking normative and legal frameworks which other sub-regions did not have at that time. In fact, it is often said that even the AU was trying to catch up with ECOWAS, which had already set the pace in all of these, in this particular area. But what seems to be the case is that today we're hearing about reversal of democratic gains, democratic decline, etc. In its recent democracy index rankings, the Economist Intelligence Unit, EIU, categorizes countries into 4 types, according to regime types: full democracies, flawed democracies, hybrid regimes, authoritarian regimes. And this index is based on 5 sets of criteria, namely electoral process and pluralism, civil liberties, functioning of government, political participation, and political culture. Unfortunately, none of the countries in West Africa, according to the EIU, can be termed as fully democratic. Instead, of the 15 countries, only 2, Ghana and Cape Verde, are classified as flawed democracies, while 7 countries, Senegal, Liberia, Benin, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire, are termed as hybrid. 6 countries, Mali, Togo, Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Guinea-Bissau, are classified as authoritarian. However, in contrast to its 2019 democracy index, Mali and Burkina Faso were classified as hybrid regimes, but this changed to authoritarian regimes within 2 years, thus increasing the number of countries termed authoritarian from 4 to 6, while reducing the countries which were termed hybrid from 9 to 7 in just 2 years. The implication is that the sub-region is doing poorly in respect of its democratic values as the trend of the indices look downward. Even the countries that are seen to be doing well are scoring lower marks than previous years. The Mo Ibrahim Index and the Freedom in the World Report of 2020 corroborates the narrative that sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, the democratic governance trajectory is sliding, and West Africa is no exception. The situation in the sub-region is surprisingly worse as it deteriorated faster compared to the rest of the African country. West Africa has been marked recently by processes leading to manipulation of constitutions to extend term limits, instrumentalization of justice, electoral systems that hamper participation of political or potential candidates and voters as well, electoral management bodies not sufficiently independent, excessive abuse of incumbency, state capture, and monetization of politics. In fact, our own Professor Jima Bouede, who is doing a paper for a seminar to be hosted by Kofi Annan Center and the Kofi Annan Foundation in a few weeks' time, has basically found the same in his paper that he has done. The actions and actions of political leaders in particular appear to accentuate this trend by creating the necessary conditions that contribute to the decline in democratic tenets. Mention can be made of the changes to the constitutions of Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea, which ultimately allowed incumbent presidents whose tenure were due to end per the previous constitutions to vie for elections to extend their stay in office. In Guinea, the lead up to the change of the constitution and the presidential election, as we all now know, led to several demonstrations by civil society and pro-opposition party supporters, leading to loss of life, destruction of property, and the arrest and jailing of several opposition and civil society figures in the country, thus impacting negatively on civil liberties, freedom of association, assembly. And for instance, OneUp News recorded 3,178 governance-related protests and demonstrations, leading to 756 fatalities and 4,276 injuries between January 2018 and September 2021 alone. And mostly these are young citizens of our sub-region, full of potential, and who would definitely have been huge assets to their various countries. The implication of the decline in democratic tenets in the region are obvious. Indeed, in recent years, we've had to witness in the region a clampdown on civil liberties, which poses a threat to the stability and security of the region. The malicious arrest and detention of citizens who dissent with state powers and authorities, the loss of lives and property, and recent successive coup d'etat in 2 member states, and the consequent return, all indicating of the decline of the state of democracy in the sub-region. Likewise, as everyone or most places in the world, the COVID-19 pandemic also offered reasons for silencing dissenting voices in West Africa. And this has been witnessed during the electoral processes of member states in 2020 and 2021. And our colleague from the AU has elaborated on the negative impact of COVID-19 the last few years. This situation, if not checked quickly, could lead to a state of disillusionment by the population, which, with its dire consequences on the security and stability of our sub-region. It is gratifying, therefore, that in 2012, the heads of states of ECOWAS passed a supplementary act to increase the sanctioning regimes against member states who fail to honor their obligations. Member states are obliged to observe and implement the community treaties, conventions, protocols, and decisions as referred to earlier in this address, and which are deemed mandatory. A member state who fails in this regard could face a range of sanctions from the suspension of membership, interruption of economic relations, as well as communication and restriction on the use of airspace. Judicial sanctions could also be imposed, both on the state itself and leaders, as well as their family members. The recent sanctions imposed on Mali and Guinea are examples of this enhanced sanctioning regimes. This notwithstanding, for any sanctioning regime to be effective, there must be an accompanying robust pre-assessment and monitoring system of the socio-political consequences and their potential effect on the economic, political, and social dynamics in the country. And I think here what we need to also emphasize is that a lot of work is required prior to the point where the worst has happened, and then, as it's often said, we engage in fire brigade mode, trying to put out the fires. So here, a lot of prevention is needed. And we already have some of those tools in the toolbox. Our chair today, the moderator, Honorable Haja Salamata, is a member of the Council of the Wise. And I have not seen it being very active lately. I think in many of these situations, we could and we should begin to activate and deploy our elder statesmen, Council of the Wise or Council of Elders, as I think the AU calls it Council of Elders, because it's the same. They are there, they have tremendous experiences, and when these situations start to boil, we shouldn't let them boil over. We should use our Council of the Wise. So it's just one point that I wanted to emphasize here. It is also worthy of note that in its recent extraordinary summit on the political and security situation in Mali and Guinea, which was held here in Accra, September 16, the authority has identified the consolidation of democracy and good governance as crucial for development, peace, and stability in the region. Consequently, it has requested the ECOWAS Commission to, as a matter of urgency, initiate a process for the review of the 2001 ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance in response to the declining trend of democracy, which poses security and stability threats to the sub-region. It is envisaged that the reviewed protocol will come up with additional instruments in its toolbox to address such emerging threats to democracy and its tenets, particularly respect for term limits, rule of law, judicial independence, civil liberties, and to strengthen the sanctions regime in the protocol in order to adequately respond to the exigencies of our times. The attempts by the ECOWAS region to initiate such a process is a very welcoming and timely one, and it is a hope that civil society will show interest in this process and engage the necessary actors to make the critical inputs in order to nip the declining democracy, the democratic values within the region in the bud. And I should then commend WANEP for this initiative, because this is a forum which is bringing civil society together. As I have said, I know that there are other such initiatives, the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, together with the Kofi Annan Foundation, are also planning a similar think tanks. In the region, CDD Ghana, CDD Nigeria, OSIWA, and others are also engaged in this kinds of reflection. I hope that these will be inputted to the ECOWAS Commission to enrich its reflections. I would like to see more of this engagement. I recall that our time at the ECOWAS Commission, we used to have a civil society forum parallel to summits, just before summit. And the idea then was that let us allow civil society and their views to be heard by heads of state. In fact, these summits, when they occurred, their conclusions were presented to ministers and to the heads of state. It was not always easy. I recall one summit that we held here in Ghana, where some member states were resisting fiercely that the report should not be submitted to the heads of state. I said, well, there was the point of exactly. And you know, those days, I will not name countries, but there was resistance. But we said, no, I mean, we need to hear from our civil. In fact, if I recall rightly, it was not just a civil society forum, but we used to have a parallel women's forum to bring West African women groups to meet. In fact, in one or two summits, they were even given the platform to present the outcome of their deliberations. So given the states in which our democracy is now, the threats that are there, we need to revive this civil society activism and to get our women in the region to tie their cloths and let their voices be heard that we need to arrest this decline and reverse this trend and move back to a process where we can begin to see consolidation of the democratic processes. I'm confident that this consultative meeting will achieve the needed objectives. The responsibility to promote and protect democratic values in member states, and by extension, the West Africa sub-region, goes beyond the individual member states and the regional institutions. The citizenry and civil society organizations equally play a great role in ensuring that the West Africa region gets the kind of democracy that citizenry aspire for. In fact, citizens were in the first place very active in constructing our democracies. So the time is now also for them to defend the democracies and prevent it from further slide backwards. It is in this regard that I see this consultative seminar as an opportunity for all of us to reinvigorate our energies and advocacies within the framework of putting pressure on our governments and institutions to ensure that we consolidate our burgeoning democracies in order that member states in the sub-region will leap into the club of nations identified as full democracies. And if there's one region on our continent which can do that, it is our West Africa sub-region, which is very dynamic and has always been a pace setter. I wish us all successful deliberations as we seek to secure, ensure, and promote the collective welfare of our West African citizens. For after all, we're already embarked on creating an ECOWAS of the peoples. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Evan Chambers. I think everybody will agree with me that we have an excellent foundation for our discussions. And I want to thank you most sincerely and to thank also the various speakers that have really, really given us food for thought and giving us a very good precursor to the discussions that we are going to be holding on the review of these protocols. The ambassadors and all the other people who spoke, thank you very much. But I should thank everybody at this stage for your cooperation and your support. I think the responsibility for thanking the various speakers is on another person entirely, and I want to call on Mrs. Lavinia Adamansa, the program director of 1M, to do that adequately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just add a few more thank yous. So of course, starting with the keynote speaker, I think the point has been made that he set us on a very good foundation, helping us, trace back from the beginnings of that journey. And I think for me, the thank you goes beyond his delivery, excellent delivery today. I think it's also about how he has continuously been there for civil society. I think it's a journey that started many years ago. At least I can speak for 1M, it's about close to 2 decades. I think his support for civil society has continued and will continue and will certainly outlive his support for his football team, Arsenal. I'm very sure about that. So, I think, honestly, I think for civil society, I think there's a great deep sense of indebtedness to you for what you've done for this region and the continent and even at the global level. I think all we can do is to continue to stay committed to what you have helped us sign up to, what you have stood in us in our name for, and continue to really take this battle to another level and ensure that there's sustainability to the various inputs that we are bringing. So thank you so much. On the point about drawing you out of your well-deserved retirement, again, I have to say, it's our way of helping you not stay at home and wallow in depression about the performance of your team. So it's our way of helping you. So thank you, Excellency. I think Excellency deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much. Let me also say thank you to our Excellencies, the Ambassador to Denmark and to Norway, for being here with us. Thank you for your goodwill messages, your commitment and your show of support and accompaniment of the process so far. Thank you to Denmark for the financial support. And in addition to Denmark, to also say thank you to the government of Austria and to Sweden for the financial support. Unfortunately, Austria and Sweden couldn't join us at the opening ceremony, but they will be online shortly for the rest of the deliberations. So thank you to the partners who supported with funding. Let me say thank you to the government of Ghana, represented here by my brother Nuruddin Ismaila. Thank you so much for taking on this at the last minute. Thank you very much. Thank you to ECOWAS, to the special representative in Accra, but also to the strong team from the commission that is represented here at a relatively high level. So thank you very much to the ECOWAS Commission team for your partnership in this process as well. Let me say thank you to our moderator. Madam Moderator, again, we drew you from your retirement, well-deserved retirement, but I think there's so much energy, so much knowledge, so much experience. We can't allow that to stay with you. So really, thank you for very much. And I can't promise you that we will not continue worrying you. So we will definitely continue to draw you in. I think your expertise and insights are critical to this process. So thank you for that. Thank you to all the CSO reps that are here, institutions that are represented, to the leaders that are here. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to state agencies that are here. Let me use this opportunity to recognize also the Executive Secretary of the National Peace Council. Thank you for coming, and thank you to the National Peace Council for your partnership as well in this process. To the Diplomatic Corps, the number of representatives from the Diplomatic Corps, thank you very much for coming. We look forward to your continuous stay with us so that we can also benefit from some of the insights and your own perspectives to the issues. Thank you very much to those who have joined us online. Thank you to the AU. UNOWAS is also online, but they joined late and could not give their remarks. So thank you to them as well as all the other online participants. And last but not the least, let me say thank you to our media reps who are here, who will help us, carry across the core issues that we are discussing here, but more importantly, support that process of building the strong democracy that we are looking for in our region. So on that note, let me say thank you to everybody else. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Thank you for taking time to be here. And I wish us all a fruitful deliberation. I am told there will be a group photo that will be taken at the reception, somewhere in the reception area. And I think our colleagues will lead us to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lavinia, Program Director, ONEP, and an excellent one at that. Thank you very much for ONEP for all the good work you have been doing. Thank you to the former chair of the board and always committed. Mrs. Umbori, you are most welcome. Good to see you. Well done. So thank you very much to everybody. I think my role has ended at this point, and I look forward to seeing you after when we go into the deliberations. I understand after group photograph, there is some coffee break, and then we all gather again together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So online participants, please put on your cameras so that we can take a picture for the online participants, please. Online participants, please on your cameras.
Please let us know when you are ready.
Please, are you done? Photo. Please, have you finished taking the photo?
Yes, you can go off your cameras and then you come back after the coffee break.
Okay, thank you.
Our various follow assignments that we take.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello, bonjour.
Okay, so let's get ready to start. Thank you for coming back. So the next session we're about to start the first substantive session. Let me invite the moderator of that session, my very good brother, Dr. Kojo Pumpuni-Asante, who is the Director of Advocacy and Policy Engagement at CDD Ghana. So what we'll do is Kojo will go to that side. So those of you on that side, please, if you can kindly move and take the seats of those who will be presenting. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning. I think we want to start the session. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first substantive session. I'm not sure how many minutes or hours we have. I think we are about an hour late. So I would, Lavinia, maybe you can give me direction on that. But before we invite our panelists for this session, let me just make a few remarks. I'm really happy to be here and to be involved in this discussion. When Dr. Chambers was making his keynote speech, he recalled the many interventions that were put in place by ECOWAS to try to consolidate the transition to democratic rule in the late 80s and into the 90s. And it made me remember that in 2004, I was tasked by CDD to assess Ghana's international commitments, commitments to international instruments as part of the APRM process. Now, that was the time of the African Renaissance, championed by Presidents Obasanjo, Kufuor, President Wad at that time, and Mbeki. And when you think about that time and almost 2 decades down the line, we are here almost discussing a rearguard action to hold back the backsliding that's going on in the West Africa sub-region. I think it makes our task here even more important, that we learn from the lessons of the past, that we are not here just to think about the short term, but we have to be thinking about the next 20 years and what challenges we might begin to face. Okay. So I believe that as we deliberate, and I believe we have all the experience and the capacity here to think through our challenges, but we must also remember that what we are doing is going to impact lives. We are talking about the lives of the teeming young people around West Africa. So what we are doing will determine whether or not they are going to have a hopeful a life that they can be proud of, they can look forward to. So we have, I don't think we have any choice but to succeed in this work that we are doing. And then lastly, this is about framing the problem, at least in this session, looking at the discussions and the topics that we are going to engage with. It's about framing and setting the problem. What do we know? How do we understand what we know? These are going to be very, very important, because if we cannot understand and frame the problem well, our answers will not be effective. So with those remarks, let me invite, at least let you know who is going to be part of the discussion for the next couple of minutes. So first of all, Madam Ifeanyi Okechukwu, who is the Ifeanyi. Is that correct too? Ifeanyi. Okay. Oh, so if I say, then it's a male verb. How you say it has a different connotation. Ifeanyi. Is that the and then oh, okay. Okay, Chuku, that's the regional coordinator, early warning one. And then Dr. Onyinye Ouka, okay, is the head of division mediation and coordination of the political affairs, ECOWAS, and Dr. Emmanuel Okurududu, who is head of division democracy and good governance, ECOWAS. So that's our panel. I think it's a very strong panel. So I would invite Mr. Okechukwu, first of all, to do a presentation. We're supposed to end at 12:40, and time check is 11:43. Okay, so we have about an hour. So maybe if we can try and do half hour, since we have 3 presentations. So about 10 minutes, and if you manage it, then I'll maybe add a 2 to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon or good morning, colleagues, and also Your Excellencies. My presentation, I think just to start to acknowledge the fact that the opening session already touched on my discussion. So I'm going to validate what the keynote speaker has already said, and it was gratifying to hear him also talk about the data that we have in relation to the kinds of strained relationship between the state and citizens. So for me, that was gratifying to hear him quote our early warning as part of the issues related to governance. And so I will, my presentation is on current dynamics of democracy and governance in West Africa, but I will be zeroing in on our early warning system. So that already tells you my scope. So in terms of outline, just to highlight the context of the presentation, and then also look at what we term the drivers of democracy and governance instability in West Africa, to touch a bit on the resilient factors, and then also look at the implications to peace and human security. In terms of scope, and I acknowledge the fact that in our discussion in the morning, already looking at the trajectory of how the governance landscape in West Africa has evolved, we do look at, if we term current, we try to look at as current as possible. And within our early warning system, I try to zero it down to a 3-year span, that is from 2018 to 2021. We're already at 2021 anyway. So a lot has happened within that period as manifestations that we have been able to record, which speak to a lot of the underlying conditions that support the arguments around the dynamics that we experience within the region. So the scope, I limit my presentation within the our early warning system reports for the past 3 years. Of course, there would be historical antecedents, because some of those conditions that we experience or linked to that manifestation have a historical background. And of course, the dynamics within the region, go back further. And so in terms of defining those conditions, you cannot fail but to refer to some of those historical conditions that influence the manifestations we saw in the past 3 years. And then again, to apologize that my presentation will be limited within the spectrum of some specific indicators that we use for our early warning. And within our early warning, we have a specific thematic area we call democracy and governance. And so within that, that particular thematic area, we have, I just highlighted some of them, inclusive participation, which was referred to this morning, citizen-state relationship, credibility of elections, political transitions become one of those challenging issues we have to our governance landscape, human rights, and of course, the rule of law. I start with one of the, shall I say, a concern for us. Within our early warning system, we also have specific defined analysis we use for election. One cross-cutting challenge that we have seen within the region remains electoral process and how it's managed. And within the incidences, there are manifestations that you see. And those manifestations help you to also begin to determine the various conditional variables that could inform the kinds of electoral violence that are manifested. And I used our assessments of the elections we've been involved in across the region in the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, we've had very significant elections in the region. And if you look at the projection, the infographics, you see various colored disaggregation. Some of them are brown. The brown, of course, you look at indicates countries where elections was organized, but violence was recorded due to election-related violence. The yellow indicates countries where elections was organized, but violence occurred due to tenure or elongation. And the red indicates countries where election is organized and violence occurred due to escalation of insecurity context. The white indicates countries where election is organized with no occurrence of violence, election-related issue, but still has other secondary existing insecurity issues that we call salient issues that still constitute a challenge to the governance landscape. And so why do I bring out this? I bring out this because when you look at manifestations, you don't just talk about manifestations. It does not bring out the solution. You try to find out what is the challenges, the drivers that constitute these manifestations. Elections is just one of those aspects. But before you get to elections, there are a lot of challenges that lead to what we see during the elections. And so the interpretations of what we see or what we listen to in the morning highlight exactly why our elections across the region remain violent. And, all of us will attest to it in terms of the issues. When we do particularly identification of election indicators, we use 4 categories. We use what we term as physical violence, the actual violence that is manifested. You also use psychological violence, where you relate issues of hate speeches and all that. And I'm sure when we listen to the introductory, the keynote speaker as well, we heard about the issues around hate speeches. We also have structural violence and then issues around the rule of law as well. And I will talk about them a bit. And so in looking at the drivers, some of the interplays and all the issues that we experience, we see as one of the conditions, as one of those variables, situational variables that exist, remains the issues around electoral laws, amendment of constitutions, and how that in itself has triggered opposition, protests that has affected our region. And so we see typical examples, not that it's not, some of these things occur, it is raised in other places, it wasn't a major issue, but we see in 3 countries, for instance, that we are giving as example, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, and Togo, it's really provided a wide-scale manifestation of violence and protest by citizens in view of the perception that the amendment in itself was perceived as unconstitutional in some places and also unlawful and goes contrary to democratic ethos. And so you look at how political actors and political leaders try to circumvent even our protocol itself, our 2001 protocol. All the articles within the protocol reflect how democratic stability should be and standards should be expected within the region, but we see that those things are being contravened. And so if you look at the certificate of conformity in Benin, for instance, and the challenges around the legislative elections, as well as also the violence that arose, the arrests of opposition leaders, the citizens' oppositions to the issues, and how that in itself is undermining inclusive participation. Then you begin to see the relationship between the manifestations and the conditions that we saw. Again, you look at the parrainage citoyen, I'm not speaking, my apologies, which is also looking at how do you endorse the endorsements, within the Senegalese electoral law, adjustment in the electoral law, to push political parties to generate some particular percentage of endorsement before they, which is also perceived as an exclusionary in how it is organized, and making it difficult, for the rights of political parties, to participate in elections. The exclusionary politics, I talk about the trust deficit and lack of confidence in the electoral process. In terms of the controversies and disagreements over electoral systems throughout the electoral cycle in itself, now we see more and more that the planning begins even earlier than we expect. The leaders begin to think ahead even before the election. Midway into their tenure, they already begin to plan, as we saw in Guinea, as we saw in Cote d'Ivoire. And then there are challenges around the entire process itself, and which, if you look at the Guinea case, for instance, ECOWAS was a bit of whether this, the electoral process is being contravened or not. So these are all challenges. The voters registration process, so it tells us a lot around the democratic institutions and the effort, the deliberate actions being taken to subvert existing democratic standards towards achieving specific goals. And in that instance, you begin to see how that also manifests in the way that it escalates violence and instability and insecurity within the countries concerned. Straight state-citizen relationship has also been identified as one of those conditional issues. They are both mutually reinforcing. As we have seen, almost all the member states have had this same challenge. The citizens are asking more questions from the state in terms of how the governance structure, the democratic institutions are organized. So that becomes now a challenge on how the state continues to suppress dissenting voices, and how the citizens themselves, becoming more and more aware, are now increasing pressure on the state, and those resistances themselves create that level of clashes that we have seen. And there are typical examples, and I think His Excellency talked about the number of demonstrations, which I'm going to relate to. They all talk about the governance challenges and issues, responsive governance, the concerns of citizens for the state to address their needs remains part of that issue. How does leadership and governance come to the plate where it concerns the ability of the institutions, political institutions, to provide or become sensitive to the needs of the people? And so those reactionary measures we see have more deeper structural issues. And so typical examples, we see all the examples across the countries, but I just mentioned some of them. We saw in Ghana, for instance, yes, we have demonstrations around governance challenges. Nigeria, we evolved from NSAS to add more to the plate. So at the end, you just did not just see the issues around police brutality, but also issues around governance as well were included. And also in Liberia, the issues around corruption was also raised. So these are all talking about governance, democratic institutional challenges that in themselves manifest in what we see, and how that influences the stability of our governance landscape. And just to validate that, of course, I'm just highlighting what His Excellency talked in the morning, where he referred to our data from our early warning system, where we had between 2018 to September 2021, 3,178 governance-related protests and demonstrations, and also 756 fatalities and 4,276 injuries. And then you see that the conditions and themselves are all interplaying to manifest in these significant incidences that we see. So we do not just look at the generics of the demonstrations or the violence, but it has various taproots that gave rise to why we have such situations. And again, I just reiterating the issues around the state suppression as well. Corruption is one of those indices as well that has been identified. It's a conditional issue, even though we monitor manifestations, but we also try to interrogate or analyze why the manifestations occur. And one of those issues is corruption. Corruption in terms of fiscal responsibility, corruption in terms of manipulation of the system is all constitute a challenge. And the data is there to verify what we say. If you look at the Transparency International data and how West Africa has been situated in that, a lot of our member states seem to have scored highly where corruption is concerned. So that becomes one of those indices that remains a challenge. And how do we address this? So citizens react and respond to this as a consequence of the conditions of corruption and the impunity by the state. The weak democratic governance, of course, the separation of power still is a problem. Okay, I'm told that I have 2 minutes. Okay, so let me just rush. Separation of power is an issue. We know that the political actors have found various ways, various clever ways of, manipulating the system. Either they have their own cronies or their own persons, loyalists, whether it's at the legislative level or whether it's at judiciary level. That in itself constitutes a challenge. And we see that in terms of how the results, the constitutional courts and the reactions from constitutional courts become a challenge in some of the countries that have been highlighted. So it narrows the opportunity or the capacity for citizens to hold those in power responsible. So that, for us, is one of those issues as well. And then, the concept of the security being apolitical, which also is reflected in the protocol, in itself has also become a challenge. How the state is also utilizing the military. And in terms of the fatalities that we have recorded, a lot of them are a consequence of the engagement between the security and the citizens that has given rise to that. And then now we are also seeing the issues around regime change, the coups, as we have already highlighted, that has happened in Mali and Guinea, is both as being given rise to the pre-existing conditions has launched or given the space for military takeovers, but at the same time, the military takeover in itself is undermining our ability as member states, as citizens, to utilize our democratic space for addressing our issues of human security and so on. Okay, again, I think it was one of the ambassador talked about the youth unemployment and the youth bulge. And we have a young population. And the young population, more than 50% of our population in West Africa are not above 30. So you could imagine. And then when you look at the opportunities created for decision inclusivity in the democratic space, discussions around addressing their needs. All these issues do not find themselves within the space expected to enable the youth, assess the dividends of democracy. And coupled with this is also the issues around unemployment and the vulnerabilities that they also face. The push and pull factors as a consequence of these vulnerabilities also influence or affect the governance landscape as well. And you see this from the issues around violent extremism and how that is also mitigating or minimizing the impact of democratic dividends in some countries, in Burkina Faso, in all the Sahel countries, for instance, we see this happening. So these are all complex issues, but that they are all related and they constitute a factor in the manifestations. And then, of course, COVID has been talked about a lot, and how COVID has also contributed to the instabilities. We try to do a histogram to relate to the relationship between COVID, economic issues, as well as also how that has influenced the actions of non-state actors as well. In terms of resilience, we do assessments, both to risk and vulnerabilities, and coping mechanisms as well. And we see that has been highlighted in the presentations made in the morning, the capacities of CSOs. And in various forms, CSOs have formed a critical mass that continue to challenge the seeming manipulations and the governance instabilities that we see that is influenced by state actors. CSOs remain one of those key actors that we see as a resilient factor that helps to manage some of the risk factors that we have identified. And then, of course, the independent media and the digital space, social media space, has also served not just in terms of the fake news, but also have been very critical in galvanizing or mobilizing support against some of the challenges we see. The NSAS movement, of course, the Guinea crisis, we see the use of the digital space, to mobilize for action. Again, I think His Excellency talked about the intergovernmental support, the actions of not just our parent body, ECOWAS, but also the influences from AU, as well as also other regional economic communities, and as well as the shuttle diplomacies, international pressures, are all resilience factors. And the role of the judiciary, even though judiciary, sometimes you find in some countries a lack of confidence and trust in how the judiciary is being operated. But again, in some spaces, you see them as also those that have been able to manage or mitigate the crisis from going overboard. So in terms of my presentation, and in terms of implications, we say that escalating political tensions and demonstrations arising from shrinking space for political participation undermines the principle of multi-party democracy. The continued resurgence of military coups will store democratic governance at the gains made over the last 3 decades in the region. And COVID-19 has also further contributed to that shrink. Continued distrust and the waning social contract has possible implications for political stability, social cohesion, and undermine relationships between the state and the citizenry. And then finally, the complex combination of violent extremism and armed conflicts impact on the livelihood of local communities and impedes on the ability of the governance structures to function effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Okechukwu. I know the time is short, but we want to try and get our participants to also contribute. So let me just invite Dr. Onyinye to take a presentation. Please take down your questions and your comments. We'll come to that session after the third presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. After His Excellency Mohammed Ibn Chemba spoke, a former head of my institution, chaired by my former commissioner for PAPS. Beside me was Dr. Remy. And then the chair over there, I just thought we should close this meeting. But we have to make the noise around governance. And this is the time to make that noise and make it very effectively. A lot of what has been said will be repeated, but repetition is a function that we need to adopt in this dispensation. So I'll be speaking on ECOWAS member state governance, resilience, and vulnerability, very closely linked to the civil society perspective. Okay, some of us are not very technologically advanced. Help me. I want to come, please. Okay, so I'm fine. So quick content, introductory remarks, nature of conflicts in the region, our ECOWAS normative framework, a fragile state index, our CRVA, resilience factors, and then finally recommendations. Ifani has spoken very clearly today. Who are we? A 15-member state representing a thriving region, and I emphasize a thriving region. In terms of youth demography, we are one of the highest. Now, in the past few decades, the region has made a lot of, gained a lot of traction, and His Excellency Chambers mentioned a lot of progress made and how some other bigger regions have even cut and pasted what we're doing in ECOWAS. But lately, we've seen daunting socio-political and security disasters, the pandemics, we've seen Ebola, we've seen COVID, ethno-religious crisis, and security issues occasioned by the vulnerability and stability of the region. So this is where we are now. Much more specific, what's the nature of conflict? In this case, the nature of threats we face in the region. Election-related violence, closely related to it is the instrumentalization of the justice system, non-inclusive constitutional processes and electoral laws reforms, military incursions. This is a new entrance in our region back, long-standing ethno-national crisis, drug trafficking, maritime insecurity, and of course, extremism and terrorism. Although most ECOWAS member states have adopted democratic political systems, they have struggled to maintain political stability and peaceful transitions of power. West Africa, as has been said and will be repeated, is undergoing a reversal of democracy in view of the recent events in many of our member states. His Excellency, while he was speaking, used the democratic index. And I want to show you that this is exactly the same when you triangulate the data from other sources. So I'm going to look at the fragility state index. According to the 2001 Peace for Fund analysis, a fragile state index has several attributes. And let's look at it. A state whose central government is so weak or ineffective that it has little practical control over much of its territories. Non-provision of public services, widespread corruption and criminality, refugees and involuntary movement of populations, sharp economic decline. We can all identify with these indicators in one way or the other. Now, they further use specific indicators along themes, social, political, cross-cutting cohesion, and the economic index. If you look at economic, you will see human flights and brain drain. And we see a lot of West Africans either going through the Sahara, going through the dangerous waters, just in looking for the greener pastures. They say, I wonder if it is really green. Now, this is the scorecard. Nigeria is at number 12 in a negative manner. It has the highest vulnerability ranking in the region. with 98.0%, closely followed by Guinea with 97.5%. Mali, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire are next in ranking. And this is what His Excellency said, and I reaffirm why Ghana is at 113 and Cape Verde ranking lowest. And you will see that when he mentioned it was these two countries that also had the highest. But if you look at the overall score, you will see that West Africa is indeed not doing well. A very famous man from this famous country, and he said, good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development. And I think this is instructive. There's just no other way, but it's not just governance, good governance. What have we been doing in ECOWAS? And also clearly presented from 1991, our declaration of ECOWAS political principles up to 2008, ECOWAS conflict prevention framework. ECOWAS prides itself in having some of the best normative framework that's known, but application has become lately a challenge. Today, we are looking at the 2001 Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. That's what the thrust of this meeting is. And as the late Kofi Annan said, this is where the whole challenge rests, good governance. My colleague, head of division, will speak in more details about this, but just to let you know that this particular protocol provides guidance on issues related to democracy, good governance, human rights, and the rule of law. And if only we could have applied all of these principles, we will not be where we are. So we have the letter, but the spirit to apply is what is missing. More specifically also, the protocol elaborates on constitutional convergence, separation of power, zero tolerance, equal participation of women and men to vote and be voted for during election. A very clear guidance on issues of democracy and participatory democracy. I'll skip this and allow Mr. Krodudu to handle it. But let me also run you through a very important instrument that came just after the supplementary protocol, the 2008 ECOWAS Conflict Prevention Framework, another landmark document. This time it's a comprehensive operational conflict prevention and peace building strategy, and it seeks to strengthen human security architecture. We have seen that there is need to depart very far from the state-centric definition of security, where it is protection of regime. We have seen that you don't need a gun to have the numbers of deaths that occurred during the COVID-19. Hence, it is important that we focus on the entire spectrum of human security. And this document clearly spells out that. It also sets practical guidance for cooperation between ECOWAS, member states, civil society, and partners. And this is why we have this partnership with WANEP, or tested, trusted civil society that has accompanied ECOWAS in this journey. The 2008 ECOWAS conflict prevention has 15 components, and all of these components, the first pillar, of course, should be early warning that Ifeanyi did clearly present, and it's all a combination of both operational and structural prevention measures. So we have all of these beautiful documents. Now, the concept of human security. According to our ECOWAS Human Security Index, we're organized in 5 pillars: environment, security, health, crime, and governance. Now, structural vulnerabilities are also mentioned. So this is the concept of ECOWAS human security, and it's quite holistic. I used to be the head of ECOWAS early warning analysis, so I don't want to take up that job and speak specifically on it, but permit me to give a bit of description when we say we have a concept of ECOWAS human security. So environment as a theme speaks to natural disasters, up to food security, health, and we envisaged this before the pandemic to tell you how forward-looking ECOWAS is, including health security. We also have security, personal security, up to community insecurity. Issues of governance, gender, electoral violence, including judicial independence and the rule of law. So this is what ECOWAS means when it talks about human security-centered analysis. Now, going forward also, ECOWAS engaged in country risk and vulnerability assessment. We call it the CRVA. It was a very inclusive process, early warning, the security people, political affairs, everyone participated in this great project, and then supported by the USAID. It was done in all member states, and that report has been sold to the West. And this is the challenge we have. Most of what we churn out is not used in member states. It's not even recognized. So we do it, they fund us, they are wiser, and they pick up all the data and they work with it. So it's important that civil society and member states look at some of these documents to inform policies. It will be of good help if we disseminate and there's awareness created on what ECOWAS is doing. The CRVA took a hyper-local approach to data collection and assessment, which it's supposed to better inform ECOWAS conflict prevention and development initiative. And I say member states. ECOWAS is made up of member states. So this is the CRVA of Mali, and we have it for all the 15 member states. Please Google it. It's a very useful document. It's a living document. Now, what did the CRVA find out? The same issues: corruption and nepotism, limitation of freedom of expression, embezzlement of public funds, protests, demonstrations, insufficient civic education, weak institutions, disparities in government services, inadequate oversight, and up to electoral conflict, misinformation, and hate speech. This was done in 2019. This is still representative of where we are. I come quickly to resilience. This is what should concern us as we enter the area of unpacking the 2001 supplementary protocol. How do we leverage on these resilience factors to inform the decisions that the heads of states have given to us to do a revision of the supplementary protocol? Now, the resilience factors, implementation of normative framework is very key. It's not just having it and having it in a nice bookshelf. You know, even some of us in ECOWAS, is when you want to write, you say, yes, give me the protocol. But how can we make it a living document? And how can we create awareness of ownership and utility at the member state level? I put here resilient factor, growing citizens' awareness is enormous push. And I think we must encourage this. Let me tell colleagues that, and excellencies, that myself and Wane, we had a launch meeting, and this was only last month. And I muted it to them. The civil society has to drive this supplementary protocol review. It was a conversation, and trust Wane, we're here today. This is the kind of partnership we need. The civil society should be aware. The answers need not to be violent, but we need to put political pressure against non-political will exhibited by those in authority. They have to be accountable to us. National peace infrastructure, we have this in some member states. ECOWAS is also working on it to see how we harness all of those grassroots initiatives that provide stability. So imagine what is contemporary to what is current, and see how we strengthen at member state level. Local and traditional leaders, interfaith dialogue should be encouraged. They are resilient factors. Electoral management bodies, if properly strengthened, they are resilient factors. Civil society groups, including women. And I took notes when Excellency was reminding us of what existed. I'm glad my director is here. I will look at how to revisit some of those structures that helped in those days. And of course, media organizations. These are all resilient factors. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to say that member states should be encouraged through their parliament to ratify the would-be revised ECOWAS supplementary protocol on good governance, on democracy and good governance, prevent attempts of manipulation of constitution and tenure elongation. This is a tall order. How do you do that prevention? It's by advocacy, by being aware. Ensure the protection and freedom of expression of media, civil society, and political actors enforce national policies which tackle hate speech and misinformation, promote political party dialogue and mediation during election processes. This is where I work as head of unit of mediation. And we have seen so much efforts being put just close to election. It's also important that we begin to do things ahead of time. So a country like Gambia that's going for election, 2 months to the election, all the actors are in Gambia. And soon after the elections, we leave. So we wait again. Elections are coming up in Nigeria soon. It's February. Nobody is making any noise. So we must have targeted mediation efforts, in a timely manner to pick up some of those issues and see how we tackle or deal with them. Support inclusive and participatory democratic governance by creating space for women and youth participation. And sometimes we forget that some men are not even included. We just like to put women and children. So for me, it's important that we are inclusive in all regard. No matter which part of the country you come from, no matter your religion, democracy is what? Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Set up mechanisms to combat corruption, nepotism, and barriers to transparent governance. Now, on the part of ECOWAS, and I'm happy my director is here, so I'll just push this to him, director. On the part of ECOWAS, adopt the upcoming revised ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance at the Mediation and Security Council, and of course, at the highest level of the authority. Operationalize the ECOWAS Council of the Wise. His Excellency has thrown a challenge, and I say it's a jab on us, that after the reconstitution of the Council of Wise in May, we are yet to utilize them. And then we're also working to operationalize the FemWise, the network of female mediators. These are all organs that, when activated, can and will be used to support conflict prevention at member state level. Establish sanctions to discourage the attainment of power, and this is part of the revision. Deploy shuttle diplomacy to prevent the escalation of political and constitutional crises in member states. As I conclude, I want to say that we have an opportunity to make a mark. It's not often that in your generation, something new is coming up. We have this opportunity to revisit what was done in 2001. And in this meeting, we have both civil society at the highest level, we have the representation of ECOWAS, and we have people who have worked this business in the nature of the high table. So please take the advantage and push it to ECOWAS as much as you can. And hopefully, in our time, we will be part of that change. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onyinye. I think that was perfect because it really brought to light all the tools. I mean, we have so many tools that are at our disposal. So as we come into the conversation, I think we want to see how we can activate or even strengthen some of those tools that we have at our disposal to really tackle this problem. So Dr. Okuru-Dudu, it's up to you to take us now right into the rabbit hole. The reason why we are all here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kojo. And I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Onwuka. I think she laid a very good foundation with the premise where I'll take off from. You have the letters, but you don't have the wherewithal to apply or disseminate the spirit of the letters that you have. In saying that, I would want to speak in contextual reality with what we have in terms of the existing working tool. I recall an approach that we deployed in political affairs when we were working with the Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. And that approach has always been to look at political governance issues within the context of structural conflict prevention. I was really excited the way Mr. Ifeanyi from WANEP brought out the issues and the way my colleague further amplified them from the context of what we do internally. And in saying this, it would be good to look at the responsibility that these discourse we're having here today has placed on us as ECOWAS. I must contend with profound respect Dr. Ibn Chambers, our then boss, and my very dear Commissioner for PAPSTEN, Ajja Salamatu, for guiding us through when we started this process all the way back in 2014, before she left us. It was an Herculean task. I'm doing this to lay the spirit you must look at when you're looking at any legal text. You must be thinking what is in the mind of the drafters. You heard Dr. Chambers speak earlier with so much intricacy on the intent of what the region wanted the Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance to do. In taking the jurisprudential background text, you find out that from the Cotonou Declaration, the Political Principles Declaration, up to December 2001, when they signed that protocol, it was with strong unionism. It wasn't driven by any form of intent for support or any kind of intent for looking at assistance from external actors. But the jurisprudence was the uniqueness in which the heads of state agreed that they needed to have a guiding tool that would bring them together. And in saying this, I will now speak specifically to the legal text itself. If you follow the preamble of the legal text itself, you will see all the trajectory of all the documents that led to where we are. We even unified the AU ABDEC policy document to our own document until we got to the very first premise, which was very key for me. And that, if you look at chapter 1 of the protocol itself, it was very, very all-encompassing. And the key part I think we should reflect upon daily on is the constitutional convergence principle. That's section 1. That's a very, very intricate section that guides member states on what they should have contained in their constitution. It was within that context in 2015 when they looked at all of the shortcomings that my good colleague Dr. Onyenwoke had highlighted, and Mr. Efai also highlighted. They kept reoccurring, and the heads of state taught in themselves within the major concerns for all of these challenges that have been highlighted is due to the fact that some of us want elongated tenure regimes for ourselves. And so let us agree amongst ourselves. And I'm sure if Dr. Chambers would oblige us, he would tell you, behind the closed door meetings, when the center was away, there was that uniqueness in agreement that we need to limit ourselves to 2-term limits. And so 2-term limit was actually the catchphrase that drove us to get that policy document for them. And within the context of that policy document we got to them, I would just speak to some of the content, then look at how we apply them, and also look at the limitations that I think the current review, which we are starting today with civil society actors, after we leave this meeting, we'll be speaking to. As I said, chapter 1 talks about constitutional convergence principles, separation of powers. And with respect to separation of powers, there's been a blur. The powers have never really been separated. There's been an overlap. The executive arm has taken so much role of the other arms of government. There has been the instrumentalization of the justice sector. There has been the capture of the legislative arm of government itself. When you look at how the referendum laws were passed, how the parrainage in Benin was passed, you would know that there's no separation of powers. So that element that we should have in our constitution was not really addressed. And so it was a major concern that is recurring, and we need to start looking at how we would address it. Aside from separation of powers, one of the constitutional convergence principles that is key to us is the element of decentralization and devolution of governance processes. We've not really focused on this. A lot of our political governance activities are capital-centric, the capital of our member states. And so you don't really have activities going on in the prefecture, in the commune, in local government, and in the municipal councils. So we need to look at that squarely. And that is very explicit in the constitutional convergence principle, that member states should ensure that they do devolution of powers and devolution of political governance processes. Aside from that is the element of respect for political parties to exist. The respect for political parties to exist has never really been looked at by most member states deeply. What you see in our member state is that you have almost like two ruling political parties. You have the main ruling political party and the main opposition political parties. And within this context, what has gotten us to where we are today is the way the executive arm and the ruling political party have so much marginalized the space as is contained in our protocol that says you must give the opposition a voice to be heard. And that has not been done squarely. And it brings me to the content of what we have, just to digress, in our ECOWAS conflict prevention framework. It speaks explicitly that incumbency powers should be checked. We've not taken time to do this. So within this context, we should look at how political parties function freely in a member state. And in what we have done with the present dispensation, we are trying to expand the space, and we are looking at internal party democracy, and we're looking at elections. If you look at the protocol itself, the next relevant section that comes to mind is the electioneering process. And what has the protocol done with regards to that? It speaks to basic tenets and values that ECOWAS wants from electioneering bodies, from not changing the laws relating to elections, 6 months to the elections, to looking at how ECOWAS should guide and monitor processes and principles that guide selection. And it speaks elaborately in the whole of Section 3, how we monitor and supervise member states going into election and the kind of support that ECOWAS should give. This has been done too excellently well by ECOWAS. And I think what had happened in the past and presently still ongoing is that the member state, they study what we do and they've so much perfected the act. And we too, we laid back, just intending to give out a preliminary statement and a final declaration, and that's just it. And so they guided us, they watched us squarely, and they knew what we're doing. And so they make you see the right things you need to see when you go for fact-finding missions. And even when you're on ground, they almost want to make it much more comfortable for you to see what you need to see. But today, the story is slightly different. At the technical level, you try as much as possible to want to get the spirit of proper monitoring to work, but you find it very difficult for it to take place. I would digress and just give an example. When His Excellency was there, I think, yes, it was President Beho, not Dr. Chambers. We were meant to go to Gambia to observe the elections. And we went on a fact-finding mission. Then it was President Yahya Jammeh. It didn't look as if the electioneering space is free for all political parties to partake in the process. And we came back, we wrote a technical report declining ECOWAS participation in the observation of that mission. And when we came to our council meeting, it was with all sorts of aggression. And I like the spirit with which our then president protected us as technical staff. He stood by us and they took him on in the council meetings, and he said he was satisfied with the technical report sent by his staff, and they advised that ECOWAS should not observe that election. It was very hurting to the Gambians, and they took it with great pain, but he stood his ground. I was happy for once that there's a president like my then president, President Chambers, who did not look behind his shoulders to wonder whether there was consequences or sanctions from the authority of heads of state. If you have been given executive functions, a lot is expected of you. The over 500 million West African citizens expect you to play that role very well. We all played so well. When my colleague, Dr. Nwuka, was stressing the CRVA, the outcome of it and how we're not using it, it hurts a lot of us. And when you are disarmed like that, you don't want to keep coming out to seminars like this and keep making statements that, you know, when you go back, you are as holy as the Pope, but you are not the Pope. So it's very, very depressing at times. Aside from that impact on monitoring elections, financial support, and I will say this, I was excited some weeks back, we were at Miniba with the parliament, and the head of the Ghanaian Electoral Commission stressed the fact that the last elections that were held in Ghana was done without any cost contribution from external actors. And when we were in the waiting room with the president, he was taken aback and he said to Madam Chair, but you never told Ghanaians this. And I feel such great information is what citizens should know, so that other member states will not keep coming cap in hand to ECOWAS for the $500,000 we give to support them to do elections, when we know that parliaments actually budget for these elections and monies are given to them. So we give a lot of kudos to Madam Mensah. The analysis and what she did were very excellent. So I think that element of financial support from ECOWAS, we need to take a second look at it. The Ghanaians have given us an example. We need to know how well member states are preparing for an election, not just giving out money for civic education. Civil society out here can do a lot of that for us. And the sections on electoral monitoring actually give a lot of role to civil society actors. And I want to stand on the advice on resilience that Ifeanyi gave, that civil society, they have been the mechanism for sustaining us in democratic resilience in our region. So aside from elections, this protocol also talks about the role of the armed forces and how we must manage them in democratic setting. That is the setback I think we're seeing today. We're not managing them well. We're not looking at how we can infuse incentive into this. I would just speak above board before, and go into applications on these. When we're preparing the drafts for this review, which we've started, a lot was said to us about after office engagement for former heads of state. I remember having a conversation with very distinguished politicians from across the region, and he said to me, you must be thinking about incentive and after office engagement for former military generals. A lot of them about. I remember my then director, Dr. Abdul Fattah Musa, we did after Mali lessons learned in Akosombo. One of the things we did was how to look at how we can get these generals to sit together and form a regional body that will support our peace support operations and look at how we can domicile equipment in a particular depot and use them and use the knowledge of these generals to have security regular reports on the region. Those outcomes were there. We've not actually utilized them. I am thinking, and I feel strongly, in reviewing this particular section of the protocol, we might include that and expand it. One other part of this protocol in terms of content that I want to speak to, poverty alleviation and promotion of social dialogue. I think this is key. National peace infrastructure, ECOWAS has done a lot around this, and we've given support to member states around all of these. I think one new part we are pushing for to have is how we can have a college of mediators that we can put them into a platform and we can start deploying them. When we talk about a council of the wise, we're not just looking at council of the wise men alone. We're looking at how we can use the wise men and the wise women to go into dialogue space. And we're looking at how we can expand responsibility for labor unions, because the labor unions are becoming conflict drivers. If you don't manage them well, they have the capacity to generate and instigate protest, and genuine protests at that, on why economic governance is the way it is. So social dialogue and poverty alleviations, they are key, and they are part of the drivers that has gotten us to where we are today. And the last but not the least is education, culture, and religion, as it is in the present protocol. We've expanded this. We are looking at how we can call for a unified education system for our region. If you have educated people, the dialogue process will be much more enriched. And if you look at the element of culture, we've never brought culture to bear. And culture is a very strong tool to managing structural conflict and political governance challenges. Our local traditional leaders have done a lot to mitigate political governance challenges. When we're talking about the COVID challenges, we declared this year the right to health and exploring traditional medical practices. You know, when we held that meeting on our ECOWAS Human Rights Day in January 16th, I was appalled that West African Health Organization, perhaps maybe because it was traditional health practices we were talking about, were not so interested. A while ago, while we were here for the extraordinary summit, I had a conversation with a strong official from that body, and I said, we did this, it seemed as if nobody in your office was interested. I thought it was just this same fight against conventional medicine, against traditional medicine. But I still believe next year, because we have these current health challenges going on, and the way you look at what's happening in Europe, we are trying to have this theme, child rights to health, exploring traditional mechanisms and what is done in a rural area and cultural practice. We think this will help. That's to expand the protocol within the context of culture and also tradition. And we're looking at how we can set up a traditional council of elders that can work to support what the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States are doing. Lastly, women and youth, it's also, a lot has been said about it. We want to expand the platform on the Ofori-Som women and youth to see how well youth and women can be brought to bear to support political governance issues. But in addressing this, we are looking at promotion and fighting for enforcement of their rights and compelling the duty bearers to ensure that women and youth enjoy their political rights. I was happy when my colleague said some men to have their rights deprived, but we're in a patriarchal system, and we all know that if you include those men, they will narrow the space for the women again, and the women won't even have their voice heard. I think finally, the modalities for implementing sanctions, a lot has been said around this. We want to further expand the sanctions regime. We are now looking at local sanctions that will impact on cross-border activities in our region. So that if you prevent and get external actors to support you, people can stay in here. I'll tell you what I do with the anti-corruption agencies. I have two champions presently working with us, Ioko of Ghana and the EFCC in Nigeria. It's a close thing. I shouldn't discuss in the fora like this, but I'll say it to help us and to get civil society advocacy around it. In tracing corrupt practices, assets, and monetary value attached to corruption, we found out that there's a high mobility around some member states. I was privileged to speak to the Interpol around these issues, and they were taken aback. They say, if you fight corruption, corruption fights you back. I remember when we had the Ebola, this is a digress. We invited somebody investigating the corruption around the Ebola donation in Liberia. I sent tickets to this young man. He was going to fly out on Saturday. That Saturday morning, his corpse was found by the beachside. It was very, very traumatizing for me. I told the Interpol officers this, that if you're doing your work very well, you'll be much more effective and you have a strong bilateral collaboration. So the champions we have now is IOCO and EFCC. They monitor the traffic between the two member states and look at movement of corrupt practice proceeds. So in saying this, we are looking at how we can take that into the sanctions regimes and see how we can ensure that assets, it's no longer fashionable to move corrupt practice assets abroad. But within the member states, they have alliances. That's why you see political parties in one member state support another political party in the other member state. But what have we done in terms of application? Perhaps maybe I should speak to limitations first before I talk about applications. The limitations are very sad on our part. We have the teeth, but presently we can't bite. And we need a political will. And when at the operational level, you say you need a political will, I guess we all understand what we are saying. At the strategic level, there needs to be much more bite on how we can get these laws out of the ground for ourselves. In terms of corruption, we need to strengthen the collaboration among anti-corruption agencies and look at the incentives that we give to those who recover stolen assets and proceeds of corruption. If you don't give good incentives, they would help those who perpetrate this corruption know where to keep their corrupt proceeds in the region. Like I said, it's no longer fashionable to go out there. So corruption is still hitting us hard, and integrity governance will be a key component part we'll be looking at in trying to implement new provisos and new articles for our protocols. Political parties, the hub of our democratic governance in the region. We've not been able to institutionalize the Forum of West African Political Parties. This was set up in 2010 in Côte d'Ivoire. I'll share an experience with you. When we set this up, we're making a presentation like this. My then director, Dr. Abdul Fattah Musa, he was on the high table giving a presentation, and we're having eye contact and talking to ourselves. And policemen came into the room and they asked questions. Who who directed us to hold a meeting like this. And then head of ECOWAS Unit 2 was there. I had to go through the whole story of saying, I sent a letter to your embassy in Abuja, sent a letter to the head of ECOWAS DEX, and when they saw all of those and the head who was there explained to them, they left. This was because at that time there was a very tight contestation between the then president and the incumbent president. But a lot of those are subsided now. We're just hoping that this issue of institutionalizing Forum of West African Political Parties can be done as fast as possible. Since 2010, we have it just at the interim stage. If we have that forum, then it will solve a lot of problems. We had defined political parties that should belong to that forum. A party that has representation in a local parliament, a regional parliament, and the national parliament. But because some parties are just portfolio political parties and they want to receive contribution from the electoral management body, because our protocol provides for that, for the state to support political parties, they form a party and they don't have any representation anywhere in the state. So the challenge we have to that creating this gap, we've not been able to institutionalize that Forum of West African political parties. Similarly, we've not been able to look at the element of media and democracy. And it has gone beyond our reach now. But I dare say, under my then Commissioner, Ajay Salamatu, we expanded the revised protocol that we presented at that time to include management of the social media space. Today, we are thinking at looking at including clauses that will look at the digital media space and also look at the jurisprudence of how we manage the social media space, the digital media space, and look at cyber armed forces. It might surprise you to know that that's where we're going to now. There's been a lot of Russia the Chinese and the Americans are discussing, and one of the things they are looking at is how they monitor themselves in terms of the cyber war. And you know the smart thing they've done? They're having a Zoom conversation. And when you have a Zoom conversation, if they have technology that can trace the different army on both sides, they are able to understand what this cyber war is. We as Africans, we've not gone that far. So we need to start looking at how we manage media and democracy. We haven't done it too well. The protocol is so silent on media. It just talks about giving support to public and private media and talks about encouraging the media to give equal space and opportunity for content development for political parties as they move towards election. I think that is key. Then protection of human rights and rule of law, as contained all the way from Article 27 to 35, is very key. For human rights and rule of law, first, human rights. The duty bearer is absent in ensuring that ordinary community citizens enjoy their fundamental human rights. If you sue any state to request for the enjoyment of fundamental human rights, it's difficult for you to get it. But we want to have it in such a way that we can include in the protocol that the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice will be a court of first instance jurisdiction for those who want to enforce their fundamental human rights. So in looking at all of these, this would help a great deal to enhance right protection. I'll tell you something we did as a digress and quickly round up on this with the limitations before I go to the applications. When there was a coup d'etat in one of our member states, it was difficult for us to present the ECOWAS position. What did yours truly do? I got across to the head of Network of National Human Rights Institutions in West Africa to enter a public interest litigation in the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice, presenting some issues before the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice and approaching the court as an amici curiae, a friend of the court. And today, that gap still exists. His Excellency, the President of and Chair of our authority, we are thinking of how we can make lawyers practice across jurisdiction. We had a meeting on transitional justice, bringing lawyers into it to take an introspective look on rights violation and how we can create resilience to managing rights violation and how justice has been transiting all these years to where we are today. The whole element of our gamut of discourse here today is injustice transiting to where we are today. So transitional justice is a key element we're looking at. We're thinking of how we can expand it. and that will enhance rule of law and also enhance the protection of fundamental human rights. On application, what have we done? Separation of powers, we've looked at ensuring that dialogues in our parliament are discourse friendly. And what is the policy we're putting in place to do this? We are enunciating the regional policy on bipartisanship. And like the indices will tell you, I have a champion in a distinguished honorable from one of our very distinguished member states, Honorable Yaraga. We are working together to drive this. We've held series of meetings with the parliament, and they're very interested. And they've said to us, we should have a West African forum on bipartisanship parliamentarians. So that would enhance separation of powers and give a lot of independence to the judiciary. For the judiciary, what do we intend to do? Having a forum of West African chief justices would be very good, but we don't want to run at them. Sometime before the year runs out, with the colleagues from UNOAS, I'm sure Dr. Chambers, my former boss, knows this clearly. I like the positive note. It's coming to fruition now, sir. We thought we could do it while you were still in office in UNOAS. Now, sometime we're pushing behind the scene. If we finish this, I would have a meeting with the chief director in the Ministry of Justice to drive this process. As Ghana is the chair of ministers platform, we want to have that justice ministers platform. Then to also complement this, to assist the judiciary and maintain its independence, we are working with a distinguished attorney from Nigeria, Mr. Femi Falana, and His Excellency, the President of Ghana, to establish the West African Bar Association. We've held several meetings here. We brought them here to address the issue of justice transiting. So these, we believe if these structures are in place, they will mitigate some of these challenges we have around the instrumentalization of the justice sector. When you look at the context of instrumentalizing the justice sector, what it means is that you know the law, you know what is contained in the protocol, but you instrumentalize it to get your own selfish ends. As we prepare this, I know they are thinking ahead of us to see what is there, but it's the mindsets of the drafters that you need to look at. Whoever works around a policy document, if his mindset is not free and independent and respects the value and tenets of democratic governance, you wouldn't get what you want. So we believe that if we put this into play, a lot would happen with regards to the justice sector. The executive arm, this is the big fish in the small pool, and it must swim in that pool. We have been told that we need to address how after officer engagement, as presently contained in the protocol, should be addressed. And I will not forget the words my colleague Dr. Onye told me. You must be very careful. I don't know how you want to, you may be from the River Nile area. I don't know whether you want to empty the ocean for this into this small pool. The space is small and the fish is big, and you want the fish to be swimming all the time. If it swims, it doesn't want to go and swim in the ocean where people who are retired are trying to find their feet, but it wants to swim in the small pool that it has been swimming in as the head. You need to be very constructive about this. And I said to her, we're in this together. You are the one doing the regional cooperation. You are the expert in structural conflict prevention. You need to help me go through this. And in thinking through this, there are some ideas I wouldn't want to share here. I've shared it with the Secretary General of the Parliament, and we're thinking of how constructive we can get that off the way. We are looking at how we can also design creating. We had done this under my then boss regime, Dr. Chambers. We had said we should hold the first meeting of former heads of state, but the cost has been something very tremendous to bring them all together. I think we have to design a mechanism to allow them understand the fact that after office engagement does not mean you get your continuous benefit like you got when you were in the office. If you play the role like the Obamas of this world and the Clintons of this world, if they are going to invite you for a sitting like this, there are standardized fees. Maybe for our region, we should start designing that for our former heads of state and our former ministers, and start using them much more engagingly. Dr. Chambers did say, His Excellency did say that we should use them the Council of the Wise. I think if you get, I worked with the president once, let me digress. And at the closed door is gradually enjoying the excitement of not running through a third term, of playing the roles he's playing for ECOWAS. At times it's very difficult when we sit. If you ask Dr. Onwuka, you want to pick the head of an electoral observation mission, you are thinking through where do you pick from? I don't think we will stop using Dr. Chambers. It's a big, yes, because I was in the summit when, these things just happen like that and you can't run away from it. You need to give, if you don't leave a legacy, it's difficult for the actors who are there now to see how they will leverage on utilizing you. So for me, these are structures that we are intending to impute into the protocol. In terms of application also, the last bit I would want to allude to is that we're trying to work around issues on poverty elevation. We're looking at how we can look at the best thing that we've known for in our primordial society, farming and the vast land of infrastructure we have that we can put to farming, making a compulsory national service here to include farming that will produce food security for us and will create engagement for the youth and some kind of stipend for remuneration before anybody gets a gainful employment. So basically, all of these are processes we've done and utilized in terms of application of what we already have in the protocol. And the methodology we've used, just to sum it up, is that we've not worked with the protocol alone. We've worked with the ECOWAS Conflict Prevention Framework. That is the tool that's under the domicile authority of my colleague, Dr. Ian Onwuka. They structurally look at conflict, they elaborate component plan of actions that we work with, and we harmonize them with our protocol and work with it together. If you take the protocol in isolation, it's always difficult for you to work with it. But if you merge it with the ECOWAS Conflict Prevention Framework, you can see how you structurally prevent a conflict. So basically, this is the content of our protocol and what we've done in terms of application, and the negative side of what we ought to have done by way of looking at how we address media and democracy, how we promote fundamental human rights, how we foster inclusivity of women and youth into political party processes, and how we strengthen integrity governance by looking at asset recovery and what have you. These limitations are there, but I think we've surmounted them. There's already a draft policy, and I dare say it's an interesting thing. I will end up with this. When we did this in 2015, I had my commissioner, Ajay Salamatu, and we had Commissioner Her Excellency Anatete as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And they both pushed the document and it dropped till where we are today. Today, we have Madam Shirley as Foreign Affairs Minister, Her Excellency in Ghana. And in our own end, we have a general. We are hoping that Madam Shirley and General can put this together. It's really working like a general in progress. What we are going to do from today till Thursday, we need all the support from the divine assistance of God, and I'm sure we'll do it. I will not end without saying a lot of attributes to my director, Dr. Remi Ajibawa. He didn't sleep all throughout yesterday night, and he told me certain things I wouldn't say. He just said, let's keep this going. And Dr. Onwuka said it as well. You can't work in a place without leaving legacies for people. Dr. Chambers' legacy is all what we are driving on. And you see how we've brought him out of retirement to work with us, and now we brought Ajay Salamatu to keep working with us and guiding us the way. The youth, by ending SARS and by fixing countries, cannot just get it right. You need the wise counsel of these ones who have retired, and they are still there to give you the counsel till they go to meet their divine maker. I thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are already lunchtime, 20 minutes past our time. But just, I think if you indulge us, this is supposed to be a conversation. So at least we can start the conversation. We don't plan to end it. Maybe 10 minutes, just to get some initial reactions from what you have heard. I'm sure the conversation will continue in the next session. So I'll open up now for questions, comments. Let's see how it goes. Madam Honorable, please. English or French? English, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Yadekonja Iribo, and I come from the Gambia. These conversations today have been quite interesting for us Gambians, because I mean, in a couple of weeks, in a few weeks, we'll be going on elections. And we've been talking about free and fair elections. And I think it was Dr. Emmanuel that said, it looks fair. They will tick all the boxes. They will do everything that ECOWAS is looking for, that EU is looking for, that the African Union is looking for. But yet, behind the scenes, there's some corruption going on. In Gambia, we only had one woman that vied. She didn't make it even. Out of, I think, 20 candidates, only one woman, and she didn't even make it. We also talking about women representation. In parliament, you have about 3 women that were voted in parliament. In cabinet, I think about 4. So when we talk about women in leadership, these are some of the things we cry about, that we are always advocating for. Going back to election fairness, the incumbent always has the upper hand. The television shows the incumbent more than they show the opposition. And I don't think the observers talk about that. The incumbent has more money than the other candidates, and he has state resources. Right now, we have videos going around of communities being given bags of money. And I don't know if the observers have seen things like this. So when the reports come out, they'll say free and fair, but really, was it free and fair? No. And it's usually, I was talking to somebody today, we're talking about the women participation. They'll piggyback on an activity of a women's organization and make it political, bring the president's wife, and now these women are all supporting the incumbent, when actually that was not what brought them there. We do know that in the Gambia, literacy rate for women is quite low. So women are usually fooled. I don't even think they know the manifestos of the candidates. They don't know what the candidate stands for. We always vote for my husband's brother, my cousin's husband. That's what we vote for. We never vote for issues. So, and also another thing is officers coming.
Can we try and shorten it so that?
Okay, yeah, one last thing, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
After office benefit, I fear that, I come from the Gambia, we had 22 years of Yaya Jammeh. And we know Yaya Jammeh right now has his hands in politics in the Gambia, trying to get in with Adama Barrow. So when we talk about officers coming back, there should be a way of making them not meddle with states issues, not remote controlling it also. I'm sorry to take so much time.
Appreciate it. All right. I think the lady here, I can't see the card. Yes, Madam Kone.
J'ai un commentaire et une question. Et je voudrais dire vraiment merci à WANEP pour cette réunion, même si je suis WANEP. Je constate que le protocole de la CEDEAO est méconnu pour la plupart dans nos pays. Celui de l'Union africaine est plus connu. Le CADEJ est plus connu parce qu'il y a une politique de vulgarisation de ce protocole-là. Et le protocole de la CEDEAO, c'est un seul article que tout le monde connaît, où il ne faut pas modifier la loi 6 mois avant. Et tous nos États ont adopté cela, mais alors il faut la modification longtemps avant. Donc, c'est une stratégie. Je pense que peut-être qu'on va réfléchir à cela, mais comme on sait que dans les 6 mois qui précèdent les élections, on ne doit pas modifier, alors nos gouvernants ont adopté de faire les modifications longtemps avant. Et je pense que c'est des choses à prendre en compte si nous voulons faire cette révision. Alors, ma question, c'est de savoir, dans les recommandations de Madame, elle parlait des États n'ont pas encore signé le protocole. Après 10 ans, quels sont les États qui n'ont pas encore signé? Mais c'est grave. Si 10 ans après, ils n'ont pas signé, comment vous voulez qu'ils acceptent de pratiquer ou d'utiliser ce protocole? La troisième et dernière chose, c'est que je suis en train d'entendre qu'il faut créer FarmWise CEDEAO. Alors qu'il y a le réseau paix et sécurité pour les femmes dans l'espace CEDEAO qui a été créé. Mais je constate que l'inclusion des femmes vient du fait que chaque fois qu'on veut inclure les femmes, il faut créer une nouvelle structure qui n'est même pas appliquée. Quand je regarde les pays occidentaux où il y a la démocratie, mais il n'y a pas association des femmes dans un parti. Pourquoi? Il faut inclure les femmes. Il ne faut pas créer des structures pour créer des structures. FarmWise Africa, je peux comprendre parce qu'au niveau du continent, peut-être il n'y en a pas, mais il y a le réseau paix et sécurité. Et je me souviens, il y a en 2012 ou 2013, la CEDEAO, pour inclure les femmes dans la médiation, a dit, comme c'était les chefs d'État qui partaient dans les missions préventives, de diplomatie préventive, il n'y avait pas assez de femmes, donc il fallait former des femmes en médiation professionnelle, etc., qu'on va inclure. Et je crois que ça avait été confié même à WANEP pour former ces femmes, 2 femmes par pays. Mais je me demande bien où sont passées ces femmes-là qui ont été formées avec de l'argent de la CEDEAO. Et aujourd'hui, aucune des femmes n'est dans la mission de diplomatie. Bon, je ne sais pas, je m'interroge à haute voix. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tunkara.
Merci beaucoup. On va faire moins de commentaires. Alors, très rapidement, je pense que pour comprendre le pourquoi sommes-nous réunis ici ce matin, il faut d'emblée concevoir la CEDEAO à partir de 2 lectures. La première, la CEDEAO officielle, et la seconde, la CEDEAO réelle. En fait, pourquoi je dis cela? Parce que l'impression qui est donnée aux différents États aujourd'hui en proie à l'instabilité politique, en l'occurrence le Mali et la Guinée, et beaucoup de ces citoyens penseraient que la CEDEAO donnerait l'impression de ne se préoccuper qu'à la tenue régulière des élections. Or, elle est peu soucieuse de sa légitimité, de son efficacité et de sa pertinence. Comment la CEDEAO peut-elle être perçue par ces États ou par ces populations comme efficace, pertinente et légitime? Si vous prenez par exemple le cas du Mali, qui fait l'objet des attaques terroristes depuis 2012, certes la CEDEAO est au CV du Mali depuis le déclenchement de la crise, on est d'accord, mais sauf que beaucoup de Maliens s'interrogeraient avant de parler du respect du protocole. Il n'est-il pas urgent, voire impérieux pour la CEDEAO, par exemple, à défaut de pouvoir intervenir ou de mettre de façon active sa force en entente, et de demander ne serait-ce qu'à la mission onisienne et même à la force Barkhane française d'évoluer sous sa coupole. Sur ces sujets, la CEDEAO, elle est silencieuse. Mais lorsqu'on parle d'élection, elle est là. Ouais, donc ça fait que ça interroge la question de sa légitimité. Rapidement, les autres chantiers, par exemple, quand on prend beaucoup d'États comme le Sénégal, le Bénin, même là, on sait qu'il n'y a pas de crise ouverte, mais on n'a pas besoin d'être un charlatan. Quand on observe aujourd'hui ce qui se passe au Sénégal, le fait qu'une partie de l'élite politique au pouvoir s'efforcerait à museler une opposition légitime. La CEDEAO, elle est silencieuse. De la même manière également, quand vous regardez aujourd'hui au Bénin, vous n'avez pas besoin d'être un marabout. Au terme du quinquennat du président actuel, il n'y a rien d'étonnant qu'une partie importante de l'élite politique bascule dans une sorte de violence parce qu'effectivement, les gens sont muselés. Que ferait la CEDEAO aujourd'hui pour se prémunir de ce possible basculement? Pour finir, il y a beaucoup de choses à dire. Alors, c'est vrai, beaucoup d'intervenants ont mis un accent particulier sur le rôle important que doit jouer la société civile dans les États membres. Mais il me semblerait que les gens oublieraient que cette société civile majoritairement, elle est quand même composée par des anciens ministres, députés ou des anciens élus ou quelques opposants en quête de légitimité. Comment allez-vous vous attendre à des résultats probants de la part des acteurs, malheureusement, qui ne seraient pas dans une posture d'efficacité, mais plutôt dans une sorte de positionnement de survie. Voilà. Et finir pour de vrai, en fait. Je pense qu'il y a vraiment pas mal de... Quand on regarde l'agenda, ce qui me poserait un peu de souci, il y a trop d'interventions, ce qui donnerait peu de place aux échanges fructueux. Voilà, merci.
Yes.
Merci. Et je remercie Wane pour nous avoir donné l'opportunité. Je viens du Niger. Et j'allais abonder dans le même cas que celui qui m'a précédé. Je voudrais comprendre le comportement mi-figue, mi-raisin de la CEDEAO. Quand il s'agit de certains États, le coup d'État passe. Pour certains, ça ne passe pas. Je prends l'exemple du Mali et du Tchad. Et je considère que le coup d'État constitutionnel est plus dangereux que le coup d'État militaire. On s'étue sur la situation de la Côte d'Ivoire, on s'acharne sur le Mali et la Guinée. Je voudrais comprendre. On a parlé de conscientisation. La conscientisation, on dit des populations. Mais ces propres populations, ils ne sont que subir et mises devant le fait accompli. Ceux qui doivent être conscientisés, ce sont nous, les acteurs politiques, les auteurs des dérives, nous, les acteurs de la société civile. La population, elle ne fait que subir. C'est à nous de nous conscientiser, de voir que le danger est là. Et je parlerai de la jeunesse. La jeunesse a besoin de modèles. Sommes-nous de bons modèles? Est-ce que nous donnons l'exemple, le bon exemple à cette jeunesse sur laquelle nous comptons? Elle est devenue une bombe à retardement et elle est en train d'éclater. La jeunesse est en train d'alimenter les camps djihadistes. La jeunesse est en train de mourir dans la Méditerranée. N'avons-nous pas cela sur la conscience? Qu'avons-nous fait? Que devrons-nous faire? Je parlerai aussi des médias. Les médias, c'est nous les médias. Quand le média parle du pouvoir public, de nos bonnes œuvres, de nos bonnes actions, ce sont des bons médias. Mais quand ils disent les travers du pouvoir, c'est atteinte à la sécurité de l'État. Où allons-nous? Et je parlerai aussi qu'il faut capitaliser, mais que faut-il capitaliser? Quand nous partons dans les élections, nous, en tant qu'observateurs, nous, au Niger, en tout cas, on a constaté, on n'était même pas à la fin des élections quand certains observateurs sont partis dire que ça s'est très bien passé, pendant que l'opposition était en train de protester et de mettre les résultats. En tout cas, ce n'était pas acquis. Donc, faisons attention dans nos observations et nos indicateurs là. Sont-ils des indicateurs fiables, pertinents, objectifs ou manipulés? Ces indicateurs, ce sont ça que les Occidentaux utilisent de manière directe ou indirecte pour déstabiliser nos États. Donc, faisons attention. La balle est dans notre camp. Ne parlons pas des populations qui n'ont rien à dire parce qu'elles n'ont pas accès à ce à quoi nous avons accès. Donc, nous avons une responsabilité devant l'histoire et devant les hommes, à nous donc de nous ressaisir. Merci.
Okay, so we are almost 20 past 1, and I see about 6 or so or 7 contributions. I'm going to give everybody 1 minute to say what you have to say. As I said, the conversation has just started, so we don't have to conclude our conversation in the next 20 minutes. So I think just be succinct, and then we can get a final word from our panelists here, so we can go for lunch and come back, so we don't completely throw the program out of sync. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jonah. I'm coming down this line, and then I'll come back.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll stick to my 1 minute. My contribution is very much in line with what the previous speakers have just said. If you look at those who are staging the constitutional coup d'etat, those who are extending the term limit or abolishing it, they are all in their late 70s and early 80s. And if you look at those who are staging the military coup d'etat, they are in their 30s and their 40s. Goita and Doumbouya are in their 30s and their 40s. Now, there appears to be a generational gap. You see, young people who are trying to counter constitutional coup with military coup. And the question now then is, when they do stage a constitutional coup, they are threatened with sanctions and so on and so forth. When they stage a military coup, they are threatened with sanctions and so on and so forth. When they stage a constitutional coup, we pat them on the back. Now, the youth of the continent, of the sub-region are watching. When the young people, the Goitas and the Doumbuyas are trying to counter constitutional coup with military coup, they are the ones who get threatened. Can we begin to take this youth factor into consideration when we
I think we should follow that example. Under 1 minute, if possible. Mr. Kandima.
Yes, thank you very much. Mine is just a few questions for reflection, because I'm quite certain that this is not the first time we are having such meeting. And what we should be thinking about here is that we know the problem in the region as presented, and we've profiled recommendation. And these recommendations have been over the years. And the question here is that, why is it that we are where we are? And what could be done different? I think it's something we need to think about, so that at least in the next 5-7 years, we are not called again and for the same presentation. I think this is key, and that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Solomon with the Foundation for Security and Development in Africa. My contribution also is on youth development. We are looking at youth participation in governance, not only at the national level, but at the local governance level. Since 2018, we have been championing youth participation in the various subcommittees at the local government level, in terms of the social services subcommittee and then the development subcommittee. And so we are hoping that once the documents are reviewed, we'll see more engagement, more opportunities for youth participation in governance, especially at the local governance level. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Olu.
Thank you. What I want to say is very simple about the former executive leaders in Africa. We know why they don't want to leave the power or office. And I think that there should be a subtle solution for them, what I call the academization or the re-academization of the former executive leaders. This is an idea I'm developing now in a paper. It is simply to create some chair in the most important university in our national spaces, for instance, to allow the executive leaders after the power to have space of sharing the experiences with the others in the country, in the sub-region. And if you create a chair at university, you will see all the ritual, if you want, the legal ceremonies that everybody wants to have when they are in office. They can get it in university, and they will get everybody to come and hear them. And the other university in the region can use the former executive leaders as inaugural chairs and so on and so forth through the sub-region. And then the privileges that these chairs can give them can prepare them to say that, yeah, I can leave the power if I know that after the office, I'll have the honorable spaces for sharing my experiences, my knowledge, and so on and so forth. And then there can be a transnational circulation of the former president in such a way that a fund can be created for that. And the incumbent will know that when he gets in the power, the first day, it is to take a decree to create the chair that the former president wants, to have some pluridisciplinary researchers, postdoctoral, and students around him to help him producing books and so on and so forth. And we know that our presidents are not used to publishing their memoirs when they are in office or after that. So this kind of pluridisciplinary teams can help them producing memoirs and so on and so forth in such a way that we can have legacies from the experience. And I do not think that if we try to have this kind of agenda in the sub-region, that a Beninese president, former president, can know that in 2 months he will be in Nigeria at Ibadan University, where prime ministers, ministers, universities, and so on and so on will come and hear from him about his experience. I do not think that he will say that he will be there in office. So this is a provisional idea, and I think that we can continue by discussing about that. I'm sorry for my English because I come from Benin.
No, you've done very well. I don't speak French, so
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mando.
Boa tarde. Sou Armando Lona, da Guiné-Bissau. Sou jornalista. Quando recebi esse convite para estar aqui, fiquei muito feliz porque tenho conhecimento sobre a capacidade do ANEP, o trabalho que o ANEP tem desenvolvido nos últimos tempos em termos de promoção de reflexão Non. Bon, je vais en français et j'ai pensé qu'on avait un traducteur en portugais puisque nous sommes dans un espace CEDEAO, donc j'étais plus à l'aise à parler en portugais. Donc je disais que je suis journaliste. C'est un plaisir d'être là sur l'invitation de WANEP. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'il s'agit d'une question très importante aujourd'hui pour tous les citoyens de la CEDEAO. Je fais partie des gens qui aujourd'hui défendent l'idée que nous n'avons pas de la démocratie effective. Nous avons les particraties en Afrique. Particratie, que veut dire que la démocratie est au service de partis. Nous ne pourrons pas trouver des solutions à nos États. Nous ne pourrons pas avoir des résultats au niveau de la CEDEAO tant que nous n'avons pas réglé cette question de départ. Quelle démocratie? Démocratie au service de partis et pas démocratie au service des citoyens. Il faut cette réflexion, pas au niveau officiel, mais il faut descendre vers le bas. Quand j'étais en train de lire le protocole, le chef de division a bien souligné aussi un aspect très important qui est le rôle de la presse. Je pense que vous convenez avec moi que tous ces instruments, les constitutions de nos États, les protocoles de CEDEAO, ne sont pas connus par la grande partie de nos populations, y compris par les politiciens eux-mêmes. ils ne maîtrisent pas le contenu de la Constitution, ils ne maîtrisent pas nos protocoles. Donc, nous avons un problème de communication grave. Récemment, j'ai eu le plaisir de participer à une rencontre à Dakar sur la gouvernance maritime. J'ai constaté un détail très important. Ce que les gens font au Bénin, ce que les gens font au Sénégal, ce que les gens font à Guinée-Bissau, il n'y a pas une harmonisation de la communication. Les gens, ce que les gens font, comme je disais tout à l'heure, dans chacun de ces pays-là, les autres ne savent pas. Donc, il faut travailler à renforcer la presse, hein, avoir de vrais acteurs de communication pour disséminer les informations au niveau de nos États. En 1 minute, je ne pourrais pas développer mais j'ai des propositions très concrètes que je pourrais partager après dans cette réflexion.
Thank you. Yeah. Just jot them down. Okay. Don't lose them. Thank you. Molara.
Thank you, Doc, and to all the wonderful presenters. It was really exciting listening to all the reports that have been shared. I think for me, I only have 2 points to raise. I don't know whether I should consider it a questions, comment, or whatever. I think an important element of democratic consolidation, which we have experienced globally, especially in the last 1 or 2 decades, will be the role of technology. And I didn't really hear that from most of the report, but I know, I mean, some elements are there. You agree with me that this is something that is supposed to have brought democratic transformation to our region, like we have seen across the globe, but this seems to be a decline instead. If you agree with me, we have continued to see consistent use of technology to manipulate our democratic processes. And listening to previous speakers talking about the role of the youth, we understand how hands-on youth are on, technological tools, social medias, and we continue to see most of our political actors shorten this opportunity down for youth to participate. I mean, shutting them down through that process. And this has also been used to manage, distort, and misinform citizens, especially those who are active enough to want to engage in democratic process. I think this is one point for me that we should, revisit as we continue this conversation. The second one for me would be the status of our civic space. Listening to His Excellency and other speakers, and when you look at the civic space monitor, only Cape Verde remains open has civic operation, civic space that is open across the region. All other countries in West Africa are rather distorted, narrowed, or closed, as the case may be. And this is something that we have also experienced in the last 1 decade, that our democracy have also been declining. So I think these 2 things hinges on one thing. From where I sit, I also noticed that as our democracy is clearly declining across the region, so is our activism and collectivism and solidarity. Gone were the days when I newly joined the movement, where I could see, senior colleagues moving from countries to countries, intervening in situations that has no connection whatsoever, at least directly with your country. But these days, I think we have tried to nationalize our problems, our challenges, forgetting how similar they are and how connected we are in the region. And of course, the porosity of our border is quite clear. So I think in our recommendation, and as we continue conversation, we should inject the need for a renewed activism and of course, engagement and, situations that cause for all of us to put our hands on the desk and work more together as civil society. I think these are important elements when we are talking about democratic consolidation or development of region. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Morgane de la Guinée. J'ai 2 questions et une recommandation. Ma première question s'adresse vraiment à toute l'assistance, pas au présentateur. Parce que ce que je voudrais savoir, est-ce que Si en Guinée, il n'y avait pas eu le coup d'État, elle aurait été présentée aujourd'hui comme ça, parce que, à ce que je sache, il y en a d'autres pays qui sont dans cette situation-là. Et j'ai été juge à la Cour constitutionnelle jusqu'au 5 septembre, date du coup d'État. Et je sais que nous avons reçu plusieurs missions de la CEDEAO pour venir accompagner le processus en Guinée avant l'élection présidentielle, de l'audit du fichier électoral aux recommandations, à la mise en œuvre des recommandations du fichier électoral pour mettre en place tout ce processus, jusqu'au déploiement des observateurs de la CEDEAO, une centaine et des experts, pour venir s'assurer du bon déroulement de l'organisation de l'élection présidentielle. Est-ce qu'après tout ce processus, on peut parler de coup d'État constitutionnel lorsque ce processus a été légitimé par cette institution qui est supposée promouvoir la bonne gouvernance? Ma seconde question, c'est par rapport à la limitation du mandat. En Guinée, aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans une phase d'identification des futurs membres du Conseil national de transition et donc qui vont élaborer la nouvelle constitution. Est-ce qu'on parle de respect est-ce qu'on parle de la limitation du mandat dans le protocole ou on parle plutôt du respect du nombre de mandats? Parce que si en Guinée aujourd'hui nous allons à 3 mandats et ce serait le vœu du peuple de Guinée, est-ce que ce serait à l'encontre du protocole? Ça, cette question, c'est à l'intention du troisième intervenant. Et la recommandation, j'avoue que j'ai eu beaucoup d'informations aujourd'hui par rapport aux différentes présentations. Et ce serait intéressant que le WANEP régional, en accord avec les différentes représentations pays, vulgarise ces différents documents avec les organisations de la société civile et d'autres institutions de défense des droits humains pour qu'il y ait une appropriation, une large diffusion au niveau des pays. Merci beaucoup.
Last speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Being the last but not the least. Yeah, just under 1 minute. Just taking cue from my colleague from Guinea, as it relates to the situation obtaining there. We must be frank with each other in terms of ECOWAS's role in these situations. Most of the conflict issues that we are talking about, most of it gathered background from elections, bad governance, so to speak. The ECOWAS, or whether ECOWAS or WANEP early warning system is in place. And all of us can agree that what transpired in Guinea, there were indicators, the triggers were already there and we're looking at it, and then eventually happened. And it has happened, and then ECOWAS tells you, oh, please, forgetting about the constitutional coup d'etat and saying, oh, reinstate the democratically elected president. We know as it is right now, it's almost impossible. What ECOWAS need to do, or all of us, so to speak, is to begin to look at our various laws as it relates to elections. We should begin to think about electoral reform, cutting across the sub-region, so as to be able to harmonize some of our electoral laws. Like where I come from in Liberia, the Electoral Commission, for example, works at the will and pleasure of the president of the day. You know, at the end of the day, the president decides. Where we begin to, if we now begin, because there's an ongoing discussion right now where we're thinking about 17 propositions that have already gone to the legislature in terms of electoral reform, that will look at basically the composition of the Elections Commission itself, the adjudication of electoral disputes. So these are all of the things. If we can look at it holistically and learn from other examples in the region and make sure that we harmonize our election laws, and we help greatly in minimizing some of these issues that we have.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So I think we have a group of questions, and you're open to maybe comment on some of the comment. But I think more in terms of questions, it's really about this constitutional coup versus military coup and how ECOWAS deals with these. Part of it is also related to the ECOWAS's own protocols and processes for election monitoring. And the question about why is it that we have all these instruments in place, we are able to pick up on these things, we visit Guinea, we visit all these places, and we're still not able to prevent what happens, at the end. So a lot of those questions around, and I think it's good some of these cases are live cases, so that when we are thinking about revising the protocol, we have to ask ourselves, if we revise the protocol in a certain way, would it address the problem in Guinea or any of the cases that we have? Then I think there are questions already also about youth participation in governance and just the space, the participation space generally for governance. How are we going to be able to secure, deepen that kind of space so that we can get more inclusion in the kinds of governance we have. In the role of technology has also been flagged as an important issue. The popularization of all these instruments, and I'm sure our ECOWAS partners can tell us maybe they've done a lot, but still people are not picking these things and making that as part of their work. And then I think there was a specific question about states who have not signed the protocol and how do we even then hold them accountable? And the question about creating more structures. Is that what is going to help us deal with the problem? But the issue of, there's a question about legitimacy of ECOWAS. Is ECOWAS just, checking the boxes, or is really interested in addressing that problem? So I think our ECOWAS folks here, I don't know if you can also comment on any of the issues, but it looks, yes, you okay, all right. Can you do that in 2 minutes each, if you can? I know you are very experienced, so 2 minutes is no problem, so that we can wrap this up. The question about gender as well. Okay, so does it mean that I should make it 3 minutes? All right, so please take us so that we can try and wrap up. Thank you.
Chair, I like the comment you made that we're not closing the workshop, so it's a continuum. Then we'll quickly provide a response, specific response on the issue of women participation and duplication of like the FemWise. Yeah, we have a lot of civil society working in peace and security, women, peace and security. But the FemWise is an organ of the African Union. And you know that the RECs are building blocks of the African Union. So having a FemWise is in line with the issues of subsidiarity and comparative advantage and how RECs can support the continent. What is specific about FemWise is that it will be an organ recognized by the Mediation and Security Council and also the summit. That gives it the legitimacy, a departure from the traditional women groups. And a lot of key women leaders are part of the ECOWAS FemWise. So it's all in an effort to harmonize for better productivity, certainly not duplication. The lady from Gambia, you're very right, women's underrepresentation is still an issue. And we see that the 1325 resolution and all the other supporting resolutions have gained traction in terms of using it for meetings. But when we look at the actual figures, and you did bring out clear statistics, women are still underrepresented. And that's also why we have the FemWise. And I can tell you, Dr. Emis, I'm pushing it hard to see how women are part of it. Let me also tell you that the reconstituted ECOWAS Council of the Wise, we made it a point. One man, one woman. So it's parity. And some member states would send 2 men and we'll reject it. And finally we have one man, one woman. So ECOWAS is very much conscious that you really need to walk the talk beyond those nice resolutions. It's something that is a work in progress, and we need member states to continue to support and push for the actualization of these agendas. Madam, you wanted to know the names of countries. We're not in a naming and shaming. Yes, ratification. I don't want to do naming and shaming, but I can tell you that 5 countries. 5 countries are yet to ratify the ECOWAS supplementary protocol. And some of them are key countries. It will surprise you. This is what we're hoping, that when we revise it, maybe some provisions there will enable them, to ratify. And then finally, on my end, because I heard some of the questions goes to the distinguished excellencies who would have better idea, the issue of ECOWAS standby force being deployed in Mali. Excellencies, you know that when the blue helmet is on ground, it's also difficult to deploy counter forces. And Mali is a cocktail of forces. I was just reading now that China is supporting G5 Sahel. Is it really a military solution? All the actors are in Mali, and yet the conflict is intractable. I think we should begin to look at how to dialogue. And you said it, open up spaces of dialogue, build confidence. And for me, if you deploy, I will close and give you a practical example with my country, a state in the Southeast. They were going for elections, and the president said, deploy full military presence to stem any uprising. And the young people are ready. Oh, they are ready to engage. And they were prepared until the traditional leaders and political actors called them. That means that calling has not been done. And negotiated with them, there was smooth elections, to the disappointment of those who were watching to see the outburst of conflict. So many times we seem to reduce the pacific and mediation aspect of conflict prevention. I think we should do more of that, to say, put ECOWAS to do what they are standing by. Bakan is there, Chinese, everybody is in Mali for their interest. This is what I just wanted to point out. I'll leave the floor to my colleague, Mr. Krodudu, and perhaps our director to speak on the other issues. I thank you.
Yes, let me take it up from election reforms. I think with regards to election reform, we have a unified system. And I did say when I was presenting that those in the executive arm, they take time to study whatever we do around the electioneering process. And for what we've done in terms of looking at how you further enhance this reform is to look at the appointment regime or heads of electoral management body. In the reforms, we are going to look at that in-depthly and see how we can take that appointment off the hands of the incumbent executive head of the country. And in terms of validation of election outcomes, we do not just validate election outcomes. We take time to relate all the pronouncements we make. They are not tilted towards validating elections. They are tilted towards monitoring and evaluation purposes. When you monitor, you report on what you have monitored. You don't go beyond the kind of activism that the civil society wants you to get into. And don't forget you need to be politically sensitive so that you don't hit up the polity yourself. And in terms of saying this, I will quickly jump onto the question of the constitutional coup and the military coup d'etat. When you say constitutional coup, and I guess our moderator did request for practical examples. When we were working on this draft in 2014, I threw a pose out there and I said, do you know you can have a civilian coup? And the lead expert then, a very renowned professor of political science, said to me, what do you mean a civilian coup? I said, with the way the Arab Spring went, and the current protestations we're seeing, if we give room for civil protestation to go beyond the limit, if I'm able to instigate civil protestation, I can take out a legitimately elected government. And today, it brings me to Omonara's concerns. I did highlight that as well. I talked about digital, and I mentioned what America and China are doing today. And I said to us out here, they are smart. They want to test their military mind. They are cyber soldiers all over the place. I sat in my office and a young European came once and he said to me, do you know we have cyber soldiers now? And when election took place in their country, it was the cyber soldiers that ward off those who would have entered into, in transforming, in collation of results of election, you transmit them in these developed democracies. Within that space, we saw the whole hula baloo around Trump's election. So for this European nation, when he said that to me, I was taken aback. And I started saying what we had done in terms of managing the social media space is not sufficient. We need to start looking at the digital media space. I say this because of my experience with the anti-corruption agencies. Today, we're talking about cryptocurrency, Bitcoins. It will be difficult for you to go past that, to trace them in terms of corruption. But I say to you, we have one of the best people who investigate and monitor corruption with Bitcoin and digital activities within the cryptocurrency space. And we've conducted a training around this. And in our member states, a lot has been done around this. So I'll say to you, for digital and media contribution to democratic processes in the region, there's a lot that has been done in the revised protocol. And the one on inclusion of women within the framework of the protocol on constitutional convergence principles, we've put affirmation principles for women inclusion into political party activities. And we're also taking time to look at women in peace and security issues and how they can enhance peace support operations. Finally, I think the last point had to do with youth. We've actually worked around youth IPAC, and we want to include that in the revised protocol. Youth IPAC could be the Youth Interparty Advisory Committee. And we are saying there has to be an affirmative principle from the Youth IPAC that will feed into the matured IPAC space, where you have an affirmative action that youth will be, there'll be more youths in the parliament, there'll be more youth in terms of political appointments. There is in one of our member states, the Not Too Young campaign. We supported that behind the scene. I'm always very happy when I see civil society hit us so hard. I thank you so much, my dear colleague, Dr. Nye, for responding and giving them the feedback. Madam wanted to know how many countries have actually signed up to our protocol. All the countries have ratified this protocol. Is in force. If you don't implement it thinking you didn't sign, once we get 9 signatories, it's already in force. And the protocol on democracy and good government is in force. I don't know where the idea is coming that it's not in force. That's why the heads of state can deploy the sanctions the way they deploy them. For youth involvement in the political governance space, a lot we're going to do around cyber laws, management of social media, that will give the youth a much more viable space to speak constructively and engage in dialogue that will build a democratic process, but not in the ones that are encouraged by external actors. I dare say this. There are lots of our youth that are encouraged by external actors. And for us here to you batch us, let me batch you back. They fund you to do all of this. You don't give us the kind of support we need. We stick out our head. My colleague said something she did, just saying it in passing. There are people whose job will be on the line with what she did, and we are seated here today. We are applauding ourselves. If she didn't make that commentary, we will not be here. And we'll be going through the bottleneck that we're going through now to get things done. It's been over 7 years pushing this protocol to be revised. I see my director bow down his head. He knows how difficult it is to throw this thing out. And everybody has a bad name. I, for one, I don't mind. I fight, and I'm happy I'm where we are today. We know how we got here. Dr. Nwuka will tell you.
how we got here to be here to do what we are doing. We are encouraged by ourselves if you don't encourage us as youth. When I had my then boss there, his major constituency, Dr. Abdul Fattah Musa, what the civil society. And this same great one, I must say to you, and the media foundations of this world, and the radios of this world. But today, where is activism? Where is collectiveness? You hit at us, I hit at you too. Move from one member state to the other. If something is going wrong, move. I'm doing this with a renowned legal practitioner, Mr. Femi Falana. He goes everywhere and he sends all the stinker to you. What are you doing? You move to move. You must source money to move yourself. You used to do that in the past.
Okay, let me just do this quickly and just to relate to, because we're in activism, we share the same sentiments as far as what we expect from the state, and when you look at the perception from the civil society, the elections, as you rightly said, seems to us that there's already, you may assume or perceive that there's already a conclusion to pat at the back of or tick the boxes, as it were, which creates its own levels of issues or challenges where the credibility or the perceived credibility of elections is concerned. And when you look at it from the existing challenges leading towards that election, it does suggest that when we do reports for elections, it is not an end to itself. And I think PD can also attest to this, when we are also contemplating on how do we come up with a report that is comprehensive enough to deal with beyond what we observed during the election, but other attendant factors that led to some of the issues that we saw during the election itself. So, and ECOWAS also does a long-term observation. So how come we could not look at a kind of a peer review tracking and enforcement of some of the issues we saw leading towards the election itself, rather than just looking at the observation that was just done during the election? I think that will help. And so when we are looking at the review within the protocol, some of these things may come up, because that will be helpful if ECOWAS goes in terms of including it in the document and then enforcing it. And Ambassador did talk about the gradual decline of enforcement capacities of ECOWAS. It needs to be revisited, because some of these things, once you sign it into member states sign it and it's adopted, then that also becomes very effective in terms of how they respect and become sensitive to what they do that undermine democracies in their countries. The second thing has to do with the entire architecture. I think we have various architectures around response, engagements, but they're all working at parallel. We don't seem to have where there's a complementarity, where we could bridge it. And so, Doctor, when you were talking about some of the recommendations or some of the areas that could help, I think it will be necessary that we look at how all these various structures could work together. Because once they are not working together, we will still come back again to talk about the same issue. So the architecture and how we relate that to the protocol is also very important.
Quickly, you're already working with us. You work with us, we have a specialized process where ONEP comes to speak to our Mediation and Security Council at the level of the ambassadors. My colleague here designed that project, and you've been doing it so well. When you speak to the ambassadors, Dr. Eze raises the issues, and some of them feel so hot, and he says it the way it is. So you should harmonize your activism. You should have a space to present. Dr. Nye creates the space, you're using it. We are saying, let's take from where Dr. Chambers left off today. There must be a platform where you work within WACSOF to speak to the heads of states, like it's done in the UN system. If we're able to get that, then your activism will be at the table of the heads of states. Then they know that when you get there, no matter how well they frown your face, if you're not doing well in your state, the civil society will say it as it is. I'm sorry I interjected that way.
Thank you. I like the way the conversation is going, because basically that's where we have to get to. The lunch will end at 2:30 and it's 2 o'clock. So we basically have 30 minutes to have lunch. But I just wanted to say that at the beginning, I said that we need to frame the problem. And as you can see, the issues are many. we should try also, as we are framing the problem, to prioritize so that we know, where the bullseye that we have to hit to really get the maximum effect. Because I think we agreed here that it's not just a question of revising the document. How it's interpreted, implemented, enforced is a bigger part of the conversation. But at least the design has to be right. The incentives have to be embedded in it, so that the deterrence. Because one simple matter, for example, with the third term or the constitutional coups is nobody should be revising any legislation that they will benefit from. So if you're going to decide it, to change it and it will benefit your opponent, that's fine. But there has to be some incentive structure in these designs to make you think twice. So these are some of the things that I think we have to appreciate as we go forward. But thank you very much for being engaging, and thank my panelists for their responses and the information they've shared with us. I yield to the organizers.
So thank you very much to the panel and to our moderator. Just to say quickly, we have participants online and they had their own forum and also were presenting a lot of comments. Participants online, thank you very much. When we come back from the break, perhaps what we'll do is my colleague Alice will try and just give a quick summary of the key issues that they also brought out on the online forum before we get into the next session. So as you can see, we've eaten into the time of the next session. So after break, we will come back and take the second substantive presentation and the conversations will continue. And then the group sessions where we really were looking for specific recommendations and proposals will then be moved to tomorrow. Okay, so thank you very much. Bon appetit to everyone.
I think, yeah, very well. It's great. I know it's all the time. Yeah, I do. You get lost in the forest. Yeah. That's because there's yeah. And I think for the yes, I was not every 3 so we have to, that is part of it. Because that's the time
Dans le cadre de quoi?
Par exemple, association des jeunes.
Ah, le dernier aussi. Si Adam Ndiaye dit que c'est pas grave, vous pouvez le faire.
Ah, s'il le dit, on lui dira qu'on ne raisonne pas en matière d'association formelle.
Mais si vous n'êtes pas formel, quand vous êtes invité d'union, il faut formaliser.
Vous ne formaliser instant d'image.
Alors,
looy def da ngay nekk def ay renouvellement.
déedéet association bi am na ba pare loolu kay dara nekk si su ngeen pare nag si loolu ngeen def seen renouvellement loolu kay yaari
association bi dañ ko si def mu indi ay détails après diw bokk na diw bokk dugg na fii génn na fii.
déedéet association bi kay amul détail association bi dañ ne ku ñëw fii si nga bokk si tu veux loolu lañ si bind association bi kay man maa def taxi.
Il est 15 heures. Maintenant, pour mu jaay sa association, il faut faire impérativement appeler Adama.
Ah, mu ngeen ko loolu dara nekk si ça dépend si ça dépend si ngeen ko Adama Ndiaye ngeen ko bëggul woon nag
Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope the lunch wasn't too heavy. If it was, I have colleagues in the room who will make you feel lighter. So lighten yourself before you are forced to become lighter. Right. As we had said before the lunch break, we just want to give 5 minutes to our colleagues just to summarize the key issues that were coming out from the online platform, just so that we carry along participants who are also online before I invite the moderator for the next session. So Alice.
Merci Pidi, ce serait en français. Donc, merci à nos participants qui sont en ligne. Il y a eu quelques contributions et puis une question. La question était relative. Les translateurs are not in PD.
Oh, justement, on va traduire.
Apologies for that. They are here now. So Alice, just give them 1 minute and then go on.
Donc, nous disions merci à nos participants qui sont en ligne. Il y a eu quelques contributions et une question pour le moment. Donc, la question qui est posée à la CEDEAO est que on constate qu'il y a des décisions de justice qui sont prises ou des verdicts que la Cour de justice de la CEDEAO deux fois émet face à des dossiers qui lui ont été soumis, mais les États ne s'exécutent pas. Donc, qu'est-ce que la CEDEAO fait par rapport à ces cas de désobéissance pour des États qui ont signé, qui ont ratifié les textes? La deuxième contribution, disons que c'est un cri de cœur. Et là, nos éminentes personnalités ne sont plus avec nous dans la salle. Disons que la dame, c'est une du Burkina Faso, Madame Guéneba Sangaré. Pour elle, la paix et même la démocratie passent d'abord par la sécurité. Alors, des États comme les pays du Sahel, dont le Mali, le Niger, le Burkina, le Nigeria, d'autres pays qui ont commencé à connaître le terrorisme, elle lance un cri de cœur pour qu'on puisse résoudre ce problème-là. Parce que sans cette sécurité-là, on ne parle pas de démocratie. La troisième contribution, c'est M. Issa Kindo qui trouve que le fait que les gens arrivent au pouvoir et qu'ils ne veulent pas bouger, c'est que leur objectif premier, c'était d'abord de pouvoir changer de statut social. C'est ça qui les a motivés à avoir le pouvoir, à aller en tout cas chercher le pouvoir. Alors, une personne qui a comme objectif changement de statut social, une fois qu'il arrive au pouvoir, pourquoi vous voulez qu'il puisse quitter son perchoir? Il va user de tous les moyens, lui et puis tous ceux qui sont autour de lui, pour pouvoir se pérenniser. Donc, pour le moment, c'est ce que nous avons comme commentaire les plus... Donc, merci à nos participants en ligne.
Thank you very much to participants online. We don't have some of the people in the room to respond directly to some of the things you've raised. But as I said, as we go along with some of the discussions, we will try to factor in these issues that have been raised. So thank you so much. On that note, let me invite Dr. Remy Ajibewa, who's the moderator for the next session. And he's the director for political affairs at the ECOWAS Commission. Let's welcome him, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we had a very good session before we went for lunch. Without much ado, I will just call on our next speakers who will be talking on the areas that we are all familiar with. It's just like a continuation rather than change of the earlier discussion. I call on representative of Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, Executive Director. We can clap for him. It's representing the Executive Director, I think. And then we have Madam Idayat Hassan, Executive Director, CDD, West Africa, who will be talking on an account of the CSO's monitoring of democratic governance in West Africa, areas of progress and decline. The earlier speaker will be talking on institutional mechanism for managing and sustaining democracy and governance in West Africa, an assessment of the performance of key democratic institutions. And then we have the Professor Luke Marius Ibriga, if he's there. Okay. Yeah, Fond de la Citoyenne. So we're waiting for him. But just like the earlier moderator has already, I'll just give a sort of background, but I will not go much into it because of time factor. Thank you, welcome. We are all aware of the democratic trajectories of the region, and it's an obvious fact, just like it has been said by the key speakers and some the moderators and key speakers today, that there is a decline in the issue of democratization. This is due to the disregard for constitutionalism, lack of inclusivity in enactment and implementation of electoral policies, weakened checks and balances, shrinking civil spaces, erosion of media integrity, and inadequate effort in combating corruption and increasing gender inequality. The effect of all these challenges and the implication for democratic backsliding, regional peace and security have stressed the need for ECOWAS to be more proactive in responding to democracy and governance deficit in the region. And our partners, including WANEP, as well as other organizations, have also stemmed the tide to help us in redirecting the course. So the commitment to proactive response in addressing the gaps in democratic practices in member states began, as rightly said by the earlier speaker, my colleague Okorodudu. It began in 2014 at the 46th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Head of State held on 15 December 2014 in Accra, here, Ghana. Among other things, the need to review the text in force, particularly the supplementary protocol and the mechanism on conflict prevention, management, resolution, peacekeeping, and security. So having said that, against this backdrop, the head of state also this year at the 16th September in Accra here at the same time, also asked us to look into it. So, but despite some democratic gains we've recorded in the region, we still see, as we witness, there are 2 member states right now that are under military coup. So we see the subject of coup d'etat and threats to peace and security in member states. And against that background, as I've said, that was why the extraordinary summit of 16 September also reiterated the earlier, the head of state mission that we should review the protocol. And we are glad that our partners are helping us. So the task before us this afternoon is to deliberate and identify in the consensus and progress some issues in terms of the norms and principles that build resilience, and we need to address those structural risks of fragility of member states, democratic and governance institutions. So we also realize that our partners, WANEP, they came along, and then they've also been supporting in making sure that we've been driving the civil society to help us reach, as I used to say, areas where ECOWAS head of state might not want to open the Pandora box. So they've also assisted us. So we believe that this meeting will achieve positive outcome, which will contribute to strengthening the protocol. There are some other things that I also want to touch. We also know that several years of preventive diplomacy as well as electoral democracy in West Africa has resulted in the regular conduct of elections. The norms, electoral processes in the sub-regions have undergone profound changes, with various aspects being digitalized, just like we said earlier. And in what areas? This includes the voters registration, the voters identification, result management, etc. And there has also been some challenges. And we know that some of these challenges, some of you have noticed, this includes the electoral system. It also includes the declarations that are being made by ECOWAS that at times is seen as being a rubber stamp by quite a lot. So what are the way forward? Some of the way forward is that we brought in the court long-term election observers, and we've professionalized the election observation as well. So these are some of the areas that I could also reinforce that we need to talk on. So without much ado, I will call on our first speaker, which Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, represented here by one of the able staff. So to do justice to it, you're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. Obviously, my name is not Dr. Emmanuel Akwete. I work with Dr. Akwete, he's my boss. He very much wanted to come because he has so many friends, including my chairman here at this gathering. So he wanted to come, but unfortunately, there was another assignment, very urgent assignment, and he had to attend to that. But he has promised that come tomorrow, he will do his very best to pass by. My name is Kwesi Jonah, and I am a senior research fellow at the Institute for Democratic Governance, of which Dr. Akwete is the executive director. So I'll be standing in for him this afternoon. The management and the sustenance for democracy, obviously, requires that the basic institutions of our democratic political system are strong and effective. It's like a national league. If you want a very good league, you need very good teams. If you don't have strong and effective democratic political institutions, there's absolutely no way you can have an effective democracy. And unfortunately, the story of the retreat of democracy in our continent is also the story of the failure of democratic institutions. Those institutions that should work hard to keep our democracy afloat, to make sure that we move our democracy from where it is currently to where we want it to be. Unfortunately, we have a failure of institutions, we have weak institutions, and that explains why our democracy seems to be marching backwards instead of going forward. And so I would like to, for the sake of time, to select just a few democratic institutions that are partly responsible for the decline of democracy, not only in our sub-region, but in the continent as a whole. Let us first begin with our political parties. If you take a critical look at political parties around the continent, you would realize that these are parties that, to say the least, are not serious. These parties sometimes mobilize on ethnic basis. They really do very serious ethnic mobilization. Go to any African country, mention the name of the party, and they will tell you the particular ethnic group on which it is based. Instead of mobilizing and integrating the population as a whole, they do ethnic mobilization for purposes of winning elections and so on and so forth. Because of that, we have on our hands political parties that are not even enhancing national integration, but are encouraging and driving straightforward ethnocentric politics in our various countries. If we want our democracy to move forward, these are not the kinds of political parties we need. It is not only that, but some of our political parties are not really owned by the people who belong to it. Why? Because instead of encouraging their members to contribute a few pennies to finance the activities of the parties, they depend upon a few powerful rich people to bankroll them. And these people are the ones who dictate. The rank and file of the members, their voice doesn't go very far. It is the one who pays the piper who also calls the tune. So you have big financiers behind the parties and driving the parties in directions for their own selfish. They are entrepreneurs. So when they invest money into the parties, they have to get returns 500%, 600% for the investments they have made. So this is the nature of the political parties that we have. Not only that, but they are so terribly corrupt. The politics they do is corrupt. Monetization, they buy and sell votes. They do not convince, they are not capable of convincing the voters with their message. Therefore, what they do, they pay money for votes. And in Ghana, some very, very creative people invented the word moneycracy. It is money that rules. That what we have is, somebody said partycracy this morning. What we have in Ghana and other countries is moneycracy, moneycracy. The powerful rich people who bankroll these parties are also the ones who are driving the agenda of the parties. And in addition, parties do not see themselves necessarily as developmental organizations. They do not see themselves as associations of people who contest elections in order to develop their country. This is a pity, because the primary aim for seeking power is to make sure that you bring liberty and prosperity to the people. Our parties have failed in this section. They have become election machines. One election ends, and immediately they start preparing for the next one. These are not the kinds of parties that we can rely on to drive our democracy forward. There has to be a change. And I think the change will come when we are able to regulate the activities of some of these parties. You have a body like a multi-party democracy commission that regulates their activities. Don't campaign all the time. There's a time for campaign, but please go on annual conferences and think about the development of your people. Think of alternative policies that will bring prosperity to your people. This is what political parties should be doing. They are not at the moment doing what they are supposed to do in order to push our democracy forward. But the other major institution that we need to improve if we want to drive our democracy forward is the electoral management body. The electoral management body in the African continent, almost all countries try, at least on paper, to give them the kind of independence they need to be able to play their role as umpires in the electoral game. How do we do this? You do this by giving them conditions of service sometimes similar to that of the judiciary, of judges. So you cannot manipulate them, you cannot remove them at will. You do this, you try to do this also in the process of appointment. Unfortunately, in many countries in Africa, the electoral management bodies behave as extensions of the government in power. They go to secret meetings with the president, receive secret phone calls from the president, receive orders from the president of the country. Sometimes it is not their fault, but the party in power behaves as if they are in control of the electoral management body. They support everything the electoral management body does. They support. And when you do this, the impartiality that an umpire in the electoral game requires to be able to gain the trust of the people and do the work the Constitution has assigned to it is completely compromised. So the electoral management body in Africa, if they really want to contribute to democracy, they should maintain their strict independence and impartiality. But more importantly, they should also realize that civil society organizations are not their rivals, but exist to help their work. They talk to parties, they ignore civil society organizations completely, but it is from civil society organizations, they don't seek to come to power, that they can get the kind of ideas that will enable them to play their roles effectively. So let us look at the judiciary. When political parties have problems with the electoral management body, it is the judiciary that resolves the problem. Interpret the laws in a way that says what you have done is not right, you didn't conduct elections in accordance with laws, and so on and so forth. In many African countries, some judiciaries, because they were appointed by the president, simply behave as if they are working for the government of the day. But a judiciary is such an important pillar of democracy that it should behave in a way that the people can have trust, everybody, including the political parties, political candidates can have trust that if any matter comes before them, they will adjudicate it impartially, and then all sides will be happy with the outcome. Unfortunately, in some African countries, the judiciary doesn't have this character of impartial adjudicating a body. So a strong, effective, and impartial independent judiciary is a major requisite for an effective democracy. So our judges should know that they have a very heavy responsibility on their shoulders to make sure that our democracy moves in the same way that the democracy that we admire so much in the Western world and other countries are moving. But you cannot get the democracy you want unless you have a good judiciary. Then, unfortunately, the national security system, I mean, the police, the investigative bodies, intelligence gathering, sometimes they serve the party in power. We have cases right now in this country where in the course of the last election, approximately, it depends upon who is talking, some 8 people, some say 5 people were killed. And up to the present day, the police have not done any investigations, have not prosecuted anybody, and the people who is complaining the most, the opposition parties, are the ones who are complaining. So depending upon what party colors you wear, you could commit a crime and get away with it. The security agencies should do their work professionally and impartially. It doesn't matter who has committed an offense. That person must be brought to book. And I am happy to say that in Ghana at the moment, we have a head of police, the IGP, who everybody believes is that kind of impartial, professional officer. Whichever party, it doesn't matter to him. He'll hold you by the neck, do all the investigations, and if need be, prosecute you. But this is what we require of our security agencies. Treat people as citizens, not people as members of political parties. And nobody, regardless of which party the person belongs to, is above the law. So the security agencies must play their rightful role in advancing our democracy. But what is a very worrying trend in the African continent is the way our media, the media, behave. The media fan conflicts. The media spread fake news. The media, in elections, one small mistake by the media, and there can be violence. But the media do not realize the very heavy and onerous responsibility that rests on their shoulders to hold the society together. By their behavior, they can very easily throw the society into conflict. It has become particularly difficult for the media to be controlled because of social media, where there is very little responsibility. So the media do have a very big responsibility in holding our democracy aloft, guiding it, protecting it by reporting in an impartial and a very responsible way. But the last, but by no means the least, is the civil society organizations, because I belong there. I work with a civil society organization, and by civil society organizations, I don't mean very strictly those of us who are operating as think tanks or NGOs, but faith-based organizations, membership organizations, and so on and so forth. Believe you me, there can be no genuine democracy if civil society is weak. And so civil society organizations, especially those who operate like think tanks, NGOs, we shouldn't restrict our roles to simply observing elections. The ECOWAS and co help us, and other bodies help us to do that. But you should serve as impartial, objective watchdogs on the political class. Their behavior, are they working in the interest of the people, or are they working in the interest of their own pockets? Civil society organizations in every African democracy must take a very active interest in this kind of role. It is simply not enough for us to observe elections and publish reports at the end of the year. But I think that civil society organizations, together with the media, the judiciary, the electoral management body, the security services, the political parties, if we are able to play our responsible roles in our African democracy, you realize that very soon African democracies will move from the very low level where they are now to a very high level and become some of the most respectable democracies in the world. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwesi Jonah. You really did a good job to it. You've rightly said it. When we were growing up, we know that political parties have ideologies.
Today,
even when you go to AU, you go to UN, you go to everywhere.
they know.
But nowadays, you see political parties because of the money that is involved, the bag, what the state goes. So you rightly said it. And then the judiciary as well, you mentioned about the impartiality clause that needs to be there, but most of them, we see some of the problems we are having right now is because of the issue of constitutional court, which I'm happy some of our Francophone friends, they agree. It's not in the Anglophone countries. The system is there, but those are considered Mali case, many of these countries will see it. So you are right. Then the issue of national security as well. The government in power often thinks they are the one. Then the civil society, as you rightly said, we have the transparent, we have the credible ones. And at the same time, in some countries I don't want to mention there, we have 3 factions. Yes. I was there on fact finding. We have the government, anti-government, and the middle. Eze knows about it. Yes, I got surprised. I said when we were starting civil society, when we joined 1996, 97, when we formed the CGD in London, it's credible, just like one and the other. They can't buy you over. It's men of integrity, but nowadays you see factional government knows where to penetrate. So you rightly said it, and the media, they've also been bought over, and then they carry fake news. But the good thing now is that even with the media now, we can detect fake news. We have West Africa Media Foundation, CGD, Warner Waxoff, and so they've been able to go. So thanks for that. Without much ado, we go to the next speaker. It will be on virtual Madam Idayat Hassan, the Executive Director, CDD, West Africa. Have you linked her? Somebody?
Yes, please. I'm online. Okay.
Yeah, Madam Idayat.
Okay.
Hassan.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon, colleagues. It's I guess I'm missing to see friends, families. It's just one of those things, but I'm actually happy to be joining. And I think my presentation today, I've started by looking at the positives, really, and the staying power of democracy in West Africa, which I think we have to keep averting ourselves to, in particular, as this decline we've been observing has not been good for the psyche. And I come up to say that even the whole talk about the third wave of democracy in Africa started with the Benin Constitutional Conference itself. And until of recent, the election was a norm, not an exception in West Africa. By the end of last year, we had 6 elections just in the last quarter itself. And recently, the most recent election being the applauded Cape Verde election in itself. In the same sub-region, we have actually seen incumbents on seats, are being unseated by opposition party, both in Ghana and in Nigeria in 2015 and in the 2016 elections of Ghana. In the same way, we have seen power alternation where other parties were able to win elections in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Guinea-Bissau. These were historical parties, they were all unseated itself. And of course, Gambia, the ouster of Yahya Jammeh itself, it's a very positive that we should avert our mind to. And by the time we got to 2017 and we saw how Gambia, of course, how ECOWAS restored democratic order in the Gambia, everybody was happy and like, oh yes, we have finally arrived. And the world was actually looking that something very fantastic is happening in West Africa as at today. As civil society, the principles of monitoring democracy is actually taking root. Aside from civil society, broadly and expansively defined. So it's not just the NGOs, the think tanks that are monitoring democracy. We have the media groups themselves looking into the accounts of the government and holding them accountable. In places as repressive as Guinea, we had the church not just monitoring elections, but as a very formidable force itself. And we have used social media to change policies in many West African countries. I think the hashtag regime, we call it in the Gambia, when people started with Gambia has decided, and organized online itself. It had influence. The Not Too Young to Run in Nigeria was also a social media-led campaign, of course, complemented with the offline. And social movement has been a very strong force, really, for us, with popular movements from Yanamé in Senegal, Ballet Citoyen in Burkina Faso, and so on and so forth. We have citizens standing up, showing resilience and pushing for accountability and pushing for democracy itself. I think all these are very important points that we need to keep ourselves averting our minds to, that somehow there is actually a staying power for democracy in the sub-region. But irrespective of all these positives, in the last couple of years, we are beginning to see that even within the positive, I think one thing we never noted was that we were looking at the positives without seeing that lots of things were happening, that democracy was gradually being eroded with the erosion of institutions without being able to point our hands onto it. And some of these challenges have manifested in different ways. And one of the most important is been the decline in civil and political rights itself. In fact, look at some indicators that have been mentioned since morning. I will make reference to the Freedom House Index. Looking in 2019-2020 assessment, the fastest decline of democracy in the world was actually seen to be in West Africa, which many saw that they were the main driver of democratic gains itself. Out of 12 countries with score decline on Freedom House Index, 5 of it out of the 12 were in West Africa: Benin, Burkina, Guinea, Mali, and Nigeria. And I remember that by the time I joined the CDD, we'll say that there were 4 stable or free countries in West Africa: Ghana, Cape Verde, Benin, and Ghana, Cape Verde, Benin, and one other country. Even Mali before 2012 was like the beacon of democracy in West Africa and even in Africa as a whole. But with the last index, it was even very, very difficult not to remove Ghana from the list during the assessment because of several fragilities that are becoming to emerge in itself. And different rights have actually been infringed upon. One is right to protest. And you look at right to protest across Togo, Nigeria, Senegal, Mali, Ghana, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Benin. We have experienced that. And this is just a snapshot out of the 15 countries in West Africa. In one form, if we take away Cape Verde, of course, which looks very good, small, solid, and stable. All these are manifestations. Internet shut down itself. It's something that we have actually experienced in Guinea, Togo, and recently in Nigeria with the ban on Twitter as well. Freedom of expression is not anything that you can take for granted. In most of our countries, there are restrictions. People self-censor themselves, aside from the fact that there are so much attack on the civic space that affect freedom of expression. The same to the abuse of journalists from Benin, Nigeria, Togo. We continue to see that in itself. And the restrictive civic space is a continuum. Across West Africa currently, many countries are coming up with laws to regulate the social media, in spite of saying that we want to fight fake news, which is of course real and is a challenge. But most of these are attack the civic space itself, aside the attack on civic actors. With the rise in insecurity in the region and the inability of states themselves to maintain a monopoly of force, this has also led to the infringement on rights. And notable countries for this, particularly waging counter-terrorism war, are Nigeria, Mali, Burkina, and Niger, aside the other countries itself. And COVID, of course, exposed a huge decline in democracy in each of our countries, from Niger to Ghana to Nigeria, everywhere, Sierra Leone. There are different forms and attack on the civic space and civil and political rights in the guise of addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. To this discouraging democratic trend itself is that there are some reforms that have continued to undermine electoral integrity and inclusiveness. And colleagues have already spoken about some of these reforms today. One is the introduction of political reforms in different formats itself. At a point in time, I think by 2015, 2016, we had like 8 West African countries undergoing one form of constitutional reform or the other. And most of this reform process were attempting to either elongate power or give more power to the ruling party and persons. It was basically to benefit the political class at there. But we have seen constitutional coup d'etat take place where people just reduce the tenure to 0 in Côte d'Ivoire, in Guinea, in Togo itself. The parentage policy is also one, which is, of course, a process of endorsement or sponsorship of candidates for elections. The first session actually spoke to this. But what is very interesting to look at in this political reform is that in Benin, where even the incumbent came as an independent that was later supported by political party to win, that policy was used, and currently you have 4 parties. In Senegal itself, it led to the constitutionality, exclusion of, I think, 2 other candidates and 5 candidates running in the elections. Burkina, Niger, Côte d'Ivoire all have different forms of this, either in registered voters supporting, or it could even be as bad as the grand elector system, where only elected officials are allowed to sponsor candidates. And when you have a WAP system, who eventually is able to access power? So they tell you, look for 50 elected officials in 7 out of 13 communes. If that should happen in Nigeria, as it has happened elsewhere, it might possibly be just the APC that will be able to vie in the elections, as we've seen in Benin, and we have actually more pronounced in Benin and of course in Burkina. The filing fees also to contest in elections is actually being able to exclude more people in actual sense. So we talk about around 67,000 for Nigeria, that's nomination fee. But what about the deposits that you also have in some of these countries, even to the election management body? And when you look at the Human Development Index, you find that most of the poorest countries in the world below the table at the end, like another 5, again, is in West Africa. So somehow, with some of these reform processes, which they say that it's actually to strengthen the electoral system or to strengthen what you call constitutionalism, we've been able to exclude women, young people, and even individuals who are interested in vying for office from contesting. Now, another very important point when we are looking at democracy and what has actually happened itself is the issue of elections. And these flawed elections have also contributed in immense way, with the last point I made on political reform, to the return of coup d'etat in the sub-region. One, the quality of elections have actually declined. And elections have taken different manifestations across the region. And some have classified like, okay, violence and logistics continue to undermine elections here. In one point, you will find Nigeria as an example. Even the last Ghana elections, if it was only 1 or 2 people who died, at least they died. Compared to the previous, where you will only hear of post-election violence in Nigeria, with 700 people killed, or somehow another 50, 100, or 300 killed during the 2019 general elections. But somehow 2 is still a number, which shows the regression we are actually facing. The strongman stifling of opposition, we have actually seen that in Senegal, Benin, Guinea, Côte d'Ivoire, and actually elsewhere. Then reform excluding candidates from elections, from the ballots. Benin is another example, and the role of digital technology in elections. People have touched on the role of digital technology in elections, focusing more on fake news, which of course I can go on talking about, since it's something that we have been passionate about at the CDD, but not looking at how data is also being used to skew the elections. Scientific ways of running elections beyond disinformation, such that even citizens are confused on how they engage in elections. So some of these, of course, the use of data was well utilized in the Senegal elections, as well as the Nigerian elections, and in one form or the other, in the forthcoming Gambia elections that we are actually preparing for. And even disinformation is being used to suppress voters in elections, aside for cyber interference and other challenges, even as more and more the region is moving towards the use of technology in elections as best practices. But what are the infrastructure we need to actually use to support this? The election management body continues to be weak and weaker in itself. When we look at the elections of 2017, and we saw this rear its head, the appointments of these persons themselves are also a challenge, and the continuous flawed voters register, which of course is present in most of our countries, but in some is aggravated more than the other. And an example is Guinea, of course. We saw that at least for once, ECOWAS really did its best in terms of supporting in these elections. Then exclusion of young people and women. Then the zero-sum politics, money dictator, the winner take all, and political parties and the lack of internal party democracy, which Professor Dr. Kwesi Jonah already spoke to, are examples of what elections are beginning to look like in our region. Now, I think what I'm actually very passionate about, again, is to talk about, of course, the issue of separation of powers and other challenges. Somehow, there are no longer checks and balances in the region. And if there is one thing that is very critical, and which I'm very happy we are discussing about today, is the justice issue, which is the most underrated problem facing democracy in West Africa. In the last couple of months, anywhere you go to, from Nigeria to Burkina, you talk to people to Guinea, they call it Alpha Conde justice in Guinea. You ask people what are their problems and what are the challenges. They talk about justice all the time. People want accountability. So you ask, why are you joining ISGS or any of these groups in Burkina? People will tell you, listen, my cattle was stolen. I try to seek redress. I do not have land papers. I go to court. I'm actually extorted by the court system, the slow wheel of justice. There are so much challenges that is actually attached to the lack of justice, and which I think that we have not explored as much as it is really important. It's not just the lack of separation of power, but the fact that citizens just want justice in one way or the other. The same way they want other public goods, like those food, water that we often talk about. And I think that the lack of justice itself is why we have, instead of a rule of law system, we are operating a rule by law system. And we talk about constitution without constitutionalism in itself. Insecurity is another challenge, really. And one important challenge is the role of illiberal governments in West Africa, China, Russia, Turkey, and the Gulf countries. And maybe that also helps in terms of weakening the influence of ECOWAS, even when they come with their sanction regime. These groups are not just playing out and supporting autocrats, they are also giving basis for people to say, oh, so what do you mean about the sanction, as well as deploying disinformation to fight a proxy war on our own turf. We saw what happened with France and Russia in Mali, Iran in Nigeria. I think today alone, there has been an alert that Iran is attacking many African cyber infrastructure itself, and how do we deal with this kind of issues? The Gulf countries, Turkey, Russia, many of them are promoting illiberalism in one form or the other. Then poverty and the issue of disinformation, which of course made it very difficult to decipher the truths, facts, separate facts from fiction in our country, and leadership. And I think that leadership is actually the challenge, and maybe it's strongly tied to ECOWAS we have today and the ECOWAS that we used to have. So even if ECOWAS will come with all its big practices, it needs leaders to support it taking place. They need leaders who can actually speak truth to power. So we keep talking about not allowing Dr. Chambers to rest. We had the likes of Obasanjo, Abdoulaye Wade, who even attempted a third term, was displaced. But who do we have to whip people into order, to speak truth to power, and who is also doing well in their own country in one way or the other, that gives them the legitimacy to actually speak at every point in time? I think taking all this together have actually contributed not just to the decline of democracy, but to the return of coup d'etat in the region. Because when you go to Mali and you ask people will highlight most of these challenges that have actually been mentioned. And it gives us an idea that in Mali, when we in Mali, during the coup d'etat, people trooped out to welcome the coup. But there were few people who actually opposed this coup d'etat. But in Guinea, it was completely different. It was overwhelming welcome, irrespective of ethnic lines, political lines. People were just happy because finally there is hope for them that things could actually be better. It was basically the political parties who were saying, oh, we should actually talk about elections, and when will elections happen? People, the real people, were not asking, when will this transition end? And there is even a debate as if transitional government should do what democracy itself should actually do, more and more itself. And I think we need to be worried when we are looking at the perpetrators of this coup in our region, and maybe we should have charge to it. These are young officers, or at most call them middle age, but they are surrounded by young people as well, who have belief in them, who see hope in them. They were all trained in elite training forces. We focus on that, but we do not focus on the fact that, so I'm rounding up. I think that's my last slide before I go to recommendation. Yes, and they are not just trained for that, but what were they created for? Regime security as well. And somehow I think that there is, while we have the staying power of democracy, we do really have a danger that we are looking at. And I think that the window of opportunity is there with the ongoing review of the supplementary protocol itself, which of course many things have come up to talk about and to actually review beyond the term limit, which is actually a must. Review itself. But important is the investment in elections as the foundation of democracy. Fighting the internal and external interference on elections, which of course goes beyond the role of ECOWAS, but which also lies with colleagues that are in the room. And of course, ECOWAS will have to stop rubber stamping elections or participating in elections, even though we do understand that leadership at times remains a challenge if we look at Guinea-Bissau and what ECOWAS did as much as possible to redeem the situation, and what the elected government officials actually did to rubber stamp what the commission was still contending about. But important is that we have to defend the independence of the judiciary and make that a priority in all what we do. Inclusion is important, but most importantly is also the need for civil society themselves to develop new leadership, strategic leadership with voices and high capacity to hold elected governments accountable, as well as the need for us to start grooming new sets of civic actors who can take over for most of us that are currently in the room with the correct ethics and the ability to actually engage. And when this new protocol is actually, when it is, if it comes into play, or even with the one, there is a need for us to start monitoring the implementation, not just the popularization, ratification, which we did at the CDD in 11 countries, got some ratification, monitored the implementation for like 4 or 5 years. But I think it's enough time for us to make it our ethos to join the constitution of the country in holding elected officials accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Hidayat. We could see that you've done justice to that area. I don't need to go into the epistemology of it in much. What I will just capture there is that you've already looked at the issue of parentage, because we both witnessed that in Senegal and Benin, and you've mentioned that there's a need, and the various reforms that has gone in the countries, and the issue of regime security instead of the people's security, given the fact that ECOWAS is moving from the ECOWAS of people, government to the people. So there seems, and then you mentioned the leadership, which is always the crux and the problem. The issue of separation of power, which has already been mentioned earlier, then the lack of separation of power, which is something the EMBs, election management bodies, and then some of these possibly whether under the guise of lack of professionalism or so, but nevertheless, I think part of what is being looked right now is the professionalism of most of the institutions. And I think with the consolidation of peace and security, democracy and democratic governance, we all know that the elections remains a critical issue, and you've raised some of the challenges involved. And we believe that one area where our people commenting will be on the way Thanks for that. And you also mentioned ECOWAS have worked with you in the area of justice, CDD, and Okorodudu mentioned most of that as well. So without much ado, during be on the guide, be on the alert, because questions will be asked relating to that. So I call the next speaker now. Is Professor Luke Mario Ibriga, who will be talking on constitutional review process, progress, retrogression of democracy in West Africa. You could see, as I've said earlier, is rather a continuation of what we're doing from the beginning, rather than change. So it's good. It seems the organizers have already looked at it, and we are flowing into it. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Je crois que depuis ce matin, nous sommes en train de faire le constat qu'après l'euphorie des transitions démocratiques, nous sommes aujourd'hui dans ce qu'on peut appeler une période de désillusion. Période de désillusion qui nous met en situation que la création d'institutions crédibles, durables, assurant la sauvegarde de la démocratie constitue un processus difficile et à long terme. Voilà pourquoi le thème que je vais aborder, à savoir le processus de révision constitutionnelle, progrès et régression de la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest, participe de cette démarche de respect de la Constitution. Et cette démarche est au cœur de la construction démocratique. Parce que l'institutionnalisation de la démocratie implique que la Constitution tienne son rang et soit protégée. C'est la philosophie qui a guidé les constituants de 1990. Malheureusement, dans les années 2000, cette philosophie a été écartée au profit de démarches opportunistes de conservation de pouvoir par le biais de révisions obliques ou déconsolidantes. Voilà pourquoi, quand on fait un constat bilan, on se rend compte que la sacralisation de la Constitution dans les années 90 a marqué un progrès de la démocratie en Afrique de l'Ouest. Par contre, l'affaiblissement du constitutionnalisme démocratique dans les années 2000 marque une régression. Ce sont les deux aspects que je vais développer. Tout d'abord, la sacralisation de la Constitution dans les années 90 est un indéniable progrès de la démocratisation en Afrique de l'Ouest. Je ne reviendrai pas sur la Constitution, la notion de Constitution, mais il importe de signaler trois caractéristiques fondamentales de la Constitution qui montrent qu'elle doit être sacralisée. La Constitution est une règle symbolique, elle est une doctrine philosophique, elle est enfin une règle juridique. Règle symbolique, parce que la Constitution est le principe générateur de l'État. En cela, la Constitution constitue l'assise de l'État. Doctrine philosophique, ensuite, parce que la Constitution ne peut pas aménager les pouvoirs. La Constitution établit aussi un projet de société, une profession de foi idéologique et des principes politiques, philosophiques. En cela, la Constitution explique l'État en indiquant ses finalités. En troisième lieu, la Constitution est une règle juridique dans la mesure où elle est la règle des règles. La Constitution est la règle supérieure à laquelle sont subordonnées toutes les règles. Donc, il apparaît ainsi que la Constitution est le gage de la permanence et de la stabilité des institutions étatiques. Qu'est-ce qui explique que, curieusement, aujourd'hui, nous parlons beaucoup de nos constitutions, mais comme des instruments d'instabilité. Cela vient du fait que nous avons une situation qui a fondamentalement changé. Parce que si on est d'accord, on est tous d'accord que l'immobilisme constitutionnel est un danger, la Constitution ne doit pas être modifiée selon des règles qui n'ont pas été prévues. Et donc, nous voyons bien que dans un premier temps, dans les années 90, les pères fondateurs, si on peut parler ainsi, ont pris le soin de verrouiller la Constitution, de mettre la Constitution sur un piédestal en mettant en place des exigences procédurales, mais également des exigences matérielles. Alors, au niveau des exigences procédurales, on peut dire que toutes les constitutions des pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest ont prévu des procédures particulières pour réviser la Constitution. Cela concerne à la fois l'initiative de la révision, l'examen du texte de révision et l'adoption de la révision. Si on prend l'initiative de la Constitution, on se rend compte que dans la plupart des pays, cette initiative appartient au président, aux membres de l'Assemblée nationale, à la majorité, et dans certains pays comme au Burkina Faso, au peuple
par voie de pétition si elle réunit 30 000 citoyens en âge de vote et accompagnée d'une proposition rédigée. Alors, l'examen, quand on regarde ces situations, on voit que pour les projets, cela doit être au Burkina Faso discuté en Conseil des ministres. Même si le président peut le proposer, cela doit être discuté en Conseil des ministres. Concernant les propositions de révision doivent être soumises au gouvernement et recueillir son avis avant d'être discutées. En second lieu, on peut considérer au niveau de l'adoption du projet de révision que les propositions subissent deux chemins. Premièrement, il faut l'acceptation du projet de révision. Et là, les pays ont mis en place des majorités qualifiées. Quand on regarde au Bénin, on a déjà une majorité qualifiée pour l'acceptation et encore une majorité encore plus qualifiée, les 4/5 pour l'adoption. Donc, ainsi, c'était pour mettre la Constitution à l'abri des majorités de circonstances. Ça, ce sont les limites procédurales. Alors, pour les limites matérielles, on peut dire que dans toutes les constitutions, on avait prévu, puisqu'on doit réviser pour enlever les imperfections, il y a des domaines qui ne devraient pas être touchés. Ceci en prenant en compte des limitations dans le temps. Par exemple, quand le pays est attaqué, quand il y a une agression, on ne peut pas réviser. En mettant en scène un certain nombre d'objets, par exemple, le caractère républicain, le système multipartite ou l'intégrité du territoire ne peuvent pas être sujets à des révisions. Donc, on se rend compte que, de ce point de vue, la révision est soumise, au-delà des exigences procédurales, à des limitations dans le temps, selon les circonstances, ainsi que des limitations quant à son objet. Mais on se rend compte qu'ici déjà se pose un problème. Est-ce que ceux qui vivent aujourd'hui peuvent décider pour ceux de demain? Est-ce qu'on peut avoir des règles supra-constitutionnelles qui soient intangibles? Voilà le début du débat qui a ouvert la voie aux révisions intempestives. Cela parce qu'il y a eu un affaiblissement du constitutionnalisme démocratique dans les années 2000. Et c'est ce deuxième aspect que je vais aborder. Cet affaiblissement est source d'une véritable régression de la démocratisation en Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, la révision de la Constitution est la plupart du temps selon les termes de la Constitution. Nous avons vu qu'il y a des procédures. Mais il se trouve que la Constitution, malgré les procédures, peut être contournée. Quels sont les facteurs qui favorisent de telles opérations et quelles sont les logiques qui sous-tendent ces révisions opportunistes? D'abord, les modalités de surveillance de ces révisions. Et j'aime citer cette phrase de Victor Hugo qui dit « Les constitutions sont faites pour être violées car elles n'écrivent pas ». Donc, ce faisant, ceux qui veulent violer la Constitution trouvent le moyen de prendre des chemins de traverse au point de dénaturer le contenu de la Constitution. Qu'est-ce qui explique cela? 3 facteurs expliquent qu'on soit passé de la sacralisation à la banalisation de la Constitution. D'abord, l'existence de partis ultra-majoritaires qui ont le monopole de pouvoir et avec le fait majoritaire, le souci et le souhait du président ou du parti passe à l'Assemblée comme lettre à la poste. Deuxièmement, il y a un déséquilibre dans la répartition des compétences qui concentre les pouvoirs entre les mains du chef de l'État et qui, de ce point de vue, affaiblit les autres pouvoirs. Troisièmement, c'est la faible institutionnalisation du pouvoir parce qu'il n'y a pas de véritable pratique institutionnelle, ce qui fait qu'on prend des libertés avec les textes. Quelles sont les logiques qui sous-tendent ces révisions opportunistes? À ce niveau, deux types de logiques sous-tendent ces révisions. Premièrement, une logique de conservation du pouvoir et une logique de règlement de compte. La logique de conservation du pouvoir est la plus manifeste. C'est ce qui explique que les clauses de limitation des mandats aient été celles qui ont été les plus agressées. Quand on révise, on dit, bon, il y a telle chose, mais toujours la question de la limitation des mandats. Et Bedel Baouna dit que si les textes fondamentaux avaient été des personnes humaines, elles auraient avalé de l'arsenic pour s'épargner les souffrances interminables. Donc, si on prend des exemples, on a comme exemple Tanja au Niger, Compaoré au Burkina Faso, Ouattara en Côte d'Ivoire, Ouad au Sénégal, Talon au Bénin, Faure Yassimbe au Togo, etc. Quant à la seconde logique, c'est-à-dire la logique du règlement de compte, il illustre à la perfection l'instrumentalisation de la Constitution à des fins personnelles. Les exemples sénégalais et ivoiriens sont là pour illustrer, soit pour écarter un président de l'Assemblée nationale, le cas de Habib Thiam ou de Macky Sall, soit pour écarter un concurrent, le cas de Konan Bédié. Donc, ces déviances sapent la construction démocratique du fait de leur impact corrosif sur le constitutionnalisme démocratique. Or, comme le souligne avec justesse le professeur Jean Dubois de Gaudisson, en démocratie, il y a une morale du constitutionnalisme qui fait qu'on ne peut pas utiliser, même régulièrement, tous les mécanismes constitutionnels pour atteindre n'importe quel objectif. C'est le principe du constitutionnalisme démocratique de poser un certain nombre de limites, pas forcément d'ailleurs inscrites dans la Constitution. En conclusion, je dirais que la Constitution est une norme suprême de régulation de la vie étatique et elle s'assimile à un traité d'armistice parce qu'elle soustrait à la lutte partisane les principes fondamentaux considérés comme essentiels pour l'organisation et l'action des pouvoirs publics. Ce faisant, la modification doit obtenir la plus large adhésion et reposer sur un consensus. La révision doit être le fruit d'une démarche mûrement réfléchie et véritablement participative. Pour cela, les différents acteurs du jeu politique doivent avoir présent à l'esprit que la Constitution est comme une serrure. Elle est inutile s'il ne passe que des gens parfaitement honnêtes. Elle ne sert pas à grand-chose contre un voleur bien décidé et armé d'outils efficaces. Elle est utile qu'à décourager les gens ordinaires qui d'habitude suivraient leur chemin, mais que pourrait tenter la porte ouverte ou sans verrou. Rabaisser la Constitution par des manipulations partisanes, c'est faire le lit des pouvoirs de fait, c'est ouvrir la voie aux apprentis sorciers du messianisme putschiste, car nous devons le garder à l'esprit, nulle constitution ne protège du coup d'État. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, thanks so much, Professor Luke Marius Ibrika. You took us the memory lane of the 1990s about the Benin, where I started, and all the democratization progress we made in West Africa. But however, that from the millennium period, 2000, for selfish and political aggrandizement of our leaders, they started changing the constitution. And not only that, the constitution which they started changing, if you want to look into the history or the meaning of the constitution itself, which you delve into, looking at it from the social, the psychological, the philosophical perspective, and the principle itself, that is a philosophical principle that is said to be sacred. And the issue of revealing it needs to be taken by the nature. It needs to involve the National Assembly, at times also by the president, and this also leads to referendum. And you made mention of people, leaders who have thwarted it. You mentioned the cases of Tanja 209, which some of us witnessed and were. And then you mentioned the case of Burkina Faso. You made mention the case of Côte d'Ivoire, as well as recently in Guinea. However, issue you mentioned that the logic of why do they change this, which is an underlying factor, the logic for the revision is the violation of the constitution itself. And that's why you see that the logic of conservation of power, that is the clause of the limitation, they want to change it. In some countries, we see it, that they tend to remove it and make themselves to start again afresh, which we see in some countries like Togo, we see in Côte d'Ivoire right now. And then the second logic is the instrumentalization of the constitution for personal aggrandizement, either to get rid of the opposition or just for their own selfish interest as well. You did mention that the problem is not the constitution itself, but it is those that handle it. And changing the constitution has led to some chaotic situations in some of our member states. So, however, that is the implementers that have the problem. Thank you for this expose. And without much ado, we've already clapped for all the presenters. I think the next thing, because of time, is for us to go into the comments and contributions, please. Sorry, we have three people. I start from my right here. We have three people from my right, and then we have three also on the left here. Please keep it short and simple. And let's go to the point. We just want the way forward here so that at the end of the day, right from here, we'll be able to make our conclusions, please. Thank you. You can start, please.
Merci beaucoup. Très rapidement, en écoutant Dr. Emmanuel, je me suis posé la question comment...
Sorry, please. You give us your name.
Oui.
And then possibly your organization.
Okay. Dr. Ali Tunkara, ancien chercheur à l'Université des Lettres des Sciences humaines de Bamako, maître de conférence, chercheur au Centre des études sécuritaires et stratégiques au Sahel. Ouais, c'est un peu long quand même. Ouais. Non, très rapidement, en écoutant Dr. Emmanuel, je me suis posé la question en quoi les différents partis politiques, même les différentes institutions en charge d'animer la vie publique seraient-ils à l'origine un peu de cette instabilité politique? Je pense que, à mon avis, la difficulté résiderait plutôt dans les hommes qui animeraient ces différentes instances et non les institutions en tant que telles. D'ailleurs, la conclusion du professeur prouve à suffisance à combien les institutions, si elles ne sont pas portées par des acteurs légitimes et crédibles, malheureusement, elles ne serviraient pas à grand-chose. Alors, très rapidement, peut-être qu'à ce niveau, on doit s'interroger, est-ce que la CEDEAO peut autant s'intéresser, par exemple, à la qualité des hommes qui doivent incarner ces différentes politiques dans les différents pays. Momentanément, ça va être une tâche à la limite impossible. Maintenant, comment peut-on amener ces différents partis politiques membres de la CEDEAO à plus d'orthodoxie, à plus d'éthique? Rapidement, avant de finir, s'agissant de la question de la justice également, les mêmes difficultés demeurent. Est-ce que la CEDEAO peut aussi s'intéresser aux différents arsenaux juridiques des États? Bon, ce sont comme des domaines régaliens. Il serait très difficile pour une institution sous-régionale je comprends heureusement, ces inquiétudes sont très légitimes. Même la recrudescence de l'insécurité liée au terrorisme, à d'autres formes de violence, serait quand même liée en grande partie à la manière dont la justice est distribuée, mais qu'à cela ne tienne, la justice demeure un domaine régalien d'un État. Il me semblerait difficile que la CEDEAO puisse jouer un rôle important à ce niveau. Maintenant, est-ce que dans ce protocole dont il est question ici, peut-on demander, écrire noir sur blanc, que des missions ponctuelles soient menées, de pencher sur ce que j'appellerais les domaines fondamentaux, la sécurité, la délivrance des services sociaux de base. Partant de ces fondamentaux, on pourrait orienter des indicateurs qui pourraient permettre à la CEDEAO d'agir ou à la limite de produire des conseils. Et pour finir, concrètement, professeur, les propos qui ont sous-tendu votre conclusion nous laissent entendre que peu importe le protocole que nous allons proposer à la CEDEAO ou au bout du tunnel, si l'éthique des hommes n'est pas au rendez-vous, on est loin du bout du tunnel en fait. Voilà. Merci.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Antoinette Mbro du Togo, immediate pass budget. Voilà. Monsieur le modérateur, depuis le matin, j'ai entendu parler de révision du protocole, des recommandations. Nous sommes en train de parler d'un instrument juridique qui a régi la sous-région pendant 20 ans. Et je suis surprise qu'on n'a pas parlé d'acquis de cet instrument. Parce que pour moi, ce n'est pas juste un instrument juridique. Pour moi, c'est une constitution régionale. Je dis que c'est une constitution régionale parce que quand vous voyez les principes et les valeurs que cet instrument consacre, vous vous dites que c'est certainement une constitution régionale. C'est mon premier point. Monsieur le modérateur, puisqu'il s'agit de reviser, il y a beaucoup de limites qui ont été relevées ici et là par rapport à ce document, à cet instrument juridique. Et je crois que dans les travaux de groupe, à partir de demain, il faudrait que l'on réfléchisse sur ces limites avant de proposer la voie forward. Et pour moi, l'une des importantes limites de ce document, c'est le fait qu'il existe sur le plan national nos constitutions. Voilà une constitution régionale et sur le plan national, il y a des constitutions et ces deux documents portent sur pratiquement les mêmes choses. C'est là que moi, je pourrais relever matière à conflit. Comment résoudre cela dans ce que nous allons proposer? Et une autre des limites intéressantes que j'ai trouvées, c'est que c'est un document qui régit toute une sous-région, un document à la limite, une constitution qui ne parle pas de contexte exceptionnel. C'est-à-dire, il peut arriver qu'on déroge à l'état de droit, mais ce document n'en parle pas du tout. Il y a une autre limite. Ce matin, quelqu'un a demandé combien d'États n'ont pas ratifié. Je me dis, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas seulement des obligations pour les États? Qu'est-ce qu'ils gagnent dans ça? Ils gagnent quoi? Je vois un document qui a aligné des obligations pour les États. Quels sont les avantages? Et pour finir, on a parlé de monicratie. J'ai pris le temps de lire le protocole, de l'analyser. J'ai vu que le protocole a parlé du financement des partis politiques. Mais en des termes très, très limites, je me dis que c'est un sujet très pertinent, surtout en cette période où les partis politiques sont là pour la monicratie. Pourquoi ne pas vraiment réfléchir sur le financement de nos partis politiques à partir de maintenant, à partir de cette révision-là? Merci, monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to build on what Madam Brew has said. This morning, moderating the first session, I was a bit overwhelmed by the breadth of the issues we had to deal with. But in this session, I'm trying to find a way in which we can revise the protocol that at least address certain aspects of the challenges we are dealing with as a whole. Because I doubt if we'll be able to touch everything. So just starting, we know that democracies have to have multi-party elections. So you need parties. You need parties that are progressive, you know, parties that are not just election machines. So we cannot expect to have free and fair elections, credible elections, and therefore, non-corrupt governments and so on without having a certain type of party. So we need to do a lot around parties, I think, as part of this revision. And that should be the start. So that's why I want to echo concern about campaign financing, because if people have to borrow money and steal money and do all kinds of things to get elected, then you don't expect to have proper accountability or commitment to any kind of democracy. So that's, I think, is a first step. We need to also, we need to also unpack electoral codes, because in the last Ghana election, one of the simple things we are not really addressed was how to correct a mistake in the results. There's no, it's a discretion, it's an administrative discretion. But that little issue, caused so much turmoil. So just making sure that some of these procedures that we take for granted are properly articulated and everybody knows what they are doing, I think it's important. And then also internal party democracy. Then you have to link that to the EMBs themselves. And Dr. Okrududu was talking about appointment of leadership. And so those two things, party, the EMB, and then the judiciary, how elections are adjudicated, so that at least you get a value chain that you address along the chain. And for the judiciary, and I'm going to try and make this, the judiciary, the key where I think we can make an effort is that the jurisprudence at the moment is confusing. What is happening in East Africa and other Southern Africa is that they are looking at election as a whole, whilst in places like in West Africa, elections are really about numbers. And when it comes to adjudication, if you can show that some of your numbers are not tainted, then, you know, basically that's how the court is going to rule. But in other places, they're thinking about it differently, that it starts all the way from the environment and everything, and that could actually affect the election outcome. So if there's any way to have some general consensus on what approach we should use in terms of election adjudication, I think it will help. That will be, for me, one firm way of revising. The second part is really governing, which is really focused on accountability. And then the last thing is, and I don't know how we will do this in a protocol, but where are we going to find our Democrats? Because when it comes to it, institutions are not self-enforcing. It needs human beings who are committed to the principles to do that. But how do we get that?
Thank you. We move to the.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Mario Gonçalves. I'm from Cape Verde. What I will talk, our colleague already talked, but I would like to point out something relating to these issues, the financing of political parties and the political leaders. In fact, I believe that it is one of the weaknesses of the protocol. If we analyze the guidelines of sorry, on democratic election set out in the first article of the protocol, we can see that there are really little concrete element about the sorry. Okay. We can see that there are really just let me point out here. Yeah, there are really few regulations about this. And this peace ECOWAS multiple efforts to assist and monitor election process in the region. As an example, we can highlight the establishment of ECOWAS network of electoral commissions. There's a deficit in terms of monitoring elections, electoral fund, and there are few studies on the effect of this phenomenon on the democratic life of the country in the region. Generally speaking, the protocol proposes that each member states may adopt a system for financing political parties in accordance with the criteria set under the law. However, according to the Institution for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, the total accumulative cost of elections increased by 50% from 2012 to 2016, which means that more and more money is needed to win the election. Thus, according to some international organization work on this matter, included the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa and the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Process, the political parties are increasingly dependent of private donors, which mean the national and international companies, the national and international economic elites. We can say that to receive funding from private sector is not illegal, right? Wherever the transparency is limited throughout the world. In our region, there is no official data on the origin of those funds, what is negative for transparency, electoral justice, and the realization of democracy. In fact, avoid the risk of an analytical exaggeration, I argue that the financing of political parties by private actors influence the conflict dynamics in the pre- and post-electoral period because the parties need to find a way to repay the funds. And losing the election, not accessing power, which also means have no access to resource, can compromise this. So therefore, we can find justification for trying to eliminate the opposition and the violent dispute to access power and resource among the parties, political parties. I believe and defend that the creation of a monitoring mechanism for the nations found that financing political parties would be an important element to guarantee transparency and implement the democratic process in the region. I also suggest the creation of a regional mechanism for financing political parties so that the transparency of funds can be improved and the justice of the electoral and the democratic process can be guaranteed. In fact, several studies have shown that in many countries in the region, the political elite is also economic elite. So the creation of this mechanism, I believe, would help to understand some contract signed with some companies, and doing so can contribute to promote transparency, which is one of the crucial element for the democratization process.
Thank you. Please round up. You finished?
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yes. So I think and believe that one app can do something important in these issues. That is give some can I say formation to the local leaders in relating to the citizenship in order to increase the knowledge related to democracy process and peace and stability. Thank you. I'm sorry for my English, but it was what I, okay.
Have online women. Please let's keep it short and simple.
OK. Merci beaucoup pour les différentes présentations que nous avons eues tout à l'heure avec beaucoup de qualité. Comme j'ai eu l'occasion de le dire tout au début, nous n'allons pas avoir assez de temps pour un débat plus approfondi pour ces différentes questions. J'ai des propositions concrètes que je vais réserver pour le travail du groupe pour demain. Mais entre-temps, j'ai des commentaires à faire par rapport aux différentes présentations. Je commencerai pour dire merci à M. Emmanuel pour avoir mis le doigt sur le fond de questions. Nous avons toujours utilisé ce terme, la démocratie. Je pense qu'il est moment d'arrêter un peu de parler politiquement ou diplomatiquement correct. Il faut parler terre à terre, de reconnaître que nous avons failli, qu'il faut un diagnostic de qualité pour rebondir. Le cas contraire, on ne pourra pas sortir de cette situation. Les partis politiques en Afrique et dans la région de la CEDEAO, concrètement que je connais bien, ne travaillent pas pour la démocratie. je ne veux pas dire que parmi les gens qui font de la politique, qui sont dans les partis politiques, ne sont pas honnêtes. Je ne dis pas ça. Mais je dis, institutionnellement, il n'y a pas un agenda de construire la démocratie. Comme il l'a bien dit, c'est des partis politiques pour des élections, des machines électorales, qui utilisent les fonds publics, qui utilisent les méconnaissances des populations par rapport aux règles, aux lois de pays pour voler les ressources publiques. Je partage avec vous deux exemples qui montrent clairement comment dans ma constitution, la constitution de la Guinée-Bissau, les partis politiques sont devenus comme des acteurs clés qui concourent pour l'expression de la volonté populaire. Cette définition ne correspond pas à la réalité pratique. C'est que nous avons des acteurs qui concourent pour des intérêts particuliers privés. Comment vous pouvez comprendre qu'il n'y a pas d'argent pour payer les ambulances pour les hôpitaux et qu'il y a une ONG étrangère qui vient, amène une voiture, des ministres vont réceptionner cette voiture-là, mais en roulant dans des voitures qui coûtent à peu près 40 millions, 50 millions de francs CFA. Mais ces gens-là appartiennent aux groupes qui sont au pouvoir. La partidocratie dont je parlais tout à l'heure, ça sert au intérêt de ces gens-là. Je pense qu'il y a un débat d'insister sur ces faits, parce qu'au cas contraire, on va continuer à placer les partis politiques avec de bonnes intentions, et conséquemment, ce sont ces partis politiques qui vont fabriquer des dirigeants qui vont être demain, des dirigeants qui vont décider à la CEDEAO. Donc, je pense qu'il y a un problème. Je parle comme journaliste, j'ai eu affaire je suis éditeur d'un journal d'investigation dans mes pays qui a produit beaucoup de travaux d'investigation avec beaucoup de risques. Et là, j'ai fait une transition pour parler un peu de la corruption. Les partis politiques incarnent la corruption. Le coût de la partidocratie dans nos pays, c'est un problème. Allons-y faire un peu de calcul combien les voitures utilisées par les dirigeants des partis politiques, les voyages. J'ai fait un travail d'enquête sur cette question. Nous avons un problème, nous avons une maladie. Donc, je pense que c'est à ce niveau-là qu'il faudrait, je vais laisser mes propositions concrètes que j'ai sur les médias, que je pense qu'ont un rôle très important à faire dans la dissémination des connaissances, des informations, partage des informations, en partant des cas concrets de mon pays. Nous avons une radio privée, cet organe que j'ai l'honneur de diriger, qui est au journal au Démocrate. Quand vous combinez les deux organes, ce qu'ils font comme le travail est plus que ce que tous les organes de l'État, avec le budget qu'ils ont. Pourquoi? Parce que la vision des politiques par rapport aux médias, c'est pour promouvoir leurs images. Ils ont beaucoup de fonds, mais ces fonds ne sont pas...
Excuse me, I've said keep it short and simple.
Okay, okay.
We are not learning here.
Okay.
We are practitioners.
Okay.
You can give example straight. I'm just telling because of others as well. We have people from outside. Just keep it short and simple, straight, so that at least we're able to get your nuclear things that you want to. The group work is there tomorrow. We could delve more into the discussion there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Just we manage time. You know, we are talking of our leaders not managing well. We also have to manage time here.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais réagir à la communication du professeur Ibriga. je pense qu'au-delà de la question de la limitation des mandats à 2, il y a un danger qui guette certains États à venir. C'est-à-dire qu'officiellement, on maintient le nombre de mandats à 2, mais on fait en sorte que les institutions fonctionnent de telle manière qu'il n'y ait pas de véritable alternance. Et cela procède par les nouvelles formes de capture de la démocratie dans nos États. Pour être pratique, je donne un exemple en 30 secondes. Si vous regardez le Bénin, le cas du Bénin, la seule fois où il a été possible de réviser la constitution du Bénin pour y introduire des dispositions qui ont créé pour la première fois des violences quasiment sous forme de guerre électorale, c'est la seule fois où il y avait un parlement dans lequel il n'y avait aucun membre du parti d'opposition. Et c'est la seule fois où ça a marché. Vous avez aujourd'hui un parti qui est fait de la totalité des membres qui soutiennent le parti, le président de la République en place. Et tous les observateurs au Bénin se rendent compte que les législatives de 2023 sont pipées, que probablement l'élection de 2026 est pipée, et que même s'il ne se représente pas pour un second mandat, que probablement celui qui va être élu sera désigné par lui, puisque c'est le Parlement qui va donner le parrainage à ceux qui iront aux élections. Et donc, vous avez dans ce cas pratique la limitation officielle des deux mandats, mais vous avez une sorte de clanisation du pouvoir qui va se poursuivre. Et donc, le piège peut être que nous finissons de parler des limites de 2 mandats et que le problème reste total, surtout avec l'émergence aujourd'hui de nouveaux acteurs, notamment les opérateurs économiques qui disposent de ressources énormes, qui mettent en difficulté les partis traditionnels et les leaders politiques traditionnels, dont l'objectif politique est de dire « je n'ai pas besoin d'avoir beaucoup d'argent avant de faire passer mes idées politiques et de gouverner le pays », qui se retrouvent avec des oligarques au pouvoir. Donc, on a un autre problème à régler de ce point de vue. Le deuxième commentaire que je voudrais faire, monsieur le professeur, monsieur le président, c'est le constat empirique de la fragilisation double de l'institution régionale que constitue la CEDEAO et de la fragilisation des institutions nationales devant obliger les chefs d'État qui sont un peu récalcitrants à respecter les normes auxquelles les États qu'ils dirigent ont souscrit. Et en face de cette double fragilisation, vous avez désormais une surpuissance de la souveraineté des États incarnée par des individus, non pas les chefs d'État, qui peuvent en remontrer à l'institution sous-régionale. Et quand vous observez les courants à l'intérieur de l'État, vous êtes convaincu en fait que ce ne sont pas les citoyens ou ce n'est pas l'État qui est contre l'institution régionale, mais c'est un individu devenu chef de l'État qui, lui, a une certaine souveraineté qu'il oppose au chef, à l'institution régionale. Donc, c'est un véritable problème qui se pose aujourd'hui de ce point de vue. Comment est-ce que, par exemple, on fait l'effort de retrouver progressivement une nouvelle culture, d'abord d'État et de plus en plus démocratique? On a, et c'est pour non pas répondre, mais interpeller mon cher ami du CDD du Ghana, on ne manque pas que de démocrates maintenant. On manque de plus en plus d'hommes d'État dans nos États. Et on manque de plus en plus de leaders dans nos États. Et à l'évidence, ça pose des problèmes sur le type de démocratie que nous avons à l'intérieur de nos pays. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Yes. For me, I will look at 2 things here. The first one is that we need to understand that we are having some of these problems simply because parties are becoming stronger than government. And in the states where the party is stronger than the government will have no option but to satisfy the party. Hence the reason why in most cases, governments behave the way they behave just to please their parties. So we need to have a distinction wherein people understand that the government has to be stronger than the party. And once you are elected as president, you are no longer serving your party, but you are serving the nation. That is key. Then the second one, I hear of us supporting political parties. I think we need to have a clarity around how do we support them and which ones should we support? Is it political parties that have members of parliament or political parties that have registered? Because we do not want to see a situation wherein it becomes another business, wherein people will come because they know they will be supported. They will just come and register political parties. And when it comes to election, you have 500 political parties on the ground as it is my right. So it's good, we're interested in the product, but let's be interested as well in the process, so that at least we do not make recommendations that will haunt us tomorrow. I think another investment that we need to do is that having constructive oppositions. Often oppositions are not constructive. And sometimes they fail to understand that they are government in the waiting. They are only interested in propelling the mistakes of the incumbent. I think the incumbent as well need to be informed that there needs to be an open space for the opposition to sort of contribute to that. I think having this done will help most of what we are discussing here. So this is just my recommendation.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, on the issue of financing of political parties, as was highlighted, I'm sure most of our countries, the law exists in terms of the limitation, in terms of political party financing. But the problem has been the mechanism, the monitoring mechanism, or the monitoring and enforcement mechanism. That is where most of us are falling short. So as we discuss these issues, I think we should begin to look at strategies in ways and means in which we will be able to, our states can be able to monitor the enforcement of these laws that exist. Our colleague spoke about, which I mentioned earlier, the issue of electoral dispute adjudication. I think that is a serious trigger to conflict. Taking my country, for example, there are 4 tiers, 4 layers of redress. If you have an issue with the result, you first go to the magistrate. If the magistrate rules and you are dissatisfied, you go to the hearing officer at the national level. And a hearing is conducted, you still dissatisfied, you go to the Board of Commissioners. You stay dissatisfied before you go to the court for the final decision. And we think, that in itself takes a lot of time. And so we must begin to think about a borrowing example like from Ghana, where you have an independent election dispute adjudicating body, which will be put in place that no matter arising from the election, go directly to that body, and then the decision is reached. And after that, you can end up at the court. I mean, reducing that 4 layers probably to 2. Just to close up the issue of the media, I had one speaker mentioned how the media seem not to be doing well. The media is being bought over by politicians and what have you. I quite agree. Politicians own media entities, of course, you expect that they will toe their lines. But we must also understand that the media cannot be restricted to the information dissemination role when it comes to elections. The capacity of the media itself must be built and enhanced to be able to support electionary processes like these. We're talking about the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. How many of our media practitioners are aware of the existence, first of all, the existence of the protocol, what it says, and what have you? I think we should begin to think about how we can be able to engage the media substantively to be able to get a clear understanding of these so that they can be able to run with it in their respective media institutions. As a result, it also enhance the awareness that we're talking about as it relates to the protocol. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to our people online, please.
Ok, merci, monsieur le modérateur. Et il y a eu beaucoup de commentaires, d'interventions en ligne. On ne pourra pas tout prendre parce que le temps nous est compté. Juste deux que je vais partager avec l'assistant dans la salle. Et un participant prend au mot docteur Expédite Ologou par rapport à la question du parrainage. Donc, le participant demande, la participante plutôt demande, est-ce que le parrainage en Afrique de l'Ouest met en danger la démocratie et les processus de gouvernance, de bonne gouvernance? Est-ce que le parrainage en Afrique de l'Ouest met en danger la démocratie et les processus de bonne gouvernance? Si oui, lorsque nous avons des réunions pareilles, pourquoi ne pas inviter les parrains, pas tous, quelques-uns, les parrains, ceux qui financent les partis politiques, pour qu'ils viennent entendre ce que nous avons à partager avec eux, les recommandations, et puis comprendre aussi leur motivation, même si d'emblée, nous savons ce qui peut les motiver à financer des partis politiques pour pouvoir avoir le pouvoir. Il faudrait les impliquer lors de nos discussions, lors de nos rencontres, pour pouvoir les entendre et qu'eux aussi nous entendent. L'autre intervention, c'est par rapport au Sénégal. C'est la CEDEAO qui est interpellée. Donc, un participant du Sénégal dit qu'actuellement, depuis 3 ans, les Sénégalais vivent au moins 3 années consécutives de campagne politique acharnée pour la prochaine élection présidentielle. Quelles sont les dispositions que la CEDEAO prend pour que le pays maintienne sa stabilité? On est au courant de ce qui se passe au Sénégal depuis un certain moment. On sent venir déjà des menaces. Qu'est-ce que la CEDEAO fait pour qu'on ne se retrouve pas comme peut-être en Guinée ou ailleurs? Donc, je m'arrête là parce que à cause du temps.
I said the floor is open to our speakers. We also have Madam Idayat Hassan over there. I'm sure she's also holding. So let's keep our answer straight so that at least they could get the basic things needed. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je pense que de ce point de vue, sur la question du financement des partis politiques, je dirais que ce qui est important, c'est qu'il y ait des règles par rapport à l'encadrement du financement, que ce soit le plafonnement des dépenses de campagne ou que ce soit le financement privé. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, certains pays ont des règles, mais quand on regarde ces règles, elles sont permissives et permettent d'avoir un déséquilibre entre les partis politiques. Or, si l'État finance les partis politiques, il ne faudrait pas que l'argent privé vienne déstructurer l'équité que l'État veut créer. Donc là, je pense que c'est un point qui devrait figurer au niveau du protocole. Je suis d'accord avec mon ami du Bénin par rapport à ces évolutions. Les évolutions aujourd'hui qui tendent à contourner la question de la révision, dans la mesure où, après les partis ultra-majoritaires, maintenant ce sont les parlements monocolores. Parlement monocolore, et là maintenant, bon, là, ça passe comme lettre à la poste. On dit démocratiquement, c'est le Parlement qui a choisi, etc. Et on se retrouve dans une situation où véritablement, il y a un seul clan qui va avoir le pouvoir. La fragilisation de la CEDEAO et des États, c'est réel, dans la mesure où, quand les sociétés civiles ou les populations interpellent la CEDEAO parce que, du point de vue interne, ils n'ont pas reçu de réponse pour endiguer la fougue des gouvernants, en ce moment, ils ont l'impression qu'ils sont complètement abandonnés et ils sont complètement surpris quand un coup d'État ou une insurrection arrive et que c'est en ce moment que la CEDEAO débarque pour essayer d'encadrer les choses. C'est ce que nous avons vécu en 2015 avec l'insurrection populaire au Burkina Faso. Et le sentiment qu'ont les Maliens ou les Guinéens de dire, mais oui, au moment où on nous tuait, vous n'étiez pas là. Donc, véritablement, il faut renforcer la présence de la CEDEAO et faire en sorte, pour répondre à notre ami malien, nous sommes dans une intégration et un organe supranational. La CEDEAO a un caractère supranational. Ça veut dire que les États qui ont ratifié le traité sont d'accord d'abandonner une partie de leur souveraineté. Et donc, maintenant, c'est ce que je disais, c'est cette absence de constitutionnalisme, c'est-à-dire de respecter les pratiques institutionnelles, de respecter les règles qu'on a soi-même adoptées. Et ça suppose, et je termine par là, ça suppose vraiment un travail de fond de la société civile pour avoir une citoyenneté consciente. Ça, je crois que c'est un point aussi qui doit figurer, c'est-à-dire le travail pour la citoyenneté consciente est, pour moi, ce qui va pouvoir endiguer toutes ces velléités de réforme. Si nous avons des citoyens conscients, ben, on envoie ailleurs, on ne limite même pas les mandats. Mais tu sais bien que tu ne feras pas l'éternité au pouvoir. Donc, pour moi, c'est ça qui est l'élément important. Merci.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I get a sense that some people think that reviewing the protocol means writing very detailed rules and regulations that countries will have to abide by. No, reviewing the protocol will entail expounding general principles that the countries will implement. So it will provide a broad framework. So, for example, if a review of the ECOWAS protocol results in encouraging countries to finance political parties, ECOWAS is not going to write detailed rules of how much, what percentage, and so there's a fear that is being expressed by people that as soon as we say that states should support political parties, people are going to form 500 parties just to collect money. No, the view of the protocol should lead to general principles that each individual country can use its own formula and so on. And so let us not entertain the fear that you shouldn't review the protocol in a way that imposes impossible conditions on various countries. That's my contribution.
Madam Idayatu Hassan.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I have just a few points to make. One is that I believe that the revision of the protocol is, we are doing it at an opportune time, as everybody is afraid of data, and the body language of the suggests that majority are in support of it. Important to note is also that Togo, which was one out of the two countries that opposed it, have actually amended the constitution and returned it to 0 for 2 terms. So we are on Gambia, and I think that the time can't be right more than now. 2 is the importance of ECOWAS to actually become the real ECOWAS of the people, not the ECOWAS of me, for legitimacy's sake. Because we should become wary when citizens are becoming less committed to democracy, premised on the fact that democracy is not delivering development and what is actually crucial to their own survival. I think these are very important factors ECOWAS will have to take into consideration, and my colleagues from the civil society themselves should also note that our work is now clearly cut out for us. We need to promote democratic accountability, and we need to instill trust in the democratic process. And this we can only achieve by working closely with the citizens, who are our main constituencies. Thank you very much.
There's a question that you all avoided. This issue of parentage, sponsorship, does it enlarge or what is the good thing? Madam Datu, you start first. We both witnessed Senegal. And why I'm not going to talk now is that when I will talk last. Yes.
I think that it's a negative because it takes away rights from people. And that's one of the political reforms that I've actually mentioned earlier on as challenges that is actually leading to the decline of democracy on the continent. But more and more people are in support of it. So if I take the example of Nigeria, people are talking that, oh, we have 90-something parties during the 2019 elections. Together, less than 2 parties got all the votes. Some parties did not actually get up to 100 votes. And with the numbers of a tablecloth calendar or a tablecloth ballot paper has got implications. So that for itself increases the cost of elections, the logistics of elections, and even goes as much as possible to confuse voters. So many people see this, that it's a challenge. So we are having this argument in Nigeria, but we do know the truth that when you bring all these kind of things, you are helping to instill strong men rule. And I think that the crux lies on ECOWAS to do their preventive diplomacy rather than response to this kind of early warning.
Thank you. Okay, I think I have my commissioner here who will buttress what I'm going to say, but apparently because she was there 2014 and Madam Idayat and others witnessed it there. I think the overall purpose of the review exercise is to update the supplementary protocol in a manner that will take into account the existing gaps occasioned by the new political governance challenge in the region. And then the outcome of the exercise will also have a review protocol on democracy and good governance that takes into account ECOWAS community citizens' aspiration and global best practices in compliance with the authorities' directive. And then, as rightly said, I mean, we cannot put everything there. Already 2014, before it went there, we've done a lot, but we just seen quite a lot of just gaps now, like the modalities for the adoption of a maximum of 2 terms limit for presidency. It's not an easy thing. I mean, I'm not boasting, my guy, I've been in ECOWAS 17 years now. So when you talk of this, some countries are operating 4 years, others 5 years, others 7 years. Then that's it. Then what about the protocol sanction regime as well? We need to view and expanding and crafting a new provision on articles on that. Whether it's a targeted sanction, whether it's going to be one that will not affect the citizens, that will be focusing on individual. Then you look at the legislation that impact on electoral process as well to draft new articles and provisions suitable for successful adaptation as electoral rules. But one good thing that Madam Brew mentioned there, which is that the issue of supranationality as well as sovereignty. Most of these issues that people have been blaming ECOWAS is, I told my Francophone colleagues, we call it fait accompli. The internal dynamics there, the executive power has already exhausted it. Even when you think that we run after fire brigade, I don't want to go into much examples because I'm working for ECOWAS. For example, a country like say, don't come. Who told you you are coming for fact finding? Or you are coming for solidarity mission, or you are coming for preventive diplomacy. If they tell you they have their own law and their constitution, you are not invited, you are not invited. Yes, I'm telling you. How many times do we wanted to go to Guinea-Bissau or Guinea-Conakry? Don't let us go into the story. It's good. I've been with civil society like you, I've been in academia, and I'm sitting on it for the last 17 years. And I know, but I'm not saying that's enough excuse. But however, some of you raised some fundamental issue. It's true that member states signed to the protocol, but at the same time, they will also tell you they have their own internal constitution that they guide them. Like Nigeria now, Nigeria has its own constitution based on certain things that are not in some countries. You can be a governor in Nigeria. You don't need to even fight for many things after office. It's there, your entitlement is there. In some countries, it is not there. So those are the something harmonization. It takes a lot for ECOWAS at times as well. You cannot just bulldoze your way. You have to use what we call carrot and stick diplomacy, which we use effectively well in Gambia and some other countries. And there's also what we call quiet diplomacy. And then there's what we call shuttle diplomacy. And then there's one we also have to use palliative measures. And there's the one you have to use disjointed incrementalism. That is to say, you will look as if we are sending on the first, but you cannot just go in straight. You just have to look like the case of Senegal that you are mentioning. The issue of paranoid, I'm happy that Madam said it. Madam Dayat, there are some countries where it's not too big as large, but at the same time, you have 26 political candidates. I mean, that's too much. In a country where the population is like 1 million, and you have a number of 26 candidates. So let's be realistic at times to put it in the context. Thank you. I think Mr. Nuruddin Ismail from Ghana Foreign Ministry wants to tell us some things. You are welcome, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It looks like you have said it all. And I will just take it from where you ended. If countries, small ones, have 100 political parties, for example, shouldn't this be giving us an indication that maybe there should be a limited number, trying to consolidate parties into a manageable number? If you look at some of the problems we are facing now as ECOWAS, for example, if you go to Mali, the political parties very polarized and divided. Some are supporting the regime, some are not. How do you deal with the situation? From all these discussions today, I see one problem, and the problem is the genesis of democracy is who? The voter. How do we get a voter who really knows what he wants? Because it's the voter who graduates into a political party and into governance. You mentioned in some of the discussions, I did take some notes, about political parties being corrupt. How do we cure corruption? From the voter to the political party and to governance. Is this protocol which is going to deal with that issue? Or is the human being? Now I was just wondering, and I went to even read an address by Professor Raymond Atuba. He addressed the Sierra Leonean Bar Association some time ago. And he quoted Putin, massively in his address. when Putin alluded that liberal democracy was dead and that we should start singing the funeral dirge of liberal democracy. And he outlines all the issues. Time will not permit me to refer to that, but you can get it on the internet. He talked about democracy and its relationship with our economies. If you look at how much goes out of Africa through fraudulent means, you can't imagine. We would not need aid from outside to support us, but we are always begging when we have almost absolutely everything. So the issues are very critical, and this is where civil society comes in. I think at the core of this is the fact that the ordinary citizen, it starts from the root. If you don't have people who are incorruptible, then we can make progress. When Obama came here some time ago, I remember he said something to us which we knew before, that Africa does not need strong leaders. We need strong institutions. What I will add is that apart from the institutions, somebody alluded, they don't manage by themselves. They are managed by human beings. So what we need is strong, upright individuals in Africa if we are to succeed in anything, be it democracy, in our economy, everything. Our survival depends on, even in Dr. Raymond Atuba's article, he went to talk about Nkrumah's famous statement of coming out with an African personality. And who is that personality? Is it what we see now or one to be created? Thank you.
We'll leave it for the organizer now to tell us what next. Thank you, my speakers. Merci.
Thank you, Kisha. Let me give a round of applause to the last panel. And thank you to our moderator as well. Now, since he asked the question, I get the sense that some people want to continue. So, am I hearing that we should continue? I mean, 10 o'clock shouldn't be bad. 10 p.m. shouldn't be bad. The youth in the room are telling us we must continue. So if you think you are young, then stay. If you're old, you can leave. All right, so just to say again, thank you to everyone. It's been a long day. It's been a lot of talk. But I think a lot out of that talk, yes, a lot of ideas have come up. A lot of suggestions have come up. The idea is that in the group work, we were to now try to begin to put some of these things down concretely and begin to look at the actions towards implementing some of those. Of course, a lot of them were going to go to ECOWAS, but we all here also have signed up to some level of responsibility in ensuring that the protocol is not just revised, but it's also actually implemented, it is disseminated, etc. So there's quite a lot to be done. Given the time of the day, we won't go into the group work. We will do that tomorrow. The idea is to continue the reflection when you leave here to your homes, to your hotel rooms, wherever you're going to. Please continue the reflections with the aim of coming out with more concrete, specific as possible, what you would like to see change, or at least the area where you would like to see some kind of review. So that tomorrow in the group work, we will do that. We will have 3 groups listening to the conversations and the various issues that are coming up we are trying to cluster them so that we can use that to inform how the groups will look like, so that each group will focus on a particular area. So we will do that overnight. So we don't want to be the only ones working. So you two, please do some of the work and continue with your reflections and continue with thinking around your proposals as much as possible. Out of the box ideas would be helpful, because as has been said throughout the day, what's new in what we are saying? We must make sure that we are coming out to something that hasn't been said before, or at least that hasn't been suggested before, and not the business as usual. That's not why we came here. So we want to believe in you that as you go, you will dare to be bold in your thinking, and tomorrow you will dare to propose bold solutions, or at least considerations that ECOWAS can say, okay, yes, this is something that is meaningful. This is something that we haven't thought of so far. And then we can say, yes, civil society's role continues to remain critical and relevant. So we have a responsibility to ensure we uphold that. On that note, let me also mention to our participants online, thank you once again. And again, apologies, we are managing time, it's very difficult. There were some very interesting comments that came. We couldn't share them all. However, my colleagues are putting those together. And again, tomorrow morning, we will start off with that, just about 10 minutes. Again, trying to cluster the ideas and the points that have been raised. They will share with us the 4 or 5 key points that came out from the discussions from the or contributions from online. So please, those of you online, we sincerely apologize once again that we couldn't recognize each person, and want to thank you very much for your contributions. We will factor them in tomorrow. My colleagues from admin, anything I haven't mentioned? Early warning team, is there anything you need to warn people about? Not to spend too much money in Accra. So COVID tests will come to that, but before COVID test, test yourself by please let's wear the mask. That's the first test. And then we can talk about the COVID test. So COVID test, I'll hand over to the admin team to talk about those. On that note, thank you very much to each of you. Thank you to our moderators. And we want to thank our eminent persons who have sat through with us. Thank you, Madam Salama. We can't thank you enough. I was saying to Edie that he particularly owes you so much. You call her, we don't call her. So his bank account number I can give to you so we can pay you. We want to thank also Mr. Nuruddin. Thank you so much for staying with us. And throughout, we know again, you're very busy, but want to thank you. To each moderator, to all the presenters, thank you so much. Our team of translators and interpreters, please, we are not done yet. Tomorrow we will continue. So tomorrow we are starting at 8:30, please. 8:30. We are starting at 8, because starting, it's not just in this room, it starts with registration. So 8:30, because by the time you do that, starting includes greeting people and asking how the night was. That's a typical African way. It's part of starting. So we start at 8:30. So see you at 8:30. On that note, admin, thank you.
Thank you very much, PD. So we would like to remind all of us to submit our boarding passes and then receipts of our COVID tests to Gloria or the registration desk. And then arrangement has been made for your COVID test samples to be taken tomorrow morning. So the team will be here to take your specimen to the lab. So they will start at 8 a.m. So I have further reduced the starting to 8. So kindly take note of that. Because of the numbers, we need to give them enough time so we can start the main business on time. So we crave your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Been well done.